Hey, and welcome to the NACE Starleague CSGO. My name is Vincent, and I'm joined by excellent Orkol. How are you feeling this fine evening? Well,
I'm really excited to be back. We've had a little break in between this last season, and so it's good to be back. I'm glad to be casting with you once again for some more collegiate Counter-Strike. Super exciting stuff today.
heck yeah, it's going to be a great time. This is technically week number 2, but our first week on the broadcast. And I mean, like you, I'm incredibly excited. We had a fantastic season last season,
Yeah.
and some awesome games. I see no reason why that's not going to continue coming into this season. And we got, I mean, I think we have even more teams than we did in the prior season. So that's going to be awesome. I do want to take a look though at what our schedule generally looks like uh, for the broadcast as well in a moment. And when we get that up, we'll take a look at that. But for today, here we go. Edinboro and Temple going to be our first matchup. These are all best of threes, mind you. So that first matchup, a nice little northeastern surprise, and then battle in Arizona
Ooh.
State University coming up against the University of Arizona Wildcats. I'm excited for that one as well. So from northeast to southwest is kind of how we're heading this fine evening, Exner.
Yeah, opposite sides of the country. I think we start off with a nice matchup as well. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that Battle of Arizona right there. It's going to be a decent little rivalry in the Southwest that we can look forward to. But for this first matchup of Edinboro University versus Temple, first of all, I love the Fighting Scots right
Oh, I
there. That
know.
logo is absolutely fantastic. Temple University, they're the Owls. They could maybe step up their game a little bit, but in terms of just the head-to-head here, it should make for a very decent matchup, pretty even. I expect us to break our third map curse. I can't even remember if we were able to do that in the
Oh,
last season. I know it's crazy for me to bring this up once again,
you've
but
done it.
have we broken it in the last season of playoffs? Do you remember? I don't think we did.
So the sad part is you were gone the one
Yes.
the one time that we did break it, and also
Oh
just to be
man.
clear, the grand finals was a fantastic comeback in the third map as well.
Yes.
But yeah, you were there for neither of those. So yes, you
It's
and I
actually a
we've
curse.
yet to see a third map. But hey, tonight might be the night. I
Maybe.
think it's a possibility, and well,
We could.
regardless. I have to agree with you though. I gotta fight for the fight. I gotta play for the Fighting Scots because they do
Mhm.
just have the best game when it comes
Best.
to to their logo and everything.
Mhm.
No
Yeah.
bias here.
I know it's tough not to be biasing. It's look at that logo. It's so awesome. But we'll take a look at the head-to-head right now. We got Edinboro University sitting at a 1-0 right now in the season. Like you mentioned, we had that week prior that we weren't on broadcast just yet for, and then Temple University actually lost that best of 3 here. We got Helio, Shasta, Bio, Deuceman, and Schnooze on the Fighting Scots, and then on Temple Esports, Mythic, Richard, Theod, and Patty Bro and iLegendary 07. I like a lot of these names here. And both of these teams, just to give you a little context and to these rosters, are both kind of sitting pretty even in their ESEA Open season. I believe both just narrowly missed playoffs in that division. So that'll give you a little context into what we're looking for in these two teams. So, very evenly matched. That's kind of why I was talking about how I expect to see a third map because, just considering the fact that there's records and in terms of what comfort maps these two teams play for. I think that Temple Esports, I believe we have vetoes coming up, but we could see some Inferno coming out of them as a really good punish pick for Edinboro. But yeah, I mean, it should make for a very interesting matchup, these two teams.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And whilst we don't necessarily know who the big key factors are going to be, we do know that whoever kind of has those big pop up moments, that usually does set tones for the game overall and just in general. So Temple looking for that first victory, that's a big one for me.
Mhm.
Obviously, I don't know. I took a look at the website, and it looked as if it was a forfeit. I'm not too sure though.
Ah,
Um, but regardless, forfeit or not, they definitely got a chip on their shoulder coming up, and that was, I think, I guess SVU that was a loss to, forfeit or not, for the Temple side. And so Edinburgh clearly want to not only put the put their foot in here and make an easy second week victory. But we're underway here with these picks and bans. So, Cole, what are we expecting and what are you seeing?
So we do get maybe an Inferno Decider. I see the Band of Inferno. I think maybe we'll actually be finishing things off on Nuke right there. Yes. Okay. So I just got into my ear that Nuke was banned actually as well. So we'll figure that out. In the meantime, I'll talk about Overpass and Dust 2 here for these two teams. Right now, you're looking at an Overpass pick for the Fighting Scots, Edinboro. I think that's a good pick right now. Their current record, I think, in ESEA Open is sitting at they're sitting at a 2-1, so they played it a little bit, and considering that you get 3 bans in the regular season of that division, you can kind of get a sense that they are comfortable with playing that map, and they have a couple wins, they have a couple victories. And then Dust, I think it's a good map for both teams as well. I think that both teams are feeling very comfortable on that map, and so it's interesting that Temple didn't go for an Inferno punish pick because Fighting Scots, they don't have the best record on that map.
So what I'm hearing is that this is kind of Fighting Scott's victory with regard to the big band. But if we hit an Inferno, it might be a little bit more difficult. So the potential for Edinboro to take this in 2-0 fashion, definitely there. But if Temple can make a fight either on Overpass as a surprise or on their own pick of Dust 2, then Inferno is definitely a Temple sided affair. From what I'm hearing, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense to me, and I think that in general, when you get down to it, Dust 2 being the second map, it makes for an interesting Edinboro attempt at a 2-0 because it's always a map that is one everybody can play. There's not a team in the world that cannot just hug it out on the Dust 2. So going that direction, I think Edinboro have a great chance of this thing. And if they can pull it off 2-0, that would be fantastic. If not, Inferno, I'm looking out for what Temple can put on display.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, you're exactly right with my kind of train of thought. If Edinboro wants to take this series, it should be in a 2-0 fashion, considering their record on Inferno is a little bit lackluster. Still comfortable with playing that map, considering that they've got 4 matches in the season so far on it. But we'll see if they are able to close it out. I think it's interesting that we see Vertigo and Ancient banned first as well. I wanted to see some Ancient here in our opening matches. Maybe we'll get that in the next best of 3 here later on, but I'm super excited to cast as much Ancient as possible. And I do expect, especially once we get into those underdog kind of situations where teams can kind of pick it and try and take down teams that are tougher and catch them off guard. I think that that'll be a great addition to the map pool here, and we'll see long term how that kind of slots in terms of collegiate Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I have an admission to make here, Cole. It's pretty sad as a supposedly a Counter-Strike caster. I've casted a singular map of Ancient.
Okay.
One.
Yeah, I can
map.
show you the way.
And
I've casted a great bit of it.
I don't even know. I've like played it once. That's where I am. So if we get it, that's gonna be a lot of fun. I think it's an interesting map to watch. I've gotten to see it quite a few times, but it's definitely a newer one to me. So I'll be excited to see that. Unfortunately, not the case this time out. But with Overpass, Dust 2, and Inferno, our decider, we're going to be coming in very shortly. We're just getting all the teams set up, getting them comfortable and all that kind of good stuff and jazz. As we get ready to go. But moving into this season, maybe a weird question, but I was thinking when we were getting prepped, like who the favorites are, coming into this one, because last season obviously we had a crazy come from behind victory from Virginia Commonwealth. They came from the lower bracket. They beat everyone that they had formerly gotten beaten by, and then came in the grand finals as underdogs and beat, I think it was UT Austin, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was RIT. I should know that, but I don't. Either way, I'm saying all the names, and then suddenly I'm like, it was totally MSU, I think. Either way, regardless, the point being that we had some like really cool comeback stories, and so that's kind of what I was getting at. Early on in the season, this is a little bit different than maybe that you're normally used to. Each of these individual areas. So right now, obviously we're doing the Northeast. That though all those Northeastern teams, they're going to do a round robin for the next couple of weeks, and then that will ultimately culminate into a conference championship where the first, second, and third place players in the conference are going to go against each other in sort of a head-to-head single
Mhm.
elimination, championship series, and the winners of that will qualify for the overall playoffs. At the end of the season, and that will be at the end of fall, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas we went all the way into the spring last time out, so a little bit different maybe than we're used to. But I'm all honestly really excited for it. I think that makes for an awesome change, and it really makes every single game important. You got game 10, game 11 of last season. You kind of felt like if you weren't
Yeah.
already undefeated in your conference, it was kind of already over. But that's not the case anymore. It's very much you got to go and you got to be on the ball all the time, and you have to go for those victories. Even if you take a loss, it's okay. You're still going to have a chance in those conference finals in order to pull out the victories, even if you're not at the very top of your field. So really cool difference in the style and in the overall setup and format this season. I think it's going to be cool. Any thoughts on that, Cole, as I was explaining it?
Yeah, I think the best case for that is that we can kind of look for some of these teams that should be topping the charts here in this Northeast number 2 division, because we got teams like RIT that we remember from last season, but
Oh
they're
yeah.
starting things off rough as well. I mean, Pitt Varsities was able to best them last week 2-0. So there are some scary names here in this division that we have to
Hey,
look forward to
hey,
down the line.
hey! Don't be sleeping on my boy Magister over there at Pitt. All right, Tanner Cat
I
Otter. They're
I
kind of
will never
nuts.
sleep on Magister.
They're kind of cracked. I'm just telling you, like, don't sleep on those guys. Like RT, sure, I got to give
Yeah,
them credit, but
right.
Pitt ain't no slouches either.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of cool and up and coming teams in the collegiate. This is why I was so excited to cast this season coming through, because we got a lot to look forward to as like the future of that amateur CS scene in North America. This is kind of the way that a lot of players are going to get their ability to continue playing is in that collegiate scene, considering that the teams are kind of pulling out in terms of that pro division. So now you can get a chance to get your school paid for. Scholarships are on the line here. And so
More so than
these
ever.
leagues like this, yes, exactly. Leagues like this are so important. And it's why I'm so excited to be back here for this season.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, and like you're saying, I was blown away. I think somebody had asked me. Obviously, I don't play anymore. I just talk about the video game. But I had somebody ask me. I think it was regarding Valorant. Like I think it was last month or something like that. Like, hey, like, by any chance are you interested in coming and playing? Like,
Yeah.
I have scholarship money, and I would love to have people. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, no, but that's kind of cool. Like,
Yeah.
what I wouldn't have given, at the time in which I was actually interested in that, to be able to get like some money off of college, and not like a full ride or anything, but
Right.
it's pretty awesome that that's a possibility, even
I know.
as we're looking to get underway here. Finally, teams getting ready, everybody readying up, and well, Cole, this is it. First game here on broadcast of the season between Edinboro and Temple. And I think this Knife for Sides is going to be a setup, because I
Mhm.
believe that it should be a Temple CT start here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe so as well. There, I think they're just going to go ahead and throw this knife round away. Yeah, and Juice Man not even
There
go
we
for
go.
the knives there, as it will be a Temple getting that CT side start selection. So maybe that can be of advantage for them. But yeah, you're exactly right. The opportunities, the sky is the limit here in the collegiate scene. And again, like you mentioned, with the new format this season, you got more to look forward to as well in terms of that conference championship. So we'll see things get rolling off here. On Top Flash server, which is it's been a long time since I've used this. I believe we used it a little bit in the last season, but rather interesting. Either way, Knife Round's going to be finishing up, and we'll be hopping into the pistol round here. First one for the broadcast. Temple University are going to be up against Edinboro. See who can get things started.
Yeah, that T side, obviously not going to be an ideal one to start out for Edinboro, but hey, like we said, they kind of have the advantage on the map picks early on, especially for the first two. So You win some, you lose some in that respect.
What? Okay, so we got the pistol round rolling off here. We got Richard falling back. Aggressed a little bit towards that A side, but now falling off. There's a lot of pressure in connector right now being thrown out, and it seems like an E side split coming through. They have a couple through monster, couple through short. Now Snooze going to go on three as Helio is good for the trade there. Shasta going to find Mythic, and as they enter into this B bomb site, they're going to be taking some heavy fire, struggling to the site, but eventually they'll be able to find out and pit. Theo goes down, and we enter into a 3v3, evening things up.
Julius, Io with those in hand, gonna pull back a little bit. And trying to put down some shots, and shots he does. Deuce Man with some carnage there before he's taken out. It's all under Richard, who's looking for the 1v2 clutch here for Temple. He's opening round. He's gonna take the duel against one player. He knows where the second is. Up short, ready to go. With 47 HP, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Tapping the bomb. No kit at all. Rotation comes through, and, well, the dualies are good enough for Fio to give Edinboro the round.
Get on that run and gun right there. Very nice stuff from Edinboro, starting things off nicely on their map pick, getting that pistol round win. There's now they're going to get a good buy up as well, keeping Temple University at bay. And again, I kind of mentioned right now that one of these maps here needs to go in the way of Edinboro early on. They'll still be looking at Inferno as that decider, and that's kind of a scary prospect there for them. But now, got ourselves a connector stack here, full 5 players in.
Ooh, spray. Ooh, that should have been a little better. Shasta missing his mark just a little bit. Fantastic pop flash. And Shoes is left wondering where he went wrong. And, well, the answer is he showed up, and he should not have. Edinboro down by 2 here in a round that they should have taken with ease. It's only USPSs that were invested, and it's already a 2-man advantage. Fantastic start here for Temple.
I love that they're stacking as well in connector right there, and, you know, playing an atypical style as we're starting to see the jump up smokes roll on out. The utility going through this A bomb site, but look who's there to meet him. All 5 members of Temple University with 2 Galils that they were able to pick up. Now bomb being planted here. Molotov's running on in, but a little bit. Boost coming through to catch off Helio, but he's able to be bailed out from Deuce Man right there. Quick trade from Patty, and still a 2v4 with no armor to work off of. Could be all on the field, and Deuce Man, with the Mac-10 spraying all around, but he's been bested. And Patty Brew is going to take down the last. Temple University take the eco.
Man, that shot was dirty from Patty Brew, that final player taken out from Edinboro, as Temple, they answer in quite dominant fashion. The other part of that, right? Like, that wasn't just a like force buy round. Like, there was 1 deagle, that was it, and 4 USPs. It was just a fantastic flashbangs coming out from Temple. They do the work, and then ultimately they take advantage of the 4v, or rather of the 5v3, and just trade out effectively. So Temple playing some very normal, very easy Counter-Strike, but it's just standard.
Yeah, no, I love when players and teams rather go for efforts that are stacked up. You don't play a default when you only have USPs. You got to go for something crazy right there. And not only do they find that opener off of that full eagle that was brought out there, they also are able to pop flash away into water. I love that. Exactly what you're hoping to see from Temple University on the force buy. And now they're rather not full eco. Now they're going to be in a great position. We already see an op in round number 3 come out from iLegendary. Not only did he have the WP, but he has armor to back it up. The lovely nade bounce comes through right onto the legs of Mythic. Put things in a little bit rough spot here. Who's coming through, though?
He's definitely not going to be loving life after that one. If this boost that you're talking about can find any success. One player spotted. There it is. Nice frag. Theo going down, and Two's looking for more, but, well, I don't know if he's going to find it. Mythic would be low, only a body shot or 2 to find, but looks like the rotations are going the opposite direction. There's 1 or 2 players here. Nope, just scratch that 1. And an op coming back in. That AWP is what they need to be worried about to Edinboro.
Richard is fully blinded up, but it's going to be iLegendary bailing him out of the situation with the AWP. And Richard's going to be good for 1 before he goes down, so it's an even situation into the 3v3. a very winnable retake. But again, this is kind of a forced by situation, so we could see these forced by wars continue back and forth between these two teams as they look to retake.
Oh, Patty Brick. Fantastic opening shot, but that's a good trade, and that's even better, recovering the M4. And that makes things a bit tougher. A big face from Shoes. It's only a 1-for-1, so now it's all onto that EWP. It's an expensive weapon to buy in here, and it is backed up by a defuse kit. Oh, spots out the player. Jitter peek, good, but he knows he's not on it. Now, iLegendary has to tap again. Otherwise, he's going to be in big trouble. Now he's just committing. No, not committing. He's gone. Got to give it up. Don't even know if he's going to be able to get away with his life. And he just barely does. 9 HP left on him. So the AWP stays alive, but Edinboro, playing for keeps, faked the round instead.
Alrighty, I guess that will get the job done right there. I just cannot believe that that bomb did not explode. iLegendary did not take him down. I mean, they'll take that up into the next one, but look at these excellent kills. Great positioning coming through, and that 1v1 played out right there was super impressive. Not buying the fake for too long. iLegendary was forced to tap the bomb continuously, and somehow they get a double off this round, and it works out. Gooseman is going to be forced to watch out from the sidelines right now as the rest of his team try and recover this 4v5.
It's like some, well, I should say, was maybe an attempted fast play here towards B, but with that pick at A, Edinboro were rethinking what they were going to go through. Now the flashes, the smokes, everything coming in. AWP sitting on barrels. He take the shot, misses the follow-up. iLegendary needs to get out of here. There we go, finally connecting. Look for more, but this time it's not to be. Bio with the frag on the entry, but Mythic is here with company inside of the pit. It's only a 1-for-1 though, as Theo left alive. Shosta finally trades, but it's still a bad place to be as he's down 1 versus 2.
Not a great position. He's going to continue to push through in towards Graffiti, though. He's hungry for some more frags. There's 2 around the corner. Both players in the Heaven CT position. Smoke for Heaven now. We'll see if that triggers Richard to respond accordingly. Maybe make some proactive moves, but no, he just plays behind it. Plays behind the wall here, and it will allow for a plant maybe to come through. Depends on if he can slip this cap marginal, but he will be able to sneak by. Takes the fire, it's a shot, but oh yes, Patty Brew. He knows he's exposed and towards Heaven, and it will tie things up 2-2. The force by wars continue, and I just, it's gonna keep going back and forth here. Eventually, Temple University got to get a grip on things, and here's how it all started. Here's how they were able to stack heavy presence towards that B side early on.
Yeah, nice movement there from Gooseman. Really well done. And, well, they only recover 1 op into this one, but it's another force buy. Like you said, then gonna end, not just yet, till one team wins 2 rounds in a row. Aggression being dialed up here towards short B, and in fact, through connector as well. But Richard, sort of ready and waiting. That HE grenade could do some damage. No, misses its mark just a little bit, but it gives the information to Fio that, hey, there's somebody here. Somebody's trying to play around this area. And Richard creeping back in might be met with a shocking play from Fio.
Yeah, possibility here, right on the other end of this wall. Richard looking for some aggression here. They need to make a proactive play. At least that's what they're kind of gearing up for. Push through monster is going to come through. Will it be expected here? So much advantage. Holding a passive angle, gets sneaked down, but it's just a Mac 10 to do the damage. He's able to bail out of this situation. Shosta's good for the trade here. We maintain an equilibrium in the 3v3. Now, map control being gained as well. AK held on to from Helio. What's going to be the move that Edinboro go for in this 3v3? They've spread the defense thin. Now they just have to put themselves in a position to win, and Mythic has stuck around towards this B-bomb site.
You get up there?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Never seen that. Either way, Helio, one player with the rifle, he goes for the plant. Fortunately, it's just a 1-for-1. So Shasta with that frag. This really is about Helio. What can he do with the AK-47 on the site? Theo knows there's still somebody there. Commitment from Helio. He's down. He's out. This is tragedy. It's Theo down low, but just the one gun, the Deagle. Shasta. Got to take these shots. Ready with the AWP is Patty Brew, and it's not going to ever happen. Not in a million years. Despite the lack of kit, Temple University take it in 2 rounds consecutive fashion. Now they are well and truly on their way to victory.
They over the hill just yet, though. That's the question. Edinboro, they could maybe go for another buy-in here, considering that only two are alive. They try and keep the economy of Temple honest. They have to make that decision here. So we take a nice little look over at the playground. Lovely stuff there. And we'll see the economy here. It is going to be a half buy-in. It's Deagles, it's Tech 9s, but we've seen damage done with it before. We'll see if it can happen again. B-Rush coming through though.
Oh boy, here it comes. Legendary. This time he doesn't miss. Now the follow-up even better, but he's taken down on the trades.
Ooh.
Oh, fantastic. Little 2 for 2 onto the site, but it's massive damage being done. So a plant, yes, but that's going to be it. Really nice spray down there from Theo to close the round, but I think Edinboro probably going to be happy with that one. They get the plant. They had limited investment, and they also take down the Opper, though it is going to get recovered.
There we are. They are able to muster up 3 rounds in a row now, Temple. That bomb plant, Edinboro, they did their job with that buy-up. They did invest a little bit into the Tech 9s, into the Deagles, but what they gathered was a bomb plant and plenty of utility, and the AWP and shoes to be bringing out in this one. Edinboro need to get on the board here shortly. This would be the great round to do it right now. Got everything they could ask for in this one.
Let me say on the board, it's 4 to 2. It's not like dire straits at this point. Normally, it would feel that way, obviously, if that was just simple thinking all around. But the timing, man, what a great adjustment from Mythic to find that kill. And that's a really hard kill to find, especially if you're not looking in the right direction. But yeah, a little bit of a missed shot allows him to pick up the victory. But Edinboro down one player, but still not really out of things. Look at their utility here, Cole. They've got enough to play with.
Sure do here. Pop Flash is ready for Monster being thrown up from Shasta. See if it blinded up. Not quite. Doesn't blind up Theo. Doesn't go the distance there. And so he'll be able to find that frag, extend the advantage, and that smoke down. Avoids the spam, but not for long. Just as good for the trade there. He tries to get out of that situation, but now the rotate coming through from Edinboro is very quick, very aggressive here. No rotates have been bought. It's still a 2-2 setup, but at the very best case scenario, Edinboro might be able to find these trades. They'll still be able to work around this one. As it's only 2 players on the A-bomb site, both positioned towards long as well.
They're gonna need to come up with something nice here.
I love this setup as well. Look at Temple.
Oh, it's fantastic. The old, I call this the old bait and switch setup, right? Legendary going to peek out here shortly, and presumably going to see the players pushing up, and then fall back. Okay, now Richard, the bait has been set up. Oh, but Shasta with a big win. Richard has the first, good to get the second. Richard does his job there by finding the 2 for 1, but now it's all on to shoes. AWP in hand, but he's got to do it 1v2.
He's got the AWP flash blank coming through, though. Mythic, yep, that'll be caught in the back right there, and Temple will take a 5th round. I loved that setup on Ace so much. I was a little bit worried that his barrel was sticking out. You got to be careful with those A1Ss. They can betray you really quickly. But luckily for him, it did not be the case. Rich was able to find those 2 kills, make good on his teammate and Legendary going down. And it will be a 5th to Temple University. Now, bomb planted and loss bonus stacking up to $3,400 will allow for another buy-in. But here's this nice reaction from Mythic. And honestly, if you're Theo, the question is, do you go for the spam through the wall or do you just go for the boosted up player? It's decision, and unfortunately I believe he chose wrong right there as he was taken down without getting a frag.
It's a tough one for sure. Flash gonna push our Legendary off, doing in fact a little bit of damage on the HE follow-up. It's the first time we're seeing a push towards long, and it's Richard who does just that. It's only a 1-for-1 trade though, and so I don't know that I love that from Temple. Yes, it's a great swap up, and if they get away with it, it's fantastic, but 1-for-1s don't really favor the defense, and well, this not even a 1-for-1. It's just Shasta dispatching Mythic. He was the man who found that fantastic opening duel in the prior, and now he's given away an opening to Edinboro. Problem being that it is Temple answering aggression with aggression. They say, well, we pushed long, we lost. We pushed B, we lost. Well, let's just push B again. Why not?
Yeah, that's exactly it here. Legendary holding down the line here towards Sands. He has a couple different angles he has to watch, but Helio wants to peek it so bad. Jiggle. It's been spotted. Helio's shoulder, just a glimpse for Legendary. He's going to adjust as well. Has to worry about long. Couple different angles now. When will this execute finally rise? Sub spot comes through. The Flashbang starts to follow it up here. Peek comes through. Legendary's good for the first here. Going out towards long. Not peeked out just yet, though. No trades yet to be found. The rotations are coming through. There's another play joined up. Legendary misses a second, and it will be bested here. Patty's now alone on the site. He's in an off angle here towards Truck. Catches one with the knife out. Catches one with the bomb out as well. Deuce Man going for the fight and will win it. 1v2 now for Theo to work off of.
And where is Theo rotating from? Narnia? What the heck? Well, this HE could be good, but unfortunately, the geometry of that truck not going to allow it to happen. And unfortunately, it gives him a false sense of security about the player at the truck. He thinks, well, surely the damage would have been done. He got the info about the tag, and that's a really unfortunate scenario. If you don't know, if you're just tuning in, don't know a ton about Counter-Strike, well, that truck, it's pretty much a well-known factor that if you throw anything in there that it's an HE, just expect it to disappear into the ether.
That's what happened right there. 3 HP, and he's able to survive just because of how Counter-Strike works. Classic CS right there. We got a flashbang set up here. Legendary. It's gonna be okay. Quick trade comes through. I like that aggression a lot more, coupled with the flashbang. We didn't see that last round when Richard was going for it, but right there, it's still another 1-for-1. And like you mentioned, this is going to spread the defense very, very thin right now. You can see that they're kind of gambling for a more B-centric approach right now. 3 players stacked over on this B side. 1 player in the AWP and Patty Brew. It's got a lot to do on that sole position, and I like how they're going for information plays. It's necessary. But all they see is just one little deagle lurking out, and it might be a misinformation coming through from the CT side.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of greediness from Legendary there. He seemed to want to face for a second attempt.
Yeah.
But you get the frag, you fall back. That's what should have happened. And, well, maybe it's not going to matter. Does not have the ideal weaponry, does Theo, but he's still a deadly threat. And he is looking for more. Mythic, though, on the site, he's the one to take the frag. With 3 players here, you talked about the stack. And Shasta, oh my goodness, Shoes, big frag onto Richard, saving Shasta's life, but it's now all onto Shasta 1v3. AK not good enough. And Theo with the frag gets a little bit of extra cash with that SMG, keeping Temple right in this lead.
Yeah, and look at this upgrade right now. Patty Brew obviously started that round off with the AWP, but they're going to get that double op set up, an AK in one of their hands. And here's what you talked about, that flashbang setup. You can just dive on out right then and there, but unfortunately, Trine sticks around for a little too long. Overstays his welcome, and it is a 1-for-1 trade. But at the end of the day, it's still redeemed. Temple University still taking a 6. Edinboro are on an interesting buy here. So high risk, high reward. A couple of deals in play. Certainly not much utility in Helio. We'll see if Edinboro gets the job done with what they have in this round.
You know, I'm normally not the guy who likes these kinds of buys, but I think this is the time for Edinboro to make this sort of move. Oh, wow. Patty, that is so aggressive. He's got 0 fear at all. I don't know what he's on, but I want some of it because that is outrageous. Patty just swinging wide, looking for something, no op in hand. Now he knows there's a player here, and he's realized what he nearly gave away. Oh, a missed shot going to mean a force back as Shoes comes in for some help. And in fact, another missed shot allows Shoes to take that back. Mythic trading, and Mythic going down as well.
Alrighty. Got ourselves into a 3v4 here. Worthy trade there for Shoes, going 1-for-1. And then Shasta close by for the trade onto Patty Brew. Great stuff coming through. And yeah, all those missed shots, I think, kind of got the better of them. If one of those, or rather a couple of those, would have connected, we could have been in a totally different scenario. We could have been in a 5v3 for Temple University, but instead, it's a 3v4 because of the ground that they were able to gain. There was no retreat after those missed shots come through as well. 35 seconds left onto the clock, though, as well. I mean, we're running out of time here very quick. Edinboro forced to make a decision, and they're split 2-2. It's an excellent fake on the A side of things. They got the smokes, and this one, I mean, it should be locked in just by that one alone.
Look, yeah, I mean, you said a fantastic fake. Let me just confirm a little bit more, because there's 0 players here on the B site. Every single player for Temple ran towards A, and they were moving quickly. As now Shasta pretty much dislodging the only attempt at a retake. It's now a 2v4, and with Temple just now finding their last player to rotate in, surely this will eventually be a save.
Yeah, I think My legendary's gonna hang around here. You gotta be careful though. You can see that they are gonna spot him out shortly. It's so bold. He's holding an angle that's exposed to so many players. If only Edinboro knew. But obviously, they don't want to be making any mistakes in a high advantage situation, so they're not going to go for the peaks. Edinboro taking themselves a fourth round right there in Temple University, giving up a huge economic advantage that they were able to build up off of a couple of nice rounds strung together. Now it could be a save coming through. I imagine they're going to force up off of this weapon save, but see if that's the case here.
Yeah, I would think so. That feels like the right decision, especially how gritty this game has been with regards to the economy. We've never seen either of these teams give it up when
Right.
they're they just barely don't have enough. It's always the force buy. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm getting like old school G2 envious type vibes. You know what I'm saying? They're always going for the force and a fast and aggressive swing here towards long. This time it's Patty Brew with the help of Richard, and it's a 1-for-1 though. Only once again looking for more is Richard, and he
Ooh.
has it. This is the time. This is the time to fall back here, Cole.
And he did it. Look at that. He's bailing out of the situation. He took that advantage into his hands. I don't even know if he realized he beat down shoes as well. But put themselves in a great position now, did Temple. And now they're going to fall off and towards a more passive setup. They've got the man advantage. Now they're comfortable with playing off of it here. And it's going to be up to Theo in this off angle. Flashbang's going to be ready, and we'll see if it blinds him up this time. Easy does it, and but it's forced to look away. Shasta is going to find the opener. Now there is an off in heaven that they have to worry about. A smoke from mid sight will force him to pull off the push thing. Oh my god,
my
he's
gosh.
so bold.
Just has zero fear, and I guess it doesn't matter because he's not slowing down. Now, finally, with the swing for multiple angles, he does. But oh my gosh,
Alrighty,
by the seat of his pants, this man flies.
good lord. I mean, that is so bold. I mean, both from iLegendary to dive on out through heaven right there with the 880p, not an easy angle to work with. But Shasta, I thought that smoke from mid sight was going to lead towards a crawl up towards that pillar. Maybe
Right.
watch towards Cap, but no, he just goes straight to water, straight to pit. And I think that it kind of came at the price of his teammates as well, getting taken down after that bomb plant comes through. And Temple University taking a 7th. You mentioned this gritty game, and we get to see more of it, the back and forth.
Yeah, well, and speaking of grittiness, unfortunately, Helio down at a big fat goose egg at the moment. Not quite on the board in that frag department. I don't want to say that's a reason the Edinboro are down currently because it is a close game, but you definitely would like a player
there we
like
are.
Helio to get involved as quickly as possible. And yeah, indeed, there we go. I talk about him, and he comes in clutch. Big frag there for Helio, and it's an opening foul for Edinboro.
Gotta feel good, especially just getting that kill through the wall as well. Finding a freebie, that's nice stuff coming through on the T side. Now continuing to try and work their way in towards, hey, I love this angle. Maybe you can get on top of those little grates there. I mean, this is an interesting one from Mythic, a hard angle, a jump spot coming through. I think that's for short. This is, I mean,
How have I
certainly
never seen
that.
this?
I don't know. Why are people not using this? I guess you get smoked off
I mean,
quite a bit in this position.
It's pretty exposed.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for him. Jumping down. Oh, okay. Didn't work out the best.
I guess we know why now. No, I kid, of course, but also it is a pretty exposed angle. I guess I
Yes.
can understand why it's not going to be utilized all that often. But either way, retake incoming. It's 4v2. AWP Very Legendary. And, well, he's already maybe looking to save, whilst Richard has poked his nose into places it does not belong.
Alrighty. I mean, he's hanging about here. He's looking for a kill on the exit. There's no way that without his teammate he can get anything done here. Footsteps have been heard now towards water, and they're going to here shortly. Oh, drop your weapon. What on earth is that, Richard? Oh, no. It looks like that legendary's been baited into this retake. He's going to go down looking for a second.
No
Oh, yes. He
way.
takes down 2 before he's forced to retreat right now. He does have someone on hot on his tail, but I think he'll be able to dive on out in time here. He's going to have a player towards Sands. Just barely slips the gap before he gets found out. So his retreat towards long might be successful. Bomb's now going to explode. He's got to find his way around the corner. Oh, my God. Just barely alive.
I mean,
Look at the spam here.
talk about squeaky
Spot
bum
comes
time.
through. Oh, they're going for a boost. That's lovely.
Yeah, that was like threading the needle too. Right on point, that shot. So, well, Helio on the board. Edinboro up another round. as we are looking at 7-5, the score line. And this is definitely still a decent look for Edinboro right now. They've pushed down onto just an eco. Oh, well, not one plot frag going the right direction. Juice Man with a couple of key kills, and Legendary had the soul op, and he's down as well. So things really not looking up here for Temple on their eco. They lost it all, and it's only Richard who has recovered an AK left alive.
Nice find right there. Take that one after that last round where he got robbed of his weapon towards the tail end there. I think he just
robbed. He gave it away.
He did donate it. I will say it was more of a donation. That's very true. I'm being generous with the giving up with the weapon here. We'll see if he does it again. I mean, he's going for exits. He's just been jump spotted as well. He just spotted him here. He's gonna hold a passive angle. Walk, no armor. No, I mean, he had the right. Yeah, I mean that's just an overcommitment. You're not gonna win that one too often, especially with the position now given up. I think in these situations, play a little more safe, a little more passive. But either way, Edinboro making a little comeback here in the half.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They were never like down bad, but they've always consistently been down by a bit. And finally now they're clawing that back little by little. And well, you can see what the additional investment last round has done. A very low buy here for Temple, and they're getting aggressive off the back of it. Another push, and it's Mythic forward with Theo watching over on the Overwatch. Oh, Mythic.
Ooh.
This is all about timing, and his timing is perfect. No one else here. They cleared all of these angles out, and Edinboro, they don't know it yet, but this push is a dead giveaway.
Working their way up catwalk here. Legendary's posted up in pit. They got a nice crossfire for this to execute. There's no pressure for Monster. Legendary, the first contact here. Position given up. Now he's committing to this fight here. Now he's drawn away his attention. All he has to do is hide. They're closing the gap here, but Patty Brew's been cleared and executed as well. Legendary needs to make a move on him. All of his teammates have fallen around him. It's just Richard in a blink of an eye right now. Tied scoreline 7-7 is looking likely. Flashbang as you might. Nothing's going to work out here. You can't even make your way through the door. They're already just playing the post plants.
Is that still the Stewie flash? I don't know. I don't know if I can say that anymore. But
it's a good one. I mean, I've been experimenting with those flashes, and I feel like it just doesn't get the full distance because obviously it's a good one if you're trying to push in towards catwalk, but you need more momentum. It needs to go a little bit deeper because you have those close right angles where players can be crouched, and when you're trying to sneak away the connector, there's so many things that you have to worry about. So
you really need an extra player, if we're being honest.
Yes, it's almost a 1-for-1 trade that is required from that position.
Well, trading rounds, not what has happened for the last couple. Edinboro have grabbed quite a few in a row. 7 all. We're finally tied up. Position we have not seen since the 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. Nice little spam does Theo down bad. And this opens things up for a Theo push. There's some tags, but not much more.
See, we were talking about emojis before the broadcast right there. I feel like you're getting the hang of some of the lingo there. You're hitting the down bads a couple of times.
There we go.
Know? You're getting there.
You know, I'm learning. I'm getting with the getting with the kids.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Yes. Very much so. And we got 5 deagles being brought out here. We got ourselves 2 players on towards the A bomb site here, and got ourselves no rotates coming through. A lot of information, but it might be too little, too late. They've only got 2 deagles really to mount this defense, and it's going to be very difficult to do.
I mean, it's really tough. A fantastic push here. This execution solid. Good for Richard to find one, and Legendary caught out on that truck side push. Close here from Patty. He's getting spotted, and well, not quite out fragged yet, but it's simply a matter of time. And Edinboro, what a fantastic comeback. I mean, 4 rounds there at the end of the half. Really good stuff against what was a Temple team that just had the better of them for the majority of that half.
I feel like you should be happy with that for sure, considering the fact that it was a bit slow to start there for Edinboro. So, I mean, taking that into an 8-7 half, winning your T side of overpass, you know, and this map's become more and more balanced over the time. So I won't say that it's that crazy of a scoreline and it's unwinnable here for Temple on their T side, but you certainly regathered some momentum that was lost in the early stages of that half. And now we're looking forward to a connector side rush here. And we got some players to meet it, but they do fall off in time here. Sticking around is Shasta. We'll see if he's able to retreat, though.
Man, look at that. Temple a little bit like, you know, questioning. Like, do we want to actually like push that and anything like that? But here we go. On the beat. Shots a little bit wide there from Deuce Man, but Helio still on the site. He's taking shots of his own. I got one, looking for more, but unable to reposition effectively. Temple with now a man advantage on the site. Retake gun come in. There's no kit.
A nice push around the win right here. Temple going to take it as well. T-side pistol going their way here. Now, a lot of these rounds have been back and forth. The force buys have been working more often than what we usually are used to. And we're going to see more of that. Shoes already has bought himself up an MP9 head armor to work off of. Actually, surprising amount of money on his back pocket. And the rest of them buying up some deagles here as well. So full investment here from Edinboro. Helio, the only one maybe looking to get an AWP. And I understand that. Overpass, one of the most effective op maps, especially on that CT side where you can work around towards A. One of the more effective positions to play it on. And so let's see if he gets that in round number 3 if this doesn't go their way.
And I like this coordination from Edinboro on the show or spy, whatever you want to call it. No is a player down here. Shasta, that does some damage to them. The player already up in the round. Edinboro are okay to play this a little bit more passively. That said, obviously Shasta and Gooseman are incredibly low and really just a shot or two away from death. Theo, he has no idea, but a spam or two would give him the frag. And oh, Gooseman, he had 10 HP, now he has 3, but he certainly picked up the frag.
That's so fast. Legendary now scaling up towards the site. Nade lands onto Fia, but he's still good for 1. Evening things out. Actually, they're keeping that man advantage here. Gooseman's only 1 bullet away from death. So we'll see if it comes his way. Hopping at Helio. He's inside the smoke. It's just damage, though. That pistol wasn't enough to get the job done here. And so Mythic and Richard into the 2v2 versus Shoes and Gooseman. Gooseman on low HP as well. They're going to start smoking towards truck. Mythic's hold his position towards site. This is risky as well. He's going to try and work around it, but he's good for the first. Turning around, not quite for the second. Now Richard, all he has to do is play the bomb. 10-second defuse for Shoes. He's off of it. Now he knows Richard's going to fall off the line here. Waited out. Flashman goes in, lines himself up, but he doesn't need a peek until this bomb's been tapped. And at this point, Shoes just needs to make a break for it here. Try and drop the start, and that's what he's going to do. To it, in fact. Takes him down. Gets the AK as his reward as well. There you go.
I mean, hey, props for winning that duel. I mean, that's a really hard duel to win. At that angle, at that, I mean, I guess with that speed, run and gun works pretty wonderfully, doesn't it? But in general, a tough one to win. But Temple, they do take it. It is a really solid eco round, though. I mean, Edinboro, they took all 5 frats. And you can see that Temple are sort of forced to full buy into this one. A round that they should be playing for a bonus, essentially. They should be farming cash. They only have 1 SMG, and that's all they have.
It might not be for long, although Richard's going to be able to drop it there.
Whoa!
There's going to be a drop in the high legendary on the other side of the map. He's able to pick himself up kill on Fio. Now into a 3v5, a reboost. It kind of, oh, they just made noise, though. Spam's not going to come. Last 2 players on B, and now they're going to counter boost. Oh, they spotted out 1. No way you're going to pick up the AK. Surely not. Spam through the wall there. Distraction game complete. 4 HP from the HE onto Shasta, and the Molotov to finish the job right there. Lovely stuff coming through from the boys over at Temple University.
I mean, look how low so many people are. I mean, Deuceman, I mean, I don't know if I like this call. I kind of feel like you should go for it and just do as much economic damage as you can. Because, and hear me out, you killed 5 players last round. If you just killed 3 or 4, I mean, the money is just in the bin for Temple into the next one. But instead, they're going to keep 5 alive, and they're going to be living life.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a tough decision. 1v5. He does have a kit, but he also doesn't have any armor. So peeking out into a position where everyone knows exactly where they are, it's a risk that decided it wasn't worth going for. So, I mean, at the very least, you'll be able to take an AK into this next one. Helio can get his AWP, so there'll be pulling out all of the stops here for the CT side for their first gun round, but still have to convert. Here's the boost that went all wrong. Nice flashbang setup. It was a little bit late, but it gets the job done, as you can see, even despite that. Luckily, Shoes doesn't hit that initial headshot, and so that's kind of the game changer right there in terms of opening things up right. So we're getting a little tech pause in play here as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Shoes probably should have committed to that spray. But you're already dead there. You might as well just try to go for it and hit the shot at a random heady. But oh well. As we are in a little bit of tech pause, like you said, we will just wait that one out, get everything ready to go. As you can see us once again, just hanging out, having a good time. This is first best of 3, by the way. We're on map number 1, and I mean Edinboro. They've made a comeback, yes, in their first half, but right now it's been all Temple all the time here in half number 2 on their T side. It's really been solid, though. That said, Edinboro, they put on a hell of a fight there in the second round, or in the second round of the half with their force buy. They killed all 5 players. So coming into this one, first gun round, what are you expecting from them, Cole? What do you want to see from Edinboro to turn the tides here as we get it underway?
So the big thing is we're going to have all the stops double up being brought out here. They've got an AK in their hand. They've just got to make sure that they can convert this. You don't get in much of a better situation than what you're working with right now in terms of utility and in terms of weaponry, firepower as well. They've got everything they could ask for here. So looking to convert, especially with the fact that Theo's still sticking to that Mac 10. A little bit of a bonus coming through from Temple University. Put them in a good situation. But I'm looking Temple do something to catch them off guard here as well. I want to see them go for maybe a boost like we saw Edinboro do, and I think they're lining up for it right now. It looks like it's heading that way with the Mac 10 Theo.
A lot of utility being thrown there by Temple with, I mean, not a lot of usefulness, to be honest. Like, obviously, all Edinboro have to do is move from the position and then go back there. They haven't really cleared anything, and they've waited so long that all that util has essentially been useless, not really had an effect. And well, here we are now with 50 seconds on the clock, and the push has to come in regardless. Attempted duels going down, AWP getting tagged or tagging Mythic, and there we are. High legendary off the jump peak. Shoes falls.
They got the A-side smokes lined up as well. Shots is close by on the rotate here. It draws out his attention there, and it's just good trading, good spacing coming through from Temple University to immediately cause a save from the remainder of Deuceman and Theo. So early leads once again for Temple University. We saw a very similar case as well in that early stage in the first half, where in the early rounds it was Temple University able to gather some very comforting leads. And the question is, will Edinboro, especially on their CT side, dig themselves up too deep of a hole to climb out of, or will they be able to muster up something on their CT side before Temple University get to that 16 mark?
Well, and you know, the pivotal part of that round is Shoes having such a poor lackluster rotation in towards the site, right? He could have played it a bit more passively, gone around for Optimus and such, but no, he's caught out.
Oh no!
Caught out.
Oh my!
Both of these Edinboro players caught out at the end of the round. Truly devastating stuff. As with Deuceman and Fio fall, they needed to save those guns. It would have been a pretty reasonable buy if they had saved those guns. Now, no chance at a purchase.
Yeah, especially with Deuceman having quite a bit in his reserves. That could have been another force by another gun round coming through, and now instead you're on the pistols. Armor to work off of at the moment. Nades being caught back and forth here. It's good damage early on onto Mythic, but it's early map control. Pushing through that smoke, Richard's fearing nothing as he looks for more ground. He's taking full bathrooms. I mean, it's a lot of map control here in the early stages, but still, it's very risky. A gun drop could be a disaster here for Temple.
Very true. You know, one small little mistake can give a big opportunity away to Edinboro. Is I guess the point being made. And there we go. This is his mark, though. So an opportunity, this time not taken. Bio, though, he takes his opportunity and looks for more. He hits the shot as well. Second time is good. Turning. Oh, nearly taking that frag. Would have been nasty. This is technically winnable. 2v3. And despite the fact that it's just two deagles, there is a defuse kit in. And low HP.
What?
And that's not going to matter. Through the boxes. Oh, man. Richard coming in for help. But that got terrifying goal.
Yeah, the TK towards the tail, and now Legendary takes his teammate out right there. You see the nice shots in chat. It was Fio, though, hitting the nice shots there. I mean, my God, look at this one. This is a TK right on the Fatty Brew. It was a worthy cause, though. Legendary redeems himself with that second. And all the while, we did have Richard really locking that one in to find the last frag and bail them out of that situation. He was already pushed through bank. So in reality, despite the chaos, it was a matter of time before the University closed. And a nice attempt right there from Fio, trying to keep their team alive in this one. He misses it just barely.
Temple in position to put themselves into winning straights here if they pick this one up. Edinboro in a sort of must-win situation. This time it's only Fio with the AWP, by the way. We saw the double lock come out before. It didn't really have a chance to work. Well, Fio only saving this, so it's been not great on the op angle this game. But hey, what a nice double peek. Legendary ends up hitting the shot anyway, but now it's Shasta. Oh, that's not gonna hold. That Molly, it's a little bit too deep, but thankfully Shasta looks the right direction. And it does equalize things. Edinboro, not down, not out yet, but this carnage once at this A site. Might be carnage again. But the rotations from Temple are coming in.
They need to rotate back towards B. That's a necessity. As you can see in the mini-map, they're going down towards connector. Legendary takes a bit of flack, but that op being positioned here towards long still might commit a couple more players, but surprisingly enough, it's going to be Edinboro rotating back in time towards B to meet this defense here. Richard's going to be first to cat in through connector. Smoke to allow himself to get on towards site. Great damage on a mythic. Spams even better. Huge man. Good for the first. There's a gap in the smoke. The transfer doesn't come through, so the pistol comes out, but Richard's good for the trade. Now, Legendary, there's just no time. 4 seconds left onto the clock. He tries to might. Forced to save the AWP. Not the end of the world there, as he is able to hold on to that. But Temple University, that A-side hesitation, it gets the better of them. The fact that the rotations all arrived and then they're forced to kind of chaotically commit to that B side is a real undoing in that round.
Yeah, they took so long, you know, to make that happen. You're right. They were so hesitant. They were unsure. It was a bit of a weird one, especially because Temple have tended to be very much on the ball with their calls, right? Like they're decisive. They have yet to bend that hesitant look. And okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. Richard, he just makes a decision, and he goes for it, and he finds the headshot through the wall to take out the opposing player. It's another advantage, but he eats a grenade. That is straight to the teeth.
Nice stuff. A nice recovery right there to put it into a 4v4. Site's been pressured. Trades are coming through from the T side. Very good now. Eventually, it will be Mythic trying to bail their way out of the situation, but Gooseman in the toxic barrel position is able to close things out with the last 2 kills. Thinking about going for that AWP, decides against it. Now, money, it's still in a good spot here. A little bit. Temple University, maybe Richard could drop you a couple of weapons here. Legendary could do the same. At least he could drop 1 rifle down. Okay, so they're just going to commit to Richard buying this AK, and the rest of them holding on to just a little bit of weaponry, considering they can even out their economy here. So not the end of the world, but definitely interesting decision. They can get some good work done with this buy.
Yeah, and you know, it's some Eagles too, so it's not as if everyone doesn't have anything to work with. First shot ringing out, Fio missing its mark. It's pushing through towards A is interesting. Temple kind of had some mixed success at the site thus far. Nice flashbang. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter because Richard has help in the form of an AK. And Monster to stay alive as well. And oh no, this is all falling apart, Cole.
Certainly is. Richard's already scaled his way towards site. There's one towards truck, but the numbers are going to overwhelm here shortly. Snooze off of the flashbang is going to try and look for some information.
Ooh.
He'll be taken care of with a nice Eagle headshot. Now Helio, he's flashed off at the angle, and I love what I'm seeing right now. Even in the 4v2, they're still flashing these positions off, and Theo is going to find himself another Deeg headshot. 2 is good for the round. They will finish him off, though. Now it's a 1v3 here for Helio. He's found the first piece of the puzzle. He's got to find 3 more. He's looking for the transfer, trying to isolate. He pulls Richard around the corner, and he's going to take 13 away from Edinboro right there.
That's just, oh man. You know, I'm never the biggest fan of the hero rifle, right? This is how you do it. You just you use that rifle to get another rifle, and then follow it up for another rifle. And in this case, Theo, I mean, just hitting shots, man. And Richard closing out the round. Truly a fantastic look for Edinboro, or rather for Temple. My apologies. Edinboro really giving it away. And now, you know, I have to ask the question, is this even winnable for Edinboro? They've got a save right here. They're going to do some damage. Okay, making a lot of damage. These guys, just give them pistols. They don't need guns.
Heading in towards the A bomb site. That little hesitation, though, as they try and recover that round. Richard and iLegendary, they started to push in through that mental position to try and find some sort of reaction right there, but it could have cost them. Luckily, they make their way in towards the site in time, but they haven't really grouped up in these good post plants. They're still one in through connector on the flank here shortly. Richard's got to turn around, or else Shoes will be able to best him here. He's going to have a great flank coming through. Lines up one, lines up a double, and it will be an eco. You talked about, are they good enough to come back into this game? That one right there could prove to be so.
Yeah, and I mean, when I'm asking that question, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, this is a guaranteed round for Temple. There's like, you know, 3 default guns in the hands of Edinboro and a couple of upgraded pistols. But they somehow, some way pull off the impossible, make it work, pick up 2 AK-47s as well, and have plenty of cash for a double AWP setup as in addition to that. So Edinboro, they go from one round feeling as if they should be pretty much out of it to the next being on top of the world.
We're going to see no go for the aggressive op angle here. No one's going to be met with it as they're all heading in towards long. Got ourselves into a good position now. I mean, this is in the driver's seat all of a sudden after losing a couple rounds in a row. This one going to be a huge turnaround point. A chance for Edinboro to claw back into this game. This is their map pick, mind you, so imagine that they should be able to take this one. At least that should put them in a much better position here. Oh, but Richard nails the headshot on the entry. And as you can see, it causes chaos here. Fio, he's got the op, he's got rotations, but is it going to be too late? He's got to commit to this angle, and there's people closing in. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Going to be taken care of.
HE forces a couple players back, but follow-up not going to be good enough. One player sitting at Optimus. Who's with the crack? Doucheman! It's a fantastic double kill, making life miserable for these players. Pushing in, it's all on to Richard. 1 versus 3. Doucheman the first to fall, but oh, Richard, low HP and a dream. As well, Helio puts the nail in the coffin, and Richard falls. But man, another close one. I swear. And Richard just plays that angle up top of long and DMs. He just sits up there the whole time. He just spawns there.
He's so good at it.
Like, he just, every time he's there, he wins. He wins every gunfight when he's up there.
I mean, I believe it. Also, I've just never seen an overpass DM, so that's another thing that makes it even more impressive. Maybe he just does it every round. Maybe it's his comfort position. Now, angle held, but it's 2 leg shots. It's not quite the frag. Mythic is going to close the distance with the Mac 10, and Deuceman's found himself alone, but he's been able to do big things in the past here. Even in the last round, he's going to hold it down for 1 kill and some more damage. Keeping that A here, keep rotating through. Reaction shot doesn't come through in time, and it's going to be Patty Brew able to find the clock kill on the Deuceman to shut him down. Now 2 low HP bars still for this T side. 1 burns down to the molly. They know exactly where the other is. Patty Brew only has a clock in his hand, forced to make things happen, and he can't get it done. AWP now for Mythic and Richard on the rifle are going to be the last 2 remaining.
Oh, that's a bit A weird one. Both smoking the bomb. Man advantage, but an HE on the site. Nicely placed, and oh, nice frag there by Shoes. And Helio says, I'll do you one better, but without an AWP. And well, speaking of no AWP, Helio does now have an AWP as he recovered it from the player. That is a tied game. Here we are. It's like deja vu. We're going back in time. 13 all.
It's very reminiscent to what we saw in that first half.
Yeah.
Certainly a late resurgence here for Edinboro, all off the back of some very strong holds, off that back of that ego. I mean, we could have seen this game be over by now, but some small mistakes are getting the better of them. I was still comfortable with going for these aggressive maneuvers towards Fountain, getting a lot of information, but still yet to connect onto those shots. So 5v5 maintained here early on and eventually forced to fall off and towards a more passive line, but holds his position towards Divider. Oh, just a little too late though. Unbelievable bit of timing there for on Legendary to find the opener.
Bio's got to be, he's just got to be punching his monitor or some such. He's got to be concentrating. Gossing out on the site, looking for it. Only got one though. Shoot, Optimus. He's standing strong. Nade missing its mark. Doing as little damage as possible. That's hard for him, but he's still alive and kicking. Didn't play around the smoke if he's so pleased. There's a player on the other side, and his name's Mythic. He's legendary for those shots, and he's Mythic. Helio now around, sprays, and misses. It's all Shoes all the time. And oh no, Mythic is so close. He's not going to be aware. And he goes down. Shoes out, Temple up. 14-13.
Huge round right there from Temple. Finally, they're able to close the distance after a lot of rounds like these coming down to the wire. And yeah, you can just see the unfortunate bit of timing there for Fio. Super
disgusting.
frustrating.
That's just disgusting.
You do. Tough times here for Temple University, but luckily for them, Helio's left his weapon in spawn. I would have to imagine that's the case there. He's still rocking the USB. Maybe not, though. Maybe he's just looking to be the bait here situation. Maybe pick it up. Still, it's not working their way. I mean, a 1-for-1 trade right there, and Helios yet to get a weapon. Maybe he can find one. He's going for hunting it down. He's got to be guarded for his teammates right there. So at the end of the day, I guess there might be a weapon in CT spawn, but we'll see shortly as the A side is rushing. Coming through, Richard's going to fall to Shasta. And not a trade yet to be found here on the A bomb site. Shasta's holding things down here. Back up dice. Gets overwhelmed with one more on the site. They'll rotate that arrived. It's awkward sprays. Patty Brew. And the trades go back and forth into a 1v1. Legendary. Last alive on the T side here. Snooze. Once again, the last alive for the CTs as well.
Oh boy. I kind of like that Legendary's getting aggressive here, but at the same time, so dangerous. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know how you feel, Cole, but for me, it's okay to get a little aggressive, but once you get that far gone, you're taking risks that are unnecessary.
Yes, that's exactly it right there. I mean, the decision to plant towards A when you have no information on the last player alive, I mean, it's a tough decision. You could be getting flanked from connector. You don't know if he's in bank and maze, anywhere in those positions, so you have to make a decision. And unfortunately for him, he just chose it wrong by going a little too deep in towards that bank position and gets caught with his back turned. And now into a 5v5 here. Edinboro University are in a really good win position if they close this one out.
You're right about the win position, but look at the money they had this round. I mean, you could barely call this a better purchase than what Temple have. I mean, that AK kind of gives a bit of an advantage in general, but here we are.
In Richard's hands.
Yeah, for real. I mean, Richard, he's got 33 frags on the game at the moment. We're still in the 30, and Bio did a fantastic job to get one.
Now the A side rotations, they have arrived there. Snooze is good for the first there. Shoes, rather. He's going to go for some more. Can't find it just yet. No one's around the corner. Richard, he's going to be inbound, but he gets taken down. Shoes is going to find himself another. More is on the way. Collateral from Legendary. Make it 2 deep shots to equalize, but there you go. A quick trade comes through from Helio. And now into a 1v2. Patty Brew. Get it all done. He's been tapped here. The spam from Helio to scare him off the line even more. Chip him down a notch. As finally he will get that plant to secure some extra economy. It's good damage. Fire rate back through the wall. 1 HP on the shots. Can he hit the shots, though? He's missed it. He's forced to reload. Helio's going to catch him on the exit. And it's match point secured here for Edinboro. Match point, that is. As they're looking to head into the second one on their strong foot.
Yeah, but it's close. It's not. I mean, listen, especially with this plant,
Yes.
it's not over yet. I mean, yes, they have map point. Yes, they're one away from victory, but you have to close it out. And well, closing things out certainly has not been the strongest of suits. And our amazing observer just showing us their indeed lost bonus at 2,900 plus the fact that they got the bomb plant. That means it's going to be a fantastic $3,700 for them on every single player for Temple, and you can see what that nets them. Plenty of AKs across the board. You got all the utility you could ask for, and this is going to be the round to watch.
He is here. 30th. Inbound towards a B-rush is going to be Temple. They're looking for the distance, and it's going to be Gooseman and Helio to open things up. This B-rush is getting smacked down. Look at the HP bars. It's so limited. Gooseman still in a great position towards barrels, and they don't know yet. He's got to swing off the back of it. Theo's good for the trade into a 2v3, but those smokes start to fade. And Theo goes for trade here. He's behind the pillar. Theo's good spam down the range. Patty Brew's going to peek out, but it's all on a Theo. 23 HP to his name. Good for the first. Helio right around the corner on 1v1, and the headshot does not come through. It's going to be the closer, and Edinboro take the map pick away.
And Helio, the man who started out 0-10 with a big triple to close out the victory for Edinboro on their map pick. It's 16-14. Oh man, about as close as you could like, really. That's I said it before, during the map, but it's what I like to call squeaky bum time. It's just way too close for comfort. You hate to see it on your map pick, but a sigh of relief coming through from Edinboro, I would imagine.
I mean, that's the. I heard you mention that. I tried to ignore it there, but I'm not sure what that means. I'm not up to date with all the lingo. I'll figure it out maybe in the green room there. But yeah, great game coming through from Edinboro. The fact that they're able to close that out with the slow starts they got in both halves, just proving that they're not out of the game until that last 30th is played out, is super impressive. And so they'll close out their own map pick, and now heading into Dust 2, we'll see if they can try and get that 2-0 that they almost require.
Yeah, it feels like, especially with how close this one was, if we see a very dominant map from the opposition, from Temple in the next one, I mean, I'm definitely scared for Edinboro, but we're gonna let them take a moment, think about, okay, what do we do? How can we adjust? What went wrong? What went right? And then come back for map number 2. But for now, we're gonna be going to a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
And we are back here. We have Edinboro University taking the map lead right now. We just saw Overpass now heading into Dust 2. I'm still Exner, and that's still Zach next to me here. We are looking forward to a really impressive and fun Dust 2. I think this one should be just as competitive as Overpass here. As we see a little look at highlights here, starting things off, we saw a lot of really cool stuff coming out from these two teams. Some boost coming through, a lot of aggressive maneuvers, and I will say credit to Edinboro. They just showed that they were never out of this game, no matter what the scoreline was looking like, no matter how stark things started to become. They were always able to fight back and keep their head in the game there, which was super impressive for me to watch.
Yeah, good mentality. Certainly was something to note from Edinboro. She was finally taking that, by the way. I feel like so many times that I don't know, it was Theo or someone else just finding a ridiculous frag with a deagle on top of Optimus. But um, you know, one point I want to mention is that I don't know how, but somehow Temple would with Richard had like 35 kills somewhere close to that at the end of there, and they lost. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you have to then ask the question, okay, so what happens when Richard isn't dropping 35 kills? Because, well, as much respect as I've got for that guy, I just don't think that's going to happen every map. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong, man. Someone who's dropping 35 a map, that's fantastic. But
Mm.
if that's not going to happen here, Temple might be in trouble. On the flip side of that, though, Edinboro, we don't know what their Dust 2 looks like. We know they played it a little bit, but Temple did take the pick. So we're in for a bit of a surprise, no matter how you slice things. I think, especially since Temple now up against it here, with the 1-0 lead of Edinboro.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly worrying that that 35 bomb was not even enough to close out the map right there. I mean, that one is certainly a worrying factor right there because the consistency, like you mentioned, how much can you really rely on one player to get you across the line? Now, there was a lot of unified efforts coming through. I don't want to just fully give it out to uh, Richard as that sole carry for Temple, but what he was doing was opening up a lot of the rounds. He was having a lot of entry success, and so relying on that on Dust 2, certainly a map that you can really work around one player with. It's a super aim heavy map. You can set people up for plays really easy on that T side. So maybe that's something to look forward to here further for Temple. And obviously, if they win Dust 2, I think that Inferno Decider could really work in their favor, considering that while Edinburgh's still comfortable on it, they don't have the best record so far in the ESEA Open season. So some things to be of concern here, despite their map victory on Overpass.
Yeah, definitely, to be sure. But the other thing that is it was maybe a little bit nebulous there for the Edinburgh side is the eco rounds. I mean, let's talk about those. We had a ridiculous amount of eco wins for
Mm.
both teams actually, and a bit of a lack of anti-eco victories as well. That obviously you get some eco wins, a lot of those on anti-ecos. You see how
Yeah.
that goes. It's maybe a little circular, but you get the point. What what is it that was going wrong for you in those eco rounds or for the anti-eco rounds? Those losing those rounds. What needs to change? Was it just a matter of trading more effectively, or what?
It was definitely trading as a part of it, but the real issue that I saw with both teams losing their ecos, or rather anti-ecos, was that once we saw all five members, the biggest thing is to just fall off, just to give it up. You don't have to be the hero to
Back
spray
up.
them all down. You don't need to be the one to get, recover the round. You can fall off into a 4v4 versus pistols, giving up one weapon and ease into a post plant on the opposite side of the map. And we saw that both teams really struggled with that fact. They were pressing the issue. We were going into 3v4s with stacks that were working out with USPs. So there's that was the biggest issue for both rosters. I think once they can clean that up, and I know that if they're watching back these demos, that they'll be able to do so. But right there, that's something to look out for in Dust 2. And in this little break, something to talk over as well.
Yeah, it only takes one guy, on the team saying, "Hey, hold on, guys, let's just fall back." We don't need to
Mhm.
commit that. And it's a mental mistake, not so much a physical one, because it's really a matter of you just kind of into the moment and you're not thinking and you go for the peak.
Yeah.
As soon as you die, you're like,
I know.
yeah,
You know it
yeah,
immediately.
exactly. And so that definitely is a situation as
Chat there.
I saw it. I'm not gonna discuss.
Oh,
It's okay,
man.
Mythic. We've all been there. We've all been there.
Oh, how to pick up.
Some
Hey,
of us just
sometimes
more
it can be
often
kind
than
of.
others.
It can be handy, you know.
No, I can't. No, you're not gonna. There's no way you can convince
Hey,
me that
here's the
after
thing.
2,000 hours I'm wrong on this.
Oh, here's the thing. I'm looking forward to some more Ito's map messages coming through. I haven't seen them just yet, but I'm expecting them throughout the series there.
Yeah.
There we are.
Oh, nice.
There we are.
That's awesome. Love it. Love Ito. And, well, I'm loving this as well. We got Temple on the CT side. Starting out, and Edinboro on the T's. Interesting start. You favor the T's just slightly here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I should. I mean, look at the amount of utility they have. They clearly have a set in stone game plan at the moment. A catwalk here. Edinboro dodges out on the flashbang. That's just beautiful stuff right there. Able to play that anti-flash position, and now the continued aggression towards A could be met with 3 players ready on this A bomb site. Terrifying prospect here, and a good readjustment Edinboro need to make.
I also love that Patty Brew isn't committing any more than he needs to there. He takes the one shot, falls back immediately. No greedy attempt for another. No, double swing and nothing like that. He's just like, okay, I've done what I need to do, and now I'm gone.
Execute here. Legendary first at bat and first to be taken down. So 4v4 maintained here. Richard gonna be overwhelmed on site. So is good for the 2 openers. And a B-side retakes in the cards at the moment with no kit in sight. That's gonna be a huge issue here as the 10-second defuse and hitting out these smokes as well is something that you have to worry about.
Yeah, the lack of kit certainly a problem. And I love how passive we're seeing these players play for Edinboro. They aren't giving up anything at all. Finally, Mythic taking a fight as he swings forward. Theo with the nice frag. It's Deuceman to return fire, but Helio on site and Deuceman to close things out. But the big key for me, Cole, fantastic from Helio. He gets 2 flash assists there. Fantastic. They just on the money. Both players on the entry blind as a bat. They can't see a darn thing.
Yeah, really good flashbang setup. I also want to talk a little bit about what that pistol round was right there for Edinboro. I don't know if it was really caught right there, but you saw that hinge smoke come through towards middle, fake out towards catwalk before that hinge smoke. And then to top it all off, we had Gooseman jumping on the Xbox to force some sound cues to really try and bait out some attention to be drawn out towards B. I mean, or rather towards A. I haven't seen that setup before, but I absolutely love it coming through from this university.
I don't think I caught all of that, but you're right. That is really a very well thought out pistol. You don't see that. Sick. You really don't see that. You see 1-2 smoke, one flash, that kind of deal, but nothing that complex.
Oh my god, how does he even get away with that there? USB long range, able to take the head off of Shasta. I mean, there's nothing that Shasta did wrong. Maybe a little overcommitment versus USB, but like, come on now.
I mean,
it's nailed to the wall.
He's so far away. I don't even know if you call it an overcommit. He's like, I got a Galil. Right. I should be fine.
He's like
even if they dink me.
Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, he spots out the remaining 2 players out towards long.
Patty, don't.
Patty Brew.
Don't do it.
See it?
No!
Oh my god, this deep. He was a Zeus. What on earth is that? It's an expensive round coming through here. Richard, he's found himself 3 kills. He's happy to hold on to this Galil and a chase down from Deuceman. Shadow advantage. What on earth is happening? How does Deuceman live? Oh, the LOL in chat. That's exactly right here. I mean, out loud is what we're doing.
I got so many questions, and I don't think I have a singular answer because, I mean, first of all, Deuceman, check your corners, man.
You knew he was in long doors.
Yeah, I know. It's not even like he was aware that he was somewhere like there. But check your corners, number 1. Number 2, that round is unreasonably expensive, and you can see what it's done to the economy for Edinboro. They've got a Mac 10, a Scout, which is found a tag onto Richard, and 3 Galils. It's certainly not the ideal weapons they could have wanted. You wanted maybe an AK on the attack, but hey, Temple looking and feeling good here on the first gun round.
Yeah, I mean, great damage there is going to net them a chance to extend a nice advantage here. They're going to work their way up towards Catwalk. Out towards mid. I mean, you got to be careful if you're Richard. You don't want to go for any more aggression. Actually, that's Mythic out towards middle. So he's good for another scout tag here. Angle being held a really passive one, but the dink through the wall there. Mythic is going to be put on watch here out towards funnel. Helio scared off the angle. Gets information onto where one player is, but how valuable is that? They're going to rotate the bomb back in that position and back towards Catwalk as well. So it seems like Edinboro still deciding on where exactly want to go, and this Catwalk execute could be very difficult to work around.
That Molly, man, that was such a perfectly okay. I know everyone blinded for a moment. I legendary unsure as Fio dropped down, but speaking of the Molly, that Molly's caused that drop and shenanigans to occur. It's Helio 1v5, Khalil in hand, and 20 seconds on the clock. Surely he's just in for some economic damage at this point.
He's going to take a gun down with him here. That's a nice start, but a long road ahead. I think he just needs to go ahead and die here. It's not worth saving onto it.
No.
UNS. He's going to save onto it. 4 seconds left. He just doesn't even have enough time to die. Peeking out. Now you have to stay alive or else you're going to be in a disaster state. They're starting to hunt him down here. Helio is going to hold his position. Oh, no. That timer's so long. We're on flashpoint here. Or hot flash rather, so it's a little bit extended, and it got the better of him. Oh man,
it's actually quite extended compared to like ESA or Face It. So
yeah, you saw that.
I mean, you're right.
It's a little bit longer.
That definitely had an effect on here. So, you know, both teams agreed, by the way, to play on Pop Flash. So it's not as if anybody gaining an advantage, but it's certainly a difference that probably wasn't being taken into account.
Yeah.
As Pop Flash obviously using the normal rule set for ranked in the vanilla game rather than the Face It rule set or the ACA rule set as per usual. So, Edinboro down to pistols. It's a force buy, but it's Deagle's 1 AK and a P250 they have to play with.
I bet you Helio was just waiting. He's like, man, okay, the round's gonna end soon. Round's gonna end soon, right? Just never came. Got taken down beforehand. And good damage already onto this Hittite Eco here for the CT side. We'll see if they're able to convert off that. Nice map control as well for Edinboro. They've got themselves in towards pit. The issue is they don't have that cat control, so it's going to be a very one-dimensional A-side approach here with only long control maintained, and well, maybe a one-dimensional is what they need if they're hitting shots like that. You know, able to close the distance. P250 does get traded. Patty Brew good for 2 through the smoke. Now the trades are all going in the way of the CT side here. Still holding on to decent man advantage here. Patty Brew that smoke here to take contact here. And Patty Brew playing that really nicely with the timing off of his teammate. 2-2 is where we end.
And Deuce been so close to finding even more through that smoke, but can't quite do it. It's really just a matter of time, but Patty Brew doing a good nice job there on the spray, and ultimately finds 3-2 as we are tied right back up. And we saw the Edinboro force spot last round, and this is what happens when you force spot. You have to save. Save they are. Edinboro down the jumps. Nicely done for Richard to find a couple. But this plant is probably best case scenario for Edinboro, considering the fact they have like 1 P250.
Just a little headshot right there. Give him some damage from his Helio as well. One more kill would have been dandy, but he'll take the 2 kills on the bomb plant. Temple University, they'll take the lead here, 3-2. Still, I mean, it was a rather pricey round. 2 players going down, considering the buy with the bomb plant as well. I feel like Edinboro, they should be happy with what they were able to achieve in that last one.
I'm with you, and actually, I think that Richard made a key mistake that allowed for them to get that in. It was a bit of a mistimed molly. He needed to throw it a little bit earlier. They got in front of it, and so no molly damage really came through in there against the pistol. So speaking of mollies, Molly comes out at long flashes as well. Bio going down to Patty Brew, and no one able to come follow up because of said molly flames. Players long. Still, it's a nice trade, though. And in fact, a 1-up for Shasta.
Oh.
As
Hello.
oh, okay, that's a bit of a jump scare moment.
Oh my goodness. They were both
Helio.
playing a headshot angle.
Saying hello.
There we are. Now we got ourselves a 3v2 Helio. Looking to make an aggressive maneuver. That reload might have been heard. iLegendary certainly hearing that drop off, and it's going to be him peeking through the doors, but he misses his opportunity. A huge miss as well. Reposition though. He misses twice. Mythic's going to cut off the rotate, but it's chaos over in the tunnels as well. Shasta going to trade back and forth, and now iLegendary in a very, very winnable 1v2. Door's been smoked off now. Slowly but surely that's going to land here, and he waits for it. Peeking down, Helio gets the information, and it's so much damage on the iLegendary as well. Oh, peeking out of the window, and it will be the finishing blow. Helio to save the day, and Shasta. I mean, he got himself a 3K, but Helio clearing out that B side. That's huge.
And iLegendary, what a unfortunate group of unlucky moments and missed shots, right? Like, he missed an easy one. Gotta call him out for that one, sure. But man, the unluckiness to get spammed double dinked through the door there. Oh, so frustrating. As we see Force Flight coming in, and oh no, iLegendary. He wanted it, but Shoes was able to refrag too fast. AWP versus AWP going towards the T's, and it's Fio with the follow-up as well. Theo falls, and this is not looking good for Temple.
There's a big difference between Edinboro and this map and the last. They're seemingly having a whole lot more momentum early in the stages of this half. Shasta, he's good to trade out as a teammate, but he does take a heavy bit of fire here. And Mythic's able to trade one through the wall, through the smoke. Beautiful spam coming through, but it's still a 2v3 to work off of. Richard luckily is on high HP.
He killed himself.
What has gone on wrong there? I don't even know. Maybe the Molotov has spread from window.
He did.
Oh no.
That's so tragic. What was a 4 versus 2, now 2 on 2.
Oh boy. Still winnable position for Edinboro, but looking to make good on his teammates' mistake. You can see the LOL in chat. At least she's having a good time with it. Shoes is holding a position towards door, but the real play coming through window. They've dropped down here already. They need his teammate to come in, but it's a passive line. Shoes is going to be good for the first. That's a huge opener. Now, Deuceman knows exactly where the last remains, and he's just about by time. There's no kit. He's forced to take an extra second or two to pick that one up, and I just think he's run out of time here. It's forced to stick, and Deuceman, it's been tapped here. He's sticking it 1 second left on the fuse, and a spam comes through. Luckily, Deuceman makes it in time. There was the hesitation that could have killed him. Edinboro will take a fourth nonetheless.
Oh, man, let out a sigh of relief if you're a fan of Edinboro, because that one was a close call. Had to have been, I mean, obviously we didn't get to see that angle, but I mean, that had to have been what, like tenths of a second on that clock. I mean, it was real close. So as we can see, Temple down to pistols now at the back of that. And it is again a full buy for Edinboro, though their money also pretty poor. They really need this round to be a dominant victory. Otherwise, you know, they're going to be back in the same situation where they have to half buy a round that they should be full buying.
Patty Brew. He's good for the first day. They felt though. Helio. He's going to say goodbye to Patty Brew right there. iLegendary and Theo trying to work their way around the map. Now, unfortunately for iLegendary, he's now been spotted here, so his flank isn't going to offer much in returns. Bombs now being planted here. Helio should realize soon what's going on here. iLegendary is being hunted from 2 different angles, lower tunnels, and that position will be taken care of. And right there, you see ourselves again, just this newfound early starting Edinboro. It was what we were lacking in Overpass. And now that they're able to get this early in the half, it makes me very excited for what's to come here later on.
You know, and it's about pacing, I think, Cole. You know, before Edinboro were pretty slow and tentative with where they wanted to go, what they wanted to do. This map, though, it's been, you know, firing on all cylinders. They've been taking what they want and going quickly to it. So you turn up the pace, and you see what it changes. Edinboro in good position, but this is a now gun round for Temple. They have everything they can want and need, minus an AWP. I say that. I mean, they got kits, but they also low on some armor. So isn't gonna matter though for the AKs, and that is a spicy spam.
Oh, very close. Helio's going to get on the worst end of that one, though. He'll be forced to fall off there, scared off of the line. Oh, catwalk. We turn our attention to as Theo close up with shoes right around the corner. A flashbang setup would be beautiful, but as you can see, they even have that passive player in Patty Brew around the corner, just playing that dodge flash. So even if there's a flash setup towards catwalk, it's not going to be the easiest. Information play coming through. Theo, he gets that info, and he's going to fall off towards a more passive line. Theo up towards mid. Gonna be 2 opening frags for the T side here. I think Jerry found himself last alive. He's gonna try and retreat, but he just can't make it away in time. There's a bomb site fully compromised.
I'm not a fan of Legendary's position right there. You know, I understand he was probably caught between a rock and a hard place trying to support his teammate, but I don't know. It really is so exposed, and often you're not going to get anything out of it. Snooze. Got me doing shoes with a nice little info play. He finds out both those players are lower, but it's shoes.
Shoes.
I'm
like
there.
A nice pair of new shoes.
That's right.
There. That's right.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Glad you noticed.
Yes.
Oh, Edinboro. Great answer back here. I'm loving what they're putting down. And, you know, we asked the question, is there going to be a carryover effect from winning map number 1 into map number 2? I don't know what it is that we can call it, but this pace change feels like that.
Yeah, I mean, right there, they find 3 opening frags. That catwalk setup, you kind of mentioned that you didn't like iLegendary's spot. I would have liked it a lot more if he had 2 teammates to couple with, and he did at one point. They quickly fell down, unfortunately for him. He was left on an island, and not even having long control there with that 3-player commitment towards catwalk. You just got to get the kills in that position if you are Temple, and the fact that they didn't change the way that round was played, it kind of screwed them over. So now we got ourselves some more aggression towards mid. Is this a one-way for Mythic?
Is that a one-way? No.
It's just a sneaky little angle. Will it be cleared, though?
Yeah, I don't know who threw that smoke.
Oh, he's going to be exposed here shortly. And let's see if Mythic's ready. Oh, he's fallen off just in time. But look at this long aggression. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is so rough. Not. Surely not. No way. Richard's back turned, and this is the round over. Richard's in there.
What great patience from Deuce Man here. I mean, yeah, he goes down eventually, but Helio's here to hold rotations off. And, well, he actually is going to be pushed from 2 angles as well. But you get the point. You know, he waited, he pounced, shot. Speaking of which, he's continuing to do just that. And it's just Mythic left here. 1v4. Bomb down. Again, low HP. Yeah. And you can't blame him either. There is blood in the water.
All of them are on the corner here. Hello, and goodbye to Mythic. Bro. They take their 7th round right there. You couldn't have asked for much better timing. You mentioned the patience from Deuce Man to wait for that first point of contact over towards long. And it is such a brutal setup for Temple. As soon as they turn their attention back to the position they just fell off of, it's that mid-aggression that comes through from Deuce Man. It's brutal. I mean, what can you do there? Nothing done is wrong, except for a little bit of a misread in the rotation, and even then you can understand it, considering that they're on a lackluster buy here. That long control is invested in. Richard is already on high watch. Low HP for him, 22 into his name, and the Molotovs and Nathan's been trickling in. The flashbang's good, but it's only good for 1.
I like that, though. I'm a big fan of what Temple is trying here. They have to do something. They have to take control of these areas. We saw that long control was a problem for them last time. They gave it up, and it really was their undoing. Now they fight for it. Oh, but wow, the double dig there. Shoes with the frag, but it's Theo who's coming back. It's all even Steven.
Oh, Helio. Ready, Brew, shadow advantage. He holds his nerve, though. What on earth was that? The fact that he did not panic shows that he's a man made a steel heel here. Helio. He's pushing up the catwalk here, bomb in his hands. Legendary and Patty Brew both with the AWP. to worry about now. He could plant for Cat. He could get himself in a good position, but again, it's going to be that double op setup on the retake. Can get the job done, and I think Helio here, he's going to go on the aggression here. He's going to be spotted out here shortly. Maybe he can catch the head back turn. Oh my god, what a great headshot. Night Legendary.
Oh,
Forced to watch from the sideline as Patty Brew tries to work this 1v1.
yeah, and here's the thing. You can't be split like that in 1v2. And what a read. Fantastic from Fio. Really just, I mean, that was brutal. I mean, a brutal outplay from Edinboro, from Fio in particular. He played him like a fiddle right here. I mean, you look at this, it's just a nice little tap, and an Legendary. I mean, it's not even really his fault. He's just trying to take control, but you got to be aware that something's going on. You haven't had any info for like 30 seconds, and he's still committing to that long swing. You got to be a little bit more aware than that.
I mean, Fio, he couldn't have played it any better as well. He's able to isolate both of those fights. Exactly what you hope to do. Now, Helio, he's looking some things happen over in tunnels, but gets bailed out from his teammate there as he was kind of getting pressured. They do find a trade, though, on the other side of the map there. It will be Mythic taking the head off of Shasta. Now Theo here towards middle. Gonna get smoked off the angle. Blocks that one a little bit. We'll see if that creates a gap, but it doesn't look like it's much of a gap to work off of.
I think it might just give him away. See by that spam that at least they think something might be up, and now tagged. They're not aware. A bit of a weird moment there, considering the information that should have been given. But hey, you take a punt, and sometimes you whiff. Situation now tenuous for Temple, as not only are they down, but they are looking like they might be out of this round as well. 9-3, more than likely going to be the scoreline, and well, I don't know that Temple are going to be able to make this comeback. I mean, it's their map pick, yes, but man, it's not this decided on Dust 2.
Not at all. Not at all. Shoes is going to find the last frag as well. Not even allowing for that scout to be saved over. Not allowing for the weapons to be held on to. Edinboro continuing in their dominance here. This is kind of what I talked about. We saw some slow starts in that first half there with, or rather in that first map there with Edinboro struggling to get activated. But really, we did see some great closers, and we saw them able to gather some steam. And now, off of that last map, I think that they're just kind of rolling off of that momentum. And it seems like Temple University just cannot stop them.
That was a fantastic little molly.
Yeah.
It doesn't end up mattering, but it was still a great look. Very fine from our observer as well. Dudes, man. Let's find the opening duel, though, and whilst Richard is here on mid, is he going to get the chance to try and swing and find success?
Spotted him. He knows exactly where they're going, but there's still only going to be 2 players on this B-bomb site. Legendary. A lot of pressure on this AUG. Switching first here, jumping on top. Tunnel visioned in, and Shasta and Helio are both going to find the frags. I mean, at this point, do you even call this one off, or do you go for it? This is double digits conceded to Edinboro. It's a B-side retake with 1 flashbang. I think you just got to call it off.
I hate calling it off, but I think you're right. There really isn't a choice here. I mean, if you had 2 rifles, maybe, and a little bit more utility, considering the deficit, you could argue, all right, we need rounds, but yeah, with the AWP, it's really just not a possibility. And Theo clearly looking for some exits here. I don't think he's going to get the pleasure of being gifted any, though. Patty Brew has his back on these crosses. A couple of players will be crossing in a moment.
Oh, so close to an exit, but will he be able to exit is the question. Yeah, being held. Oh my god, he does enough damage towards the tail end. I mean, at this point, you got 16k in Fio's pockets. It doesn't matter what you extend right there. I'm surprised they didn't hunt a little bit more heavy. Edinboro, they have a world of an economy to work with, nothing to worry about for the rest of this half. And Temple University dropping that gun, and I believe it was, it puts them onto a FAMAS right there. You can tell that it's just a little bit less to work off of in an already dire straight position.
Well, I mean, look, the FAMAS is the least of their worries. There's some trouble doing those jumps onto catwalk. You know, it's the MP9. It's
slow
the
cat.
Scout. Yeah, it's yeah. You know, typically you ask for the fast cat. This time, Temple, yeah, they want to do it a little bit delayed. in order to make Juice Man push up. It was all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Bio just catches that grenade on his toe. Elio there for help, but ooh, Mythic! Oh,
Good
he's not ready
lord.
to fight this. He only has a deagle, so I can understand why he wanted to hold on to that trigger discipline.
It's drawn so much attention away from this A side of things, though, as you can see, and now the real play's heading up towards Catwalk. There's only one player in the A side position, and luckily it's Patty Brew with the op. Luckily, they also have a flank from Mythic. It's all done, and Helio checks behind them. The spider senses, they come activated, and now A-bomb site. Patty Brew ready with the AWP here. But is there going to be a commitment? They're lining up an execute here. They have a multi-pronged approach as well, distracting through long. They'll hear those flashbangs, and now it's going to be Patty Brew starting to worry. Mid-aggression gets punished here. One-way smoke coming through from Fio. What does he see, Richard? Quite just yet.
You can barely call that a one-way, I'll be honest. Patty Brew, though.
Oh,
good enough, and shoes. He's not even going for the shot through, like, in the middle of the doors. He's just lining up the shot after the door, you know? He's just waiting for them to go through and then shooting through the wall. That's a classic. And, well, that's a classic as well. Shoes on to Theo. And here we go. Save once again.
Man, tough times here for Temple. They're really in dire straits right now. Slow to start on Dust 2 is to say the least at the moment. And Edinboro just looking like nothing can go wrong right now. Even these rotations, that was essentially a triple fake right there. They threw out or rather double fake right there. They threw out that B side execute with that lurk smoke coming through. They even put a few players there and gathered that momentum, gathered that information, and you can see that they all fall off of A. Then Edinboro's working their way up cat. Helio's holding off the flank, and after they find that kill on the flank, they execute in towards B once again after distracting from Catwalk. It's really impressive what we're seeing from this Edinboro roster.
I will say that I don't know if it was an intentional double flank, but yeah, that's what happened at the end of the day. I think more aptly, they were going to go A, and then they were like, hey, look what we found.
Yeah.
All these frags on the rotations, and, well, B's open. Let's go there. You know what I mean? But
right. I mean, that's a credit to the great mid-rounding coming through from Edinboro.
well, credit due for iLegendary. This time, he takes the victory. What might be the first victory for him in mid in the op duel this whole game.
Yeah, I mean, he's been going for it at a pretty consistent basis right now. He's finally able to best shoes. So, I mean, a minor victory here at a 4v5. Now, can they convert? That's the question. And iLegendary, he's hungry for more. Not happy with the 4v5. He wants to make 3. Quick flick, not connecting. And still scared off the angle. They're jumping around the corner. They still spawn out. That flick's going to land here shortly. And now he'll be forced off. But look who's alone on the A side. Patty Brew against the world in window. Now that he's used that shot, start to close the distance.
Nice little jump up there for my legendary, but all he does is take some damage. And this Juice Man on to Mythic, and all the spam through all the smokes. Net all the frags.
Oh, man.
2 versus 4. And, well, this is just the story. The story of Edinboro on Dust 2 is a victory. Victory, victory. They just couldn't put a foot wrong here in the first. And, you know, you said a hesitation, a difficulty to, you know, get started here. I think at this point, I think it's a failure to start.
That was a 4v5 that they had right there. They win it in a 4v0. You put yourself in a good position. iLegendary finds the opener, but they just don't seem scared off at all. Even still, they stick to the plan. They stick to that mid-B approach. They force off iLegendary in towards CT spawn, and from then on out, it's done and dusted. It's over. You can't recover. And now they're going for a fast play of their own as Temple. They're trying to work up Catwalk pretty quickly. They're taking a fair bit of flack here, and they've got to meet Bio on the site with the dualies as well.
Legendary, nice find. These dualies, though, they're putting in work. I wouldn't have thought, not from that angle, but it's a bit of a clean sweep. 2 players go down, but it does not matter. Edinboro. Who thought? I mean, this is supposed to be Temple's map.
All right.
You know, for the closeness that we saw over on Overpass, you start to ask the questions, why are Temple picking Dust 2 here?
That's what I'm wondering. They had an Inferno option. I mean, they left it to the decider. if it came down to it, but sometimes you don't get the chance to meet that, especially the dominance we're seeing right now from Edinboro on Dust 2. Now, another aggression, and this is being swiped away. 59 long range. The Blocks just can't close the distance, and it's money starting to stack up. Bomb in their control. What could go wrong here for Edinboro? Go wrong. USP out. Maybe weapons being dropped. Maybe some overcommitment, but Bio's hungry for the ace here. 3 kills around both, pushing more in towards pit. And surely, away with much more. Surely not. Gonna flank as well. Oh, it's getting icy here.
Oh,
there
my
we
goodness. I love this gun.
are. Too. I think both of us have come to the realization that we can all, whether you're a Mag 7 lover or a Nova user, you know,
Yeah, that's right. The XM is a lot of fun.
you can all come to terms. You can agree that that one you can't go wrong with.
Yeah, especially on those eco rounds like that. I mean, it is. We just saw it on display. It's pretty nasty from a ridiculous amount of distance, and effectiveness is there. An SG 553 for high legendary. Interestingly enough, elsewhere it's just AK-47s. This is just do or die. I mean, Temple, they got to win this, or really it's all over.
It's a bonus round as well, so I mean, not like the economy will matter too much with Edinboro's current lead. They are already in a really good position at the moment. Now, I mean, if they close this one out, it'll really be just the icing on the cake here. What are we lining up for Temple right now? It seems like they're defaulting into a B execute. That's where Bomb's position, at least. They've got that catwalk control. They force that pressure, and they've only committed one player towards the A side of things now. Shoot, just starting to see some oddities towards mid. One dropping off a cat. That might be some information gained. Theo's going to catch a tag as well, and now they start to stack over some more presence. But is it too little too late? Will they be making a rotation in time?
That's a bit of an unfortunate flashbang from Helio. Does absolutely nothing, but maybe the shots will be better. Shots? No, they're not better. Only connecting to do a lot of damage. 3 players in close proximity. Deuce man to win it out. 3v3. Low HP for 1 apiece. And 2 flashbangs. That's all they've got on the retail. Coming in for 1. Swing's good. There it is. It's a man advantage, but it's nice spray from Bio. And it's all going to be Edinboro once again.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Just for good measure.
Oh,
man.
the BM. Oh, he's really sticking it to them right now, Edinboro. I mean, that retake right there looked so easy. They just play off the numbers. They get it into a 3v3 right there. And I really chopped that one up to Richard on the aggression. He didn't need to peek through CT spawn. He had 2 teammates ready to peek through door, ready to peek in the window to kind of have some cover fire as he had that lurk position in towards mid. But then he peeks into CT and it puts it back into the 3v3. And from then on out, I know that Richard feels that mistake. I know he can maybe look back to that one as one of the reasons why people aren't able to make their way back into this matchup.
Well, I mean, I asked the question. What happens when Richard isn't getting 35 frags? And I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I guess this is maybe the answer. That's devastating, a little depressing, but that is the reality, at least at the time, as Temple. I mean, this is their final moment, the last hurrah. As they
control.
Yeah, I mean, or lack thereof for Temple.
Question towards upper. Now, aggression would be a mistake here as they look like they're prepared for it. Out towards mid to B, though. That Molotov, you couldn't ask for much of a better timing right there. It's perfect to scare them off of that, but they still have a crossfire in towards middle. It's still not going to be good. Ayo, he's going to tap down Theo. Helio as well as close by, and Shoes as well. Playing off of this little gap, he should be at the bottom. Mythic, yep, you're dead to rights. 5v2 and not a single point of damage done to the CTs.
Oh, and Shasta keeping it perfect. Flawless in victory. And that is a dominant, one-sided, incredible, I mean, showing from Edinboro. They seemed like a loose cannon that was unstoppable. It was just moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. And I don't know that there was a real answer for Temple in that one, other than hit some shots more often. I mean, there was a lot of issues with the way that the CT side was played for Temple, in my opinion. they really did struggle to own areas of the map, and but then even when they did, my mind goes back to that one round you were talking about, Cole, where they had a really interesting cat setup. They gave up long entirely, but the fact that they gave up long entirely just
Mhm.
destroyed their cat setup.
Right. Yeah. I mean, iLegendary, you talked about the map control and that factor, but also just having three players in cat and that trade still goes, 3 for 2. When you commit that sort of resource to a position like that, then you need to make sure you're converting it. This is Fire's 1v2. That's just done
Oh,
so beautifully. And here's Helio making sure that he just does not give him a
timing.
single chance. That was a 5v4 round as well, where we started out so nicely, and then we end just in a disaster state. And I mean, this desperation that comes through towards the
I mean,
tail end, just
there's
not
another
working.
one. By the way, 5v4 start there, and it's just entirely flawless the rest of it.
Hmm.
The difference between a 5v4 start for Edinboro on that map and a 5v4 start for Temple, one of them is flawless, one of them
Yeah.
is a lost round. And that duality I think really tells the storyline.
Yeah, I mean, it was truly Temple not getting anything done. They struggled on Dust 2 in a fashion that I did not expect. I thought that their record and the open season would have kind of shown that maybe they're more competent in this map, but obviously back to the drawing board for them, and a great victory here for Edinboro. They got to be feeling so confident after that Dust 2 dominance.
Yeah, the Flying Scots now at 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So they're loving life. And
Hmm.
by the way, we are going to get an interview. It will be with Fio.
Mm.
So I'm gonna get a chance to talk about that 1v2 for sure.
Yeah.
But I really do want to say, commiserations to Temple, but Richard in particular had
Yeah.
such a fantastic series. It really is a travesty, especially on map number one, that they couldn't pull it over the edge, because like you were talking about. I mean, Inferno, I hesitate to ask you what could have been, but it feels like that could have been a big difference maker. But Cole, sounds like we got Theo coming in hot and ready for this interview. Theo,
Hello. Can you hear me there?
yeah, we can. How are you guys
Nice.
all feeling after that victory?
Oh, we're feeling really great. First best of three in a long time. First
Long
best of three in
time.
over a year for me personally.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
wow. All right. Well,
Yeah, and then we
so
have Tyler here, we have Mitch right here. That's their first
Yeah.
best of threes ever.
That's
wow.
awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the
Yeah.
facility that you got rolling right now.
Oh, thank you. It's gamer green.
So I'm hearing a young team, at least from the competitive standpoint. Does that how has that affected y'all's preparation for games and everything as you move into this season?
Well, personally, me, Sean over there, and Jeff over there have been on the team for quite a while. So like we know how to prepare most stuff. It was a struggle trying to figure out like how we have to default, stuff like
Mhm.
that, get maps going. But once we got that all figured out, it just kind of started flowing a lot better. Our Dust 2 flowed really well today. We had like all the reads on them on what to do. Overpass was a little more rough, but we ended up pulling it through in the end. You know.
Okay, so I've got a quick question about Dust 2 here before we get into Overpass, because I saw a really cool T-side pistol round from you all. You guys did that catwalk fake out.
Uh-huh.
You started out with a little bit of E faking as well. Were you
Yeah.
meaning to jump on Xbox to maybe draw out some attention after you threw that hinge smoke, or was it just like a missed jump that came through? 'Cause I thought that was really impressive and something I haven't seen before.
Like sorry, what happened? I can't remember pistol round.
Okay, so you threw the hinge smoke and you had a player jump on top.
Yeah.
I believe it was Deuce Man who was jumping on top of the Xbox and just making noise, sound cues. Was that to draw out attention from like a mid rotator to say that it's going towards A, or was that just missing the jump towards catwalk?
I think you just missed the jump.
Okay.
But it might have worked in our favor.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was super
Yeah,
sick
you
in
just
terms
kept
of
making
like
noise
drawing
on
rotation.
Xbox.
I mean, put that
Apparently
in
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to NACE Starleague CSGO, week number 2. Well, we just got done watching a bit of a one-sided affair, a close map 1 into a very one-sided map number 2 with Edinboro taking it all. But now we're headed into the battle for Arizona. It's going to be Arizona State University taking on the University of Arizona Wildcats. I'm going to be honest, my expectations 0, but my hype through the roof here, Cole.
Yeah, both of these teams are sitting at 0-1 right now, so you got to look into that here. I believe it was last week we saw that the Arizona Wildcats, they got handed a 2-0 defeat, and of course ASU, they were able to take a map off of SFU, but still both of them heading into the season with a rough start, whereas in our last matchup we saw that Edinboro headed into things with a 1-0, and of course we saw the likes of Temple was just starting things off 0-1. But here we are with the rosters. We got Nugex, Pat, Dank, Kyrie, Bunks, and that's gonna be over on the Arizona State University roster. So excited to see them. And on the opposing side, University of Arizona rocking with Sports, Merrill, Avram, Mike, and Bones. So should make for a very interesting matchup.
Oh man, all I can think of when I see the term, the name Mike is football, and just the mic on a football field. Anyway, no one is gonna understand that unless they know pro football. So I understand that's probably no one here, but it's okay. I can appreciate it. It's just, sorry, Cole. I know that's not your foray either. So either way, the battle for Arizona can be underway here soon. And I don't know who you prefer in this matchup. I think I'm cheering Wildcats just because I feel like they're gonna be a little bit better. But information wise overall, I don't know that we know a whole lot else. Did you know who did Arizona State lose to?
Arizona State lost to, let's see here, I can pull it up. They lost to SFU.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna compare and contrast who is the better or worse win, so to speak. But to me, Highlander Gaming, I don't know about them, but I know SFU are a pretty decent team overall. Which suggests to me that maybe the Wildcats are the weaker team here. I don't know. Either way, I'm here for it. You're here for it. And well, you know what else we're here for? Picks and bans. Why don't you take us through?
Yeah, so we've got the initial Ancient and Vertigo bans, similar to what we saw in our last best of 3 here. I mean, we are seeing
I think we're
more
gonna
of
get
the
used
same.
to seeing that.
Yeah, those two are get them out early, and we're actually only seeing one variation. Mirage is in, Dust 2 out. So I mean, a very, very similar map pool, with only in a different order here. So we're getting the kind of Pug style early on with Inferno and Dust, or rather Inferno and Mirage being the first 2 maps here. Everyone knowing how to play them, and then we kind of finish off in an interesting one over on Overpass, which I think will make for a good position. But still, of course, will the curse continue? And these best of 3s, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we've got 2 best of 3s a night, so surely we got double the chance to hit that 3rd map. So maybe we'll get it in this night, but throughout the season has to be one time at least.
I mean, there was 2 total all of last season, so
Mhm.
we double up on the number of games. Surely, yeah, you're right. The numbers are on our side. An interesting point, by the way, that I want to talk about whilst we're talking pick bans. I think that it's clearly going to be a common thread that we see. We already know Vertigo is a common thread, especially in North America, but even more so in collegiate. To get banned out is such a complex map, a map that is really on your executions. And well, collegiate teams not always known for the most time that they're able to put in, as a team. So those executions, they sometimes can be hard to hit. Not to mention, it's just hard in general. But with Ancient, I think it's more about, just the general lack of knowledge. I wonder, as we move forward through the season, if we're going to see more and more teams just float the Ancient pick. Because if I'm an IGL right now, I'm like, guys, we're never banning Ancient ever. There's just no way. Because if for example, somebody wants to pick Ancient, fair enough, y'all got us. That's true. You can pick it. I don't care. And if we can ban it last rotation if we have to, I think that's a great like floater,
Mm.
floater ban, so that we could get like, let's just say they're very good at Inferno or Mirage or whatever, just get their best map out of the way.
Yeah, teams that can get good on Ancient mostly comes down to how they can work around their T sides. That map has a lot of work to do. So it's important that not only do you not pick it, because once you pick into a map like Ancient, you're looking at the possibility of starting on that T side. I mean, actually 100% of the time, there's no reason you should ever start T side of Ancient. So that's the big issue right now with that map. So I don't know. I feel like we won't see a lot of teams head into it. Maybe we can see it as more of a decider, but even then, we still have that third map first that we'll probably have to wait a little while to break here. But either way, Inferno and Mirage is our first two here. Will make for an interesting starter in these two maps. I think that ASU getting this first map on Inferno a little bit more strategic could be interesting for them. And I imagine, getting on that CT side, we'll expect a lot of aggression to keep them off guard. We saw a lot of that coming through in our last best of three. And so leading into that factor could be a way that these teams can close out.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. That's a strong possibility. And the other thing is, right, like there's there's clearly going to be a lot of passion in this matchup. This is the battle for Arizona. Yeah, you have to expect that everybody's coming in
Right.
and they're coming in swinging. Obviously, don't know that these two teams necessarily meet under normal circumstances, but here in the esports scene, I mean, I'll tell you what. Whenever I met a team that was this from my same state, there was definitely a lot of animosity there. Always wanted to show off and show out. So I'm expecting the same here. I think that we also I've also seen that the Arizona State side of things, they actually have a fantastic esports program. Their Valorant team's really good. And they have a good Siege team too. So
Okay.
gotta give credit where it's due. But that being said, we are having a little bit of trouble getting everybody good to go on the server side. So we're going to take a short little break here, wait for the players to get readied up. And once that happens, we'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back here. We got the Battle of Arizona, like we have been mentioning. We are getting into the match here shortly. I'm very excited to see. I did a little bit of research as well. In the meantime, we got to see a little more of what these players are made of, what these teams are made of, and I got a good idea of what we can see. So I'm glad we're seeing Inferno because it does look like it is a pretty decent map up for the ASU side of things. So I'm excited. We've got ourselves the match coming up shortly and starting things off on Inferno. I think they'll be able to start off on a good foot as well.
Yeah, and of course, we know that it was Arizona State, like you're talking about, that picked that Inferno, and that's what you were alluding to there. Glad that they could get that one out early, or in early rather, and then of course Mirage to follow that. Overpass, should it be necessary, is that decider. Just to remind anyone who was maybe not quite in here just yet, or forgot whilst we were on the break. Either way, it's definitely a map that I'm looking forward to get to. Is that overpass if we get there? Because I mean, we saw that fantastic overpass map earlier on today. It was a 16-14, and close overpass maps are just a whole lot of fun. The rotations and kind of the way that it works, it's quite unique. It's not really a map that's like it in Counter-Strike, really.
Mhm.
And so I don't know. For me, I quite enjoy a good watch on that one.
Yeah, Overpass is very quickly becoming one of my favorite matches to watch for sure because it's Inferno. You're always gonna like that, but it does get kind of overused. That third map over or Inferno is like it's good, but Overpass is there's so much intricacies that you can bring out. Those nade stacks that we see towards sandbags.
Boosts.
We're seeing more. Yes, boost exactly. There's so much that you can do on that map to really start to get in your opponent's head to keep them at bay and keep them away from clutches. And even then we saw that Edinboro, while they were slow to start in that match, they had rough starts on both of the halves. They came back and they kept their head in it, and that's really good alongside the rotations in the map. Rotations and how you kind of work map control in that on the CT side is one of the most entertaining things to look at how teams do.
Yeah, well, let's shift gears from first to fifth here as we're looking to head into Inferno shortly. Let's talk keys to success for Inferno. Where do you look whenever we're talking an Inferno map? What is the key parts or key positions for a team?
So Inferno is all about banana control. I always say this every time. It's similar to like lobby control on Nuke. You kind of want to have that part of the map as well. And so when you're looking at the banana, you got to make sure that you're using utility. You got to make sure that you're having manpower to take that part of the map. And if you're on the T side and you're getting bombarded, you can give up a little control, but what you need to do is take it in the early stages. Invest that utility on the T side. Make sure that you're working that part of the map. It's such a critical part. You can execute into a B bomb site and you're using your full set of utility. If your CT side did not make you use any of that for banana control, you can pretty much Molotov all of the safe positions on B and have an open site. It's easy to do, and a lot of teams on their CT side, that can be their undoing if they're not taking enough initiative in that part of the map.
Yeah, well, when you say easy to do, easy to set up, I think a little bit more difficult to actually put into effect. A lot of times, because of CT aggression, which is another portion here, it's good to mix in a healthy amount of that CT aggression, both over at B and towards the A apartments, in order to keep the T's on their toes and to gain map control where necessary, because that is another big part of Inferno, keeping map control and holding on to it where you can rotate additional players to where the push is coming in. Exactly what you want to see. This map, of course, famous for being CT sided, but I don't know, Cole. I think that for me, this is becoming a more and more T-sided map. It's still not T-sided overall, but I think it's become an awful close map because of just the nature of the economy and how ridiculously overpowered T-side is at the moment in the game.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Inferno, it's kind of shifted over the years. You mentioned one of the biggest reasons of it is it comes down to, for the most part, just that CT side economy. I mean, if you take a look at the best teams on Inferno, their CT side win rate is at 50%. You're heading into the 55% in tier 1 Counter-Strike. So obviously there's been a major shift over the years more in towards that T side here, but we are hopping into the pistol round here. First map going to be chosen over from ASU. and we'll see if it's for good reason. Finding the deke, that's a nice start. Hayari, he's going to find the kill as well. Mike, he's taken down, and now Sports is caught overextended. We're saying his welcome here. Nearly trying to hold on, but he'll be taken down by Dank, and there you go, 3v5 here early on.
B2K on the site, not successful, but Sports spotted Mock, and he's ready for blood. But Hayari, he's got the frag. He's got everything that's necessary to swing. Not good enough, and it's a big round. 5 players staying alive here for ASU. U of A not even close as they fall, and well, now they have to wonder what happened and how do we adjust on that CT side.
Yeah, I mean, they got caught off guard right there. They were not ready for what was thrown at them. That A-side explosion, first of all, that deke going out and through apartments. Hayari, it catches them off guard. It wakes them up a little bit, and it seemed like they weren't able to fully activate at all once that first initial kill came down. The positions weren't really connected either, so a lot of isolated duels where ASU was able to have the strengths in numbers. And now we're seeing some more of the same here. Apartments aggression coming through, and some more passive play coming out of University of Arizona at the moment.
Hello. Here early on, don't want to give too much away. A nice little opening there found by Merle, but well, cannot be converted into a frag. Smoke, pushing back for the time being. Up flash would have been good had it not been a team flash. That said, it still opens up the site. Crossfire in position. 1-for-1 though, as long zone goes down awful low. And Sports with a double frag. Massive Hayari taking so much damage. And the reload is Keotra, the last player left alive here against the Deagles. He has an AK-47, and it's good for 2.
Huge clutch right there from Keotra. You can see that the rotations from University of Arizona came in and through in time. But Sports, he just needed to find that 4th kill because Keotra was able to convert that clutch here. Take a look at some of these entries. They had a nice crossfire. Merrill surprisingly only goes 1-for-1 in that position. Sports trying to bail them out of the situation, but Keotra is just that much quicker there. And ASU will take themselves a second. Be it a pricey second, they still convert. And now we're going to see the nade stacks down mid. We'll see if this nets any frags here.
Oh, too bad. Wrong direction. Arizona State. Or I guess right direction if you're Arizona State, to be fair. University of Arizona certainly feeling the opposite way as they are rotating in to a planted bomb.
Here we are. Got a frag in here. More damage is going to be the name of the game at the moment. U of A. They're opening in here. He's going to find the nice transfer with the Mac 10, farming up some checks. Finds himself a 3K, an extra $1,800 to his name. He'll take that one to the bank right there. Now I imagine they're going to go for a bonus round here as ASU. Trying to gather a nice bit of momentum on their map pick would be huge in terms of finding a nice opening inferno here. As we've already talked about their history in the open. They're sitting at 13-1 right now in that division, putting themselves in a great position and heading into playoffs over in that department. And a lot of those have been on inferno, so we'll see if they can carry over that same success.
True. I mean, that's a good point. How many inferno maps did we see in playoffs last year? An outrageous amount. But yeah, those additional fatality funds, $1,800 with the Mac 10, certainly not too shabby. This time it's a bonus. And Arizona State looking to take advantage. Back, Jetter peeking for more. Actually, nothing going to be thrown down. Might just be one flash or a dry swing. Well, not quite dry smoke. And there goes the flash. The push here towards the 4th win. Mike, he's going to try and take the fight. A bad smoke. Unfortunately, open snack up, and Mike only has a 1-for-1. So things not looking good for University of Arizona as ASU take the site and take it with great control.
That's the issue right there. I talked a little bit about it. I hinted in the pre-game what you're going to need on Inferno. And the issue is right there, you have a banana control at the start of the round. You're in a 5v5. You're playing one player in CT spawn that can be totally isolated from the player in sight. You don't have any utility to help him out as well. So what are you really going to mount in terms of a 1v5 defense on that B bomb site once you execute. Rolls on out. You can tell Mike. I was gonna say Mike and Ike. Mike. He's only good for the one and done, and that's just not enough when there's 4 more around the corner.
Listen, we're not. I don't think they're paying us, so I think you can say that, Cole. But look at this too. Great flash, right? I mean, well, not great flash. It's just a flash. But the fact that they just take this duel, I actually thought that was a smoke. It was actually only an HE to come through, and they just take the duel. They just know, okay, well, we don't even need to isolate the side player. We'll just take the duel and easily walk forward with it. So I really love that ASU have that confidence in hand already. It's only 4-0, and they're already playing with that sort of gusto.
Ooh, slim miss right there for Sports. Could have been a nice opener right there. Not quite the case, though. University of Arizona, they're doing a pretty stagnant setup right now towards middle, where they just have 2 players working out towards balcony. There is a little interesting predicament going on in apartments right now, where Yari is right on the other end of this wall next to Murley, but won't come through just yet. And again, we're seeing a very passive setup here towards B. That Molotov is very valuable. They throw one out, though. They bait out that utility. It might have caused some rotations, but there's still an opening frag here for Fully Laced, and a great HE to follow it up as well.
Yeah, damage being done. Bong zoned. Teari is just a step away from a duel, and that is it's horrible for CT. He gets the dink, but not the frag. Fully Laced, who's trying to lace up and do the dirty work, but again, he's not good enough. Bong zoned. Bong zoned left, but knocked, gone, down, done, and dusted. Sports with that AWP, able to find success. This is really the best AFU have looked, and they need to really convert. Otherwise, they're going to be in some serious trouble.
Exactly it here. Mike, knife out.
Mike
Should be dead here in a second. Zone's going to find the frag, and now it's Keotra from the pit. He's going to be taken down from Sports, so now last position's known at least somewhat here. He's going to peek out, taps that bomb, draws out the attention here. Is he going to take the bait here? Zone, he doesn't fully commit. Beautiful positioning right here. Another tap comes through. He's peeking out towards lane, knows he's off the bomb here. Another tap coming out from Zone. He's just going to buy the time here. Sports is trying to retreat, but he already knows he's done the deed, and ASU will take a 5th level for a wonderful clutch from Zone and Keotra.
Oh, man. I hate to be that guy, but I also don't hate to be that guy. Mike, take your gun out, dude. Take your gun out. This is a nice win by Teari, I have to say. But this moment right here, this lost the round for U of A. No doubt about it. I mean, really well played on the 1v1. Great patience and everything from the player up in the apartments. But there's just no doubt about it that if Mike had been a little bit more aware, taking his gun out and at least played that duel, even if he loses it, there's a much better chance for U of A to take that round.
That's exactly it right there. They had themselves, like you mentioned, the best opportunity that they've had so far in this matchup right now. It's all been in ASU's way right now, looking like the much better Inferno team. I think we need to see some of these answers come out shortly. I think we need to see some more positioning towards Banana coming through shortly, or else, I don't know, it'll struggle to get things held down. Now, I like this start. 3 players early on towards Banana. This is a great adjustment. They're lining up some flash being put on the other side of the map. Look what's collapsed. It's Merrill already forced to watch from the sideline here as they find the 4v5, and it looks like they're going to move off of it.
Why are we taking two opening duels like that? We're aggressing at Banana, and then we're swinging mid. It's just not ideal. That said, nice spray. Fully laced, able to find the frag. And Sports, nearly an opportunity for a second, but he's falling back. Not going to take that right this moment. It's Zank who will indeed swing on Fully Laced. Still, it's it's hard to call it a fake, but
what's going on here?
It's a bit of a ruse. You got 2 players pushing out here onto B. Snacks still there, and they have no clue. No idea. Great patience from Snacks. And he's got everything.
What would Dink had A clear? He had Library Molly, Arch smoked. Why would you go into B right there? I feel like that's a huge miscommunication. And Dink, he doesn't clear the angle. Snack is gonna find himself a freebie, and U of A, off of some questionable positionings, gonna win that round. They had a 5v3 open right there, and I mean, obviously that collapse towards mid did come through to kind of quickly put things back into U of A's favor. But I just really am wondering what was the read right there, because Stank, he had all control on A, and they knew there was a heavy banana presence.
I mean, I can only imagine that the thought process for ASU was that we already had 2 players here at B, and the assumption that because of all that A control, the rotations had come away. And so at worst, they'd be caught in CT or something, the CTs. So, I mean, that's my, backhanded take, trying to explain away. But regardless, it was a bit of a mistake. It cost them a round and put Arizona, or University of Arizona on the board. And well, that's a fantastic readjustment as well. Mike finding success. Snack there for the help. Fully Laced wins his duel. And well, that's a bit unnecessary for Marley, but it's traded by Fully Laced, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there you go. We got banana control. Succeed from University of Arizona. They find the 2 opening duels. They don't allow for them to execute on them, and suddenly things swing their way pretty quickly. Now Mike, he's right around the corner here. Off angle. Very lovely, but actually it's got to be Bunk's own besting him in some form and fashion here. Now Pop Flash shouldn't be doing too much here as they've fallen off towards a more passive line, trying to play off each other. What do you got for us here, Bunk's own damage is the name of the game at this point, and he nearly takes down Fully Laced, but at the end of the day, it still goes in University of Arizona's way, taking a second in a row.
Yeah, and that's a good. I mean, that one was a solid round. Now, some interesting 1v1 duels going on, but this right there, that at the beginning, play for banana control. You called it at the beginning, Cole, when we were talking about the keys to success. When banana win the round, that's exactly what they did. Picking up the pieces. University of Arizona, they're right back in this thing. 2-5.
We got half buy of sorts here. A lot of investment in the pistols and utility. And I love this position. Sports full control of banana now. You can stack over those 2 remaining players over towards A very quickly. That's what we're seeing right now on the mini-map. And as Arizona State hit the brakes just a little bit, we're going to see a chance arise for missing in the time here. They've stacked over towards A, 4 players, and ASU are just too late on this execute to make anything happen. See if the pistols can get the job done well.
Great job there from Mike. And he's got help. He's in the form of a snack. And, well, he's definitely snacking on a frag. 2 there for Mike, and a couple more for the rest. University of Arizona, they've done a good job stabilizing not only themselves, but their economy. You look at the money situation, 6K here for Fully Laced, 6.6 for Snack, and 3K plus for the rest of the squad. Really a good look. In just a couple of rounds, they've definitely turned things on their head, but now a chance for Arizona State to answer back.
Sports feeling a lot more confident now. You're peeking down towards middle. See, he takes a fair bit of flak. That's stuck between 2 Molotovs is Mock. And they have used quite a bit of resources in this position. No more Molotovs to throw. Flashbang towards car is going to roll on out. One towards half wall, and information gathered here, but valuable. How long will it last as the nades do more and more damage here? They're doing great with util. That smoke towards the top of banana as well. And look at that. They're locking this part of the map down and doing a great job at it as well. This duo of Snack and Mike, once they finally do go for the adjustment, they start to go their way very dominantly. But there you go. A nice boost. Mahawk able to see above the smoke right there to find a beautiful frag on a Snack.
Yeah, and another key to that is utility, something that was very much missing prior. Now, with plenty of util, it's a lot easier. That said, a really great adjustment there from Mock on the boost to find an opening where one was sort of difficult to realize, and that Carnage to follow. It's now going to be a bit of a ceasefire for the time being at B, but that just means that the rotations towards A are going to be all the more deadly. AWP, big miss for Sports. He's looking for the swing, and he has the frag. He knows that he's going to be pushed from multiple angles here very, very shortly, and it's the nade followed up by the headshot, and he's down, as is the player on the site, Fully Laced. 2 versus 3 here. U of A, they need to make this retake happen fast.
Yo, Trine in a high commitment position. He's going to find one and turn around for the second headshot as well. Beautiful stuff to close right there. And still money stacked up quite high for University of Arizona, but right there is all off the back of getting that 4G5. They find that pick towards Banana, they win that exchange, and it splits the defense 2-2. Once you find those trades, once you're able to clear out Sports and Pitt, it's just all uphill right there for Arizona State. You can see it in their scoreline as well. Now, one more round atop of the economy of University of Arizona in this one.
Indeed. This is a very important round because of that fact. Little flash towards Banana. Big information gathering happening here. That can stay alive and around this smoke. That would be fantastic, but oh man, it's so difficult. There's the swing. Nearly a frag. Mock is tagged so low, and the HE coming to follow up. Takes him down.
Great start right there. Not only do they have that start, but players still committed towards Banana. Once the smoke fades away, they'll have a firing range with Bomb still in a position to seem like Banana control is at least somewhat of a priority. They start to fall things off, but maybe it's all a bit of a fake. They're faking out this noise here, and a flash swing through the smoke. Dicey. 2 players left. The spin through the smoke here. He's forced to retreat here. Snack still posted up in a position. He's gonna be teammate's gonna be taken down, and will they clear this position out? Snack. If he gets cleared, that could be the B-bomb set compromise. Sorry. The corners did not expect. He thought the Molotov did the job, and Snack's gonna hold the line for 3 kills. He's able to get around the corner as well. 1 HP to his name. Gets that Molotov done as well. He gets the job done. Now his position in bunk zone gets ventilated from fully laced right there. Beautiful round from Snack. 4K in total.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he just found everything there. It all started, right there. The one player not looking, but he got the low HP player as well, and the third one, oh my goodness, such fantastic spray control, really setting the marks for U of A, taking the tone and putting themselves right back into the winning ways. And you talked about economy. Well, it goes both ways. Economy for ASU down and dusted, and that is a airstrike death following bunk zoned. Well, some damage done to a couple other players, so that B rush stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of indecision starts to set in. Now they have rotated a third over towards the speed side of things. Bomb seems to be somewhat committed here. Oh yeah, Bomb's running in. Very committed. One towards Coffee, one towards Blue Box. Some nice shots need to be hit, and well, nothing comes of it. And now, damage is going to be the name of the game. Keotra, last alive. He's had some good clutches. 1v5 is too much to ask for, though, and at the very least, you could drop a weapon. Not quite. Flawless round coming through from U of A, and you can see a nice little slumped T folded over on Banana. He caught some serious flack there.
Yeah, flawless in every aspect, too, by the way. Not a single point of damage taken from U of A side there. They recover a couple of AKs as well. Nothing more deadly than a CT with a one-shot machine in their hands. They got 2 of them, Snack and Marley, in the possession of those. AWP now out here for Keotra. It's Sports. It's the first time he's taken that swing, and he goes for it, but oh, Keotra! He's so dang quick with that flick. He's fully laced though with this blind spray to answer the call. Somehow, he is able to pull this back to a 3-on-3.
There you are. Now it's going to be just him, though, with 15 HP left. There's no rotations here. They've moved their way in towards CT spawn. It snacks around the corner here. Teari hits the brakes. He's turned around, and there's a pitch for 2 here. Snacks! Oh, my God. He doesn't line him up, though. And on a bit of unfortunate hits, Keotra clears out A, and that's the round right there, done and dusted. Mike on the opposite side of the round. Of the map. Also, at the worst end of things here, picks up an A4 here. And I mean, does he want to even go for it? He knows that there's a couple of HP bars, but now he's found out. And I think he just called this one off. Give it up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can understand the idea, the want, the desire. Go for things, but no, this is not the time. Don't be a hero. Just go save your weapon. And, beyond that, yeah, there was that AWP. I want to add on that I love how ASU, they found, they were equalized, right? By that spray. They just hit the brakes. They just pumped them brakes. They said, okay, let's wait. They knew that they had one player on the A site, and they knew that they had the rotations, and so they just waited. They waited for U of A to make a play, and they played right into Arizona State's hands. It was really the right call, perfect call, if you will. And you see this here again. And Sports, I think he made the right decision to get out of there, but it just so happened that Kotra had made the swing at that precise moment, and his trigger finger is so darn fast that it just could not get away, could Sports.
Yeah, and I'm still unable to break the back of University of Arizona in terms of their economy. Now, you got to be careful. This pit position Sports with a near hit on that flick. Just not able to hit the line. Honestly, lucky to get away with his life in that position. A bullet heading towards his head. Could have been an unfortunate conclusion to that aggression. Now towards middle is where we're going to see ASU go back. And Murley, this is a really rough angle to work off of. Yeah, that's exactly why. Diari with a freebie. Now the Molotoving off. Really laced positions given up, and Dank's been on the chase right there. It's a bomb site compromise, and Sports is just a little far removed. He's going to fall off and save, it looks like.
Sort of an understandable scenario. I mean, maybe he can find one here.
Oh, no.
Or a snack. He's just the guy who dies for Sports to live. I hate it when I'm that guy, but somebody has to be that guy. I'm just not that guy, pal.
There you go.
Way.
We got more references coming at you.
Yeah.
You're
Picking them up. You know what I love though, right there, Cole? It's actually a love-hate, because U of A, they've been really one-dimensional with their A-hold, and you can see where Fully Laced has been playing in that corner underneath the balcony at A on the right side for days at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But then on top of that, Murley, he lost that same duel against Tayari like twice in a row in prior rounds. So I just need U of A to be a little bit more inconsistent with their placing, where they're playing on this map. I mean, it really is about swapping it up, and U of A have been quite one-dimensional in that hole towards the A side.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really easy pickings coming through from Tayari and his apps approach to that round, and Murley in that committed apps position. There's not many times that you're going to catch a T off guard. That's a very easy clear. You have to play in more of an off angle.
Well, and if you're going to play it once.
Yes. It has been brought out a couple of times. It's been punished a couple of times as well. So I don't know when the adjustment's going to come, why that position consistently does come out, but there does need to be an answer. And well, Sports has taken up the mantle there. Holy Clay's tracking through the smoke once again. It seems like he's getting pretty good at that. Look himself the gap there. Mock is rather already around the corner. 4v2, maybe a chance for University of Arizona to stabilize here.
Definitely a chance. I mean, they have a massive advantage to U of A, but they're certainly not out of this. And that duel, scarily how close it was. Not so great on that molly, but 50 seconds. There's still time to rotate back B, and I think that's what Arizona State are looking to do. Now, the Wildcats just adjusting. But hey, Mike here, he's ready to go. And the good news is there's not near enough utility to pull off the same little fake they threw at him before.
CT side smoke, though, would really change the game. Now, luckily, University of Arizona, Mike has posted up in a more aggressive position here. Now, how aggressive is he going to go? That's the question. He is kind of playing around the coffin's position right now as the execute does roll on out. It slowly, surely, bomb site finds the perfect timing. Wonderful stuff. Going 1-for-1 in that position is doing your job, and then some here. 5 seconds for the plant. They'll push through the smoke, I imagine. Actually, let that plant go down. So, minor victory here. Now in towards New Box. This is a chance here if he can able to isolate these duels. Snack is pushed up close, but Sport, he holds the line the entire time just in CT spawn to really lock that one in. And one consistency factor has been Sports in this op so far on the CT side. He's been doing such a great job with that weapon, and has been a key for a lot of these rounds as well.
Well, and I literally talked about last round how University of Arizona have been one-dimensional in their approach towards A. What did we see at the beginning of last round? we saw Sports get aggressive over in the apartments area, something we've yet to see him do. He finds an opening duel, he wins it out, he falls back, and then continues to take names whilst playing from the graveyard. So two positions we've yet to see for that player, or at all for that matter. This is becoming a very fast, very aggressive push up here towards mid. Nades go down, some damage, massive damage being done from those AGs. Another nade coming through, but Merle misses every single shot of the M4. And still two players over here on A, but that's not the direction that Arizona State are going.
Hello, Mike. There's a lot coming your way here, and he's going to stick himself up towards Tree. Now, luckily for him, there's 3 low HP bars, but the high HP player comes first, and he's able to transfer for 2. He's close by Snap. On the lurk is Bunks. He's good for the first kill. They have to find the second snack. He's able to take down KR, and now 1v2, but Bunks on before things can even get started. We finish an 8-7 half here for University of Arizona, who find their footing towards the tail end with 2 in a row, but I saw a lot of promising signs from ASU in the early stages.
Well, I mean, let's just talk the main thing, a 5-0 start. I mean, it's a darn promising sign, isn't it? I mean, you talk about good looks, nothing looking much better than holding off your opponents before they could even get around 4-5. And, well, 7-8, though, is really anybody's game still. Yes, Arizona State did win on the less favored side, but like you were talking about, I mean, 55% at the pro level win rate is what we're talking about for the CT side. When you get down to this collegiate level, it really is more of a suggestion, a generalization, than it is a hard and fast rule. We're underway this round in. U of A here on the attack, the T side now, as they flip the script.
Yeah, I mean, that's even at the very best, 54% for Gambit at the tier 1 level. Either way, we got ourselves a set approach here. Aggression, I mean, Bunkzones, he was kind of as that bait here, as they still have 2 players ready in the back of the bomb site, and 2 players quickly rotated over as well. So this could be a really good position. KRE, Freebie, takes down a second as well, going for a third. No, it's just so clean. 5 bullets shot from his USB, 3 onto the head of the University of Arizona attackers. They get no ground on B.
I absolutely loved that setup here from Arizona State. Like you said, Bunk Zone, he just let the bait, just to pretend like there's only one player there. The rotations come in, but the patience from Teari and the player there in dark, just phenomenal. Really good stuff. They make that look easy, and now it is the force buy here for University of Arizona. They're struggling in this one. The Wildcats on the downward spiral for the moment. And they do something with this force.
That's the case here. Everyone besides Sports is rocking some armor here to back up their Deagle. Sports likely trying to get that op as soon as possible once those gun rounds do start coming. Passive side hold right now coming through from University of Arizona. And what they're really looking for is just try and spot out a player in CT spawn. One to give a little bit of overextension for information. Nothing of that nature's coming, though, their way. Instead, just have a very patient default play from Kiari and Mock close by where the bunk zone. Here, finally, a smoke gets baited out. I mean, that's one position given up. Will they expect the second to be right around the corner, though? That's the real question in this defense.
Man. Arizona State, they are just hanging on to this utility. There's 40 seconds left in the round, and they're now throwing smokes. Like that's really solid stuff. Really good on the patience, and it's gonna force a push through smokes. But I guess it doesn't matter. Sports finds the frag anyway, and well, it's because of that additional armor that Fully Laced can stay alive, recover the FAMAS, and get the spike or get that bomb planted. It's fantastic. University of Arizona, and they continue to find success.
And I could tell what went wrong right there. Keotra, he finds that kill towards brackets and he clears it out. He thinks that it's all clear. He starts to rotate towards B, and that's one of 3 players on the A bomb site ready to defend. And after that, an explosion on towards the A bomb site comes. University of Arizona think that there's a little less to be met, as they think that they have that misinformation in the read right there. So the 2 players on site, they start to aggress up towards Porch, and it's just the wrong read. It's the wrong information, and honestly, it just comes down to timing. We're able to outmaneuver Arizona State in that sense, and what a great round from University of Arizona to close that one out. Really good timing from them. And here, yeah, here's where the scale up. You can see on your mini map as well the rotation that comes through. You can see where Keotra, who initially found his kill over in brackets, was. He was all the way in towards CT spawn, just thinking it was going to be a B execute.
Tough luck, really tough. As I didn't think it would be the case, but University of Arizona, they make that call, and they win the round 8-9 now. Some nades, but not so much damage. Super fast execution. Ollie gonna hold some off, and well, the push, good 1-for-1. Not too sure about that one. Snack in good position. Needs to wait for the rest of the team. Good job. Really good patience there for Snack. Didn't commit before he had to, and now this is a really difficult position to be in for Arizona State. Marley wins this duel, it's all but over.
Very quick for the headshot as well. I mean, at this point, what's your decision? Maybe to fall off and save is best case scenario. Smoke's been faded away. They get another one down here, and you can already see Yankee wants nothing to do with this round. He's all the way in that little cubby in spawn. Mock's forced to fight his way out of this situation. Dodging all of these bullets heading his way. And he's fighting back here. He's staying alive somehow, some way. But he shouldn't be able to for long. What is he going for? Through the smoke. What is this chaos here? He's forced to reload. And dang.
Through the what now?
Oh my goodness. Dang. Okay, you will find some frag towards the tail end right there. But I mean, is that a worthy cause right there? Going down, swinging in that fashion. I don't know. You could have saved some armor and a deagle.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's still $600. You know, you get kills with the but yeah, it seems like maybe a bit of a foolish imposition. Either way, all tied up. University of Arizona, they're back in the driver's seat. Remember, this is Arizona State's pick, Inferno. So, the closer this is, the closer it seems, the better for the Wildcats. But this round is a crucial one. Want to make sure that you win it without too much damage. You've invested heavily if you're University of Arizona. And with that investment, you need to protect it.
Going to give up a lot of banana control. And that's kind of one of the issues. Now, I'll give them a pass here. It's just an eco, so no big deal on this one. But it did come back to bite them in that initial gun round. It was part of the reason why Keotra was forced to gamble more so in towards that B side because of the lacking information here. Look at this wrap got going on as well. Full control of brackets here. They have CT spawn in their hands, and they're going to work around it. Through they go. Oh, and this is going to be the perfect gap. It's going to be a disaster on B. There's no way they can hold against this one.
Yeah, I mean, not with. I mean, look at what they have.
Oh, it's coming. Sports, it's only a matter of time. Keotra, count your days. See you later. Oh, no trigger discipline. Just straight up headshots here. And Tayari, what do you got for us?
I know need for trigger discipline here. He's at 75.
Oh.
Is C dead? 75. As Fully Lace puts him to bed. Quickly, everyone else rotates in, and well, this is what I like to call the firing squad. Pretty much. Not far from it, at the very least. I mean, if Buckstone finds that kill, props to him. But that's what I think I like to call it a 10% kill. 10% of the time you pick that one up because you're just spamming blindly on the swing. But hey, it does work that 10% of the time. So
I like those odds.
Those are your kind of odds.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I don't want to be with. I don't want to be gambling with you at the casino.
Okay, but 10%. I risk, high reward. You know, you get a chance here. Dang, he's held on to that UMP. It's a sturdy one right there. It is. We'll get that one for the next one. And a gun round coming out here for SU once again. He is going to dive out of that UMP. I'm surprised he didn't bring that into, but maybe Mock is going to pick that one up here. That'll be exciting. We'll have the story of the traveling UMP. Yeah, he'll pick that up.
You remember when the UMP was the gun to have?
Best gun in the game. Oh,
yeah,
I love
you'd get 5 UMPs on a pro team. That was so fun.
Good times.
Oh, AWP, but it's missed. How does he miss that? There's 5 players to shoot at. He missed them all. The same could be said for Ari. It's all going downhill so fast. Arizona State, they fall apart.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's a rough one. This was such a dominant round, such a statement being made right here. From University of Arizona. The UMP still kicking here. You need to dive on out of that one. Run away as soon as possible. You need that's valuable. That's it's weight in gold here. Still being mollied off of his one chance at trying to find some weapons being dropped here. And man, what a round right there coming through from University of Arizona. They took no prisoners in that banana approach. You mentioned it. That op was so close to hitting the mark. It's actually Mop, the one to drop the ump at the end of the day here. And Zone, he's good for the first economic damage towards the tail end, but I don't know if that's worth it. Dropping your weapon a little bit overextended there.
Yeah, I think that Arizona State would have been better just to save all 3 of these. Look at this.
Oh my God.
I mean, he just shoots between all of them.
So close.
That's so tragic. And then look,
really
Ari, the same. He just doesn't know who to shoot at. He goes between left, right, which one? I mean, we've all been there, haven't we, Cole? But man, is that just frustrating to look at.
It's super frustrating, and especially when you start to see that lead away. You at one point were having yourselves a nice game here, closing things out. You won that first one. You could have gotten yourself really activated early on. Instead, now you're standing down the barrel of 2 rounds down, and that round like that, especially where you had that AWP in such a good position. Now look at Mock though. There's been a rifle, but there's someone right around this corner here. Mike could really put a spoiler on this one, and instead of Snack, Mike's like, here you get the communication breakdown. Snack is like, how is he there? Like, what are you doing? And then at the end of the day, all is well. I still close this one out. It's a pretty clean fashion. Teari, he might take an AK into this next one, but he won't take a 12.
No, not a 12 for sure. But you know, an AK is not a bad consolation prize. I'd take that. You know.
We already saw Merrill was in apartments there in that first half. He got that headshot off initially, but that AK headshot came out. Sometimes,
exactly right.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a little rough.
The difference between life and death at times, as you're mentioning, and yeah, I think it's not only frustrating but demoralizing around like the like that one for Arizona State. Like you said, at 1 point ahead, now giving away what'll be the 3rd round of lead to U of A, and I mean it's certainly a situation where you have to reset mentally and just put it behind you.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to do, especially with how frustrating that gun round was. I mean, it really was so close to being a miracle. You know, 2K at the very worst, 3K possible. I believe you got to get some headshots in there if you want like a 3K collateral, but that shot rained out. It could have done so much damage. It could have immediately swiped away at any sort of momentum that University of Arizona was going for in those gun rounds. And instead, it's just that unfortunate bit that it's the better end of them. Now they're going to go for it again. Banana control.
No way.
It's being aggressed upon.
I thought they were going to go for the same peak. I saw the 0 go in that direction, and I was like, no way Kyotra does the same swing he did before. I would have used mass respect to do that, but through the smoke. Hawk, no respect. He takes out the one. Ari, though, on the other side of things, is going to go down for the trouble. And that means that, unfortunately, what was once an advantage, now an equalized situation due to that pick on Teari, with Arizona State still not necessarily in the lead.
And now they're going to hit the brakes here a little bit, trying to have that 4v4. You can see that the defense has been spread thin here. 2-2 setup, leaving that A site vulnerable, but B site is where they head, so maybe there's a better chance here. We'll see if the smoke distracts Mike. He's on that lurk duty here, looking to try and draw some attention over towards A. Keep ESU's defense light here on the B side of things. He's going to have a chance, but Keotra easily mops that one up, and it has drawn off a rotate here. You can see that Mock, he's faded away, and it's just going to leave Dank here in a 1v3 on the bomb site. Trying to first transfer for a second. He is going to do it. Goes down the line, and Mock through the smoke is going to close things out. Beautiful stuff. Dank You can trust him in positions like that. He's going to convert.
I don't know if there was a miscommunication there from University of Arizona, but very weird, this push. Let's take a look at it, right? So the Dank taking this fight,
Yeah.
Merle is just spamming through CT, and continues to swing into the line of fire of Dank. There's just no reason to do that. You have the site isolated. There's no reason to just spam through that smoke. It's a smoke, and so, yeah. Would it have won the round? Probably not, but definitely a weird one. And who needs to see? Honestly, eyes are overrated. Kotra with the frag, despite the fact that he could not see the player.
Patrick gets another one at the edge of the smoke there, and look at that bunk zone on top of the balcony. A really strong position to play off of. Now Mike trying to get the trade here on the player over in Moto, but the operating's out through the top of the smoke there. Mike now on the sidelines here as Sports last alive into a 1v4 damage. I mean, you're gonna want to drop a couple of these weapons here with 10k in your back pocket. Holding on to that AK, it's not gonna do you too good. Instead, I mean, readjusting. He has the bomb in his hand, and all 4 players are over at A. He just needs to move quickly. I mean, knife out straight towards B if he wants a chance this round, but the rotates are going to arrive here shortly, so even that option becomes null here.
This is an unreal momentum swing in favor of Arizona State. It's just been a round, and now this second round, but I mean, I don't know about you, but it really feels as if Arizona State are just straight back in this thing. Now, fairness, University of Arizona, they've got cash. Sports has got 10k, and well, that might make him be a little bit more aggressive here and not just save the weapon, but regardless of the save, they should have enough to buy in this round, and so it doesn't really matter. Now this is like you said, about economic damage. How many kills can you get if you're Sports?
Let's see here. He's gotten himself in towards Coffins. It's being watched, though. He's not going to be very wise here. Oh, he catches one with this knife out. 1v3 here. Bomb's been tapped here from Kotra. He's going to peek around the corner. There's another. Okay, so 2 weapons dropped there towards the tail end. You have to take that one to the bank right there. That's a lot of damage being put onto the CT side that you can really rely on. And a 1v4 as well. He had a chance to even find himself another around the corner there. Just couldn't dive out of it in time. So, getting that bomb plant, 2 kills towards the tail end. That one you have to be very happy about.
Yeah, $800 extra in the bank for everyone. And on top of that, you remove the possibility for really AKs for the CTs if they want to recover both of the ops. So it really is a moral victory at the very least. And you can see the buy healthy for University of Arizona. Blue laced in position here is trying to hold off, and then we'll reaggress in here towards Nana. And there is the timing. 3 towards B, 2 towards A for the moment. But that could change at the drop of a hat.
Here we go here. Execute ready and towards east side. It seems like they're gearing up for it. Bombs dropped in that passive location. So both being an option right now as they hold this default here. But they've done a rather big flaw. They are fully on banana right now. Ready to execute in towards B, and you just don't have any sort of map control right now. But the one silver lining is this time, Arizona State University, they've got the Molotovs. They've got the utility to counteract this execute here. Smoke rolling out towards 45 seconds here. Great as that smoke towards CT flies. So baiting out utility here. Now they just get to go those Molotovs down. But instead, they're just going to hold a position, hold the line. One can spot it out. Kotra's good for the first, but his teammate goes around him. Now they're going to find him. Kills through the smoke. Kotra's good for the 3K, 4K with the fast flicks. Lightning quick there as we tie things up 12-12. Kotra holds the line right there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, they don't call him Kotra for nothing. That was a fantastic round. Truly, I mean, this this last flick, by the way, that is god tier.
Yes.
And that's like old school Kenny S type flick right there. Definitely definitely want that guy on my ranked teams.
He's always looking for good oppers to play with. He never wants riflers, so
it's okay.
He's got, what was he adding yesterday or that frag? He's adding Probably Pone Alone in there. Probably
Probably.
had some junior adding. Yeah, Pone Alone.
Yeah. Total load 100%. Hey, listen.
Oh,
He's been on the Valorant side of things too, hasn't he? Pone Alone for a bit as well. He's kind of
is he playing some
rolling.
Valorant?
I think so. I think I saw him playing a little bit.
Might be doing some rank though.
I
I read an interview over on Dust too that he was working. He was pretty committed. It was from Cynic. So that whole team, I think, was pretty committed over in Party Astronauts camp. But who else is committed here? It's Kotra pushing down Banana to find the opening frag. He did it all in the last round. He's gonna do it once again to try and take the lead.
I mean, he certainly is committed to turning this into an Arizona State victory. Because I mean, University of Arizona, they absolutely were in the driver's seat. They were driving the car right off the cliff with Arizona State still inside, and well, it was only Kotra to slam on the brakes at the last possible moment. And with that, still an opportunity to bring this back on the attack. University of Arizona, they have weaponry. They have some utility as well. Not bad utility, in fact, now that I look at it. But damage being done on the entry, and well, nothing going their way. All on a snack, and well, he's taking a bite, but that's all he can afford to do. One bite, and he's gone.
What a momentum shift here. The double ups, they are being brought out here in a much needed pause to be called out. Coming through over on the University of Arizona side of things. Actually, it might be a tech pause here. Sports disconnect. It might need to get some, fresh eyes here. As he needs maybe a little tech issue. Either way, it's just been such a dominant string of rounds coming through from Arizona State. They've gathered so much momentum. What is this buy going on as well? Look at this coming through from University of Arizona. We're seeing Mac 10s. We're seeing 8Ks with one smoke and no head Kevlar come out. I mean, this is terrifying.
It feels like desperation purchase,
Yeah.
but it's not desperation time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they've missed the timing, the mark on when this is feasible or reasonable for that matter. By the way, I just want to clarify, it was Pawnee, PWNY.
Oh, okay. Pony from RBG.
Who is playing
Yeah.
Valorant. I just
I
want
was
to
about to
clarify.
say, I had not heard of Pone Alone switching to Valorant, and I got
Yeah,
a little bit nervous there.
No, when you follow 2 games, 3 games,
Right.
4
It's
games, it
near
all kind of
impossible, yeah.
it comes together. So I do apologize. My
Oh,
bad.
no, you're good.
Got it fixed. So he's playing for Devise. Actually, really playing very well.
Yeah, I'm excited
but-
to see him have some success over in the Valorant. I always liked him on RBG.
Yeah. Well, you know what I like? I like this pause to be over, and it is University of Arizona. They are. I mean, they're taking the last buy strategy here, and looks like they're running it down B, and that's not looking
Util
good.
damage.
But that flash is great, looking good on that flash at the very least. Push comes through, but it's a KRE and Dank 2 for none. KRE playing in position, taking out one more player, but it's Mike. A good trade. Low HP for both Sports and Mike, but this is still technically winnable. 2-on-2.
Molotov doesn't get banked off the wall there, so Plant can come through. Mike might gonna start to punch in those numbers, and Sport looking for a proactive play at the moment. He's got to worry about Banana too. He's coming around the corner, and there goes Sports. Mike's gonna try and bail him out of the situation into the 1v1. Retreats towards New Box. Goes for the HE. Goes for the M4. He's got a little bit to work with, but not much HP. It's gonna be bank zoned. Trying to work around the corner. He's got himself in torch pool. Headshot's been spotted. He takes a little bit of chip damage here. The nade out. Oh, that's gonna be the trick. It's the nade. It's HE to get 14 in Arizona State University. They pinned off against a force buy from University of Arizona.
Touchdown on the grenade. It's massive, and I saw when he had the HE, I'm like, that is 100% gonna come through.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of when. This was a nice adjustment from Dank to win out that duel even whilst moving, and I've been on it again and again. Patience from Tayari on some of these swings, really getting the most out of moments where it can be difficult. And the good news for University of Arizona, they got the plant, and so as is the usual with the loss bonus, You get the plant, you have the round. Unfortunately, Keotra, first time in a couple rounds to miss a shot. This time he clicks off of the player.
I like what we're going with right now, University of Arizona. They've kind of gotten tired of battling for banana here because Arizona State, they've been winning a lot of those duels. Now they get a much heavier approach here in towards the A side of things. But look at this. Time has been bought, and the third player will rotate over to alleviate some of that pressure on this A side. Keotra's been flashed off the angle. Gonna push through, and here's the angle. That's hard to work with. Oh, he's not able to find the frag, but he does damage. He scares him off of the line and gets that information. So what's going to be the reaction at the moment? They've got full banana control up towards Car, but again, you still have to worry about the counter utility that can come through over on the B side of things. And so the commitment does double down. ASU forced to fight against an A side attack.
I don't know about forced. I feel like a B rotation could have been prudent, especially when Keotra is posted and waiting.
Oh,
Well, unfortunately, University of Arizona, I think, gonna be saying, we'll send you a postcard because we don't want to go over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe too little, too late. And yeah, if they choose to rotate now, this is far too late.
Keotra's going to go down here. 22 on the clock. There's still 2 players on A to fight against Bunk's Owns and offing towards mini. They make their way towards site, but Bunk's Own is going to sideline one. Fully laced, gets taken down. Now Plant's coming through. Will they be able to spot him here? No, numbers get punched in, and Merrill's on the flank. They do a lot. Snacks is good for the 1. And they can cut off the rotations. Equalize into the 2v2 with Merrill's position. Snacks still has to worry about mini pit here, but he's around the corner, and it's going to be Merrill caught off guard. Same with Snack, and that point secured for ASU off of some very patient play, almost too patient, but they get the job done nonetheless.
Man, I feel like this is such a snowbally game at the moment.
Yeah.
One side just kind of runs away with things for 5, 6, 7 rounds, and then it's the other side to take control and do the same. Now, Arizona State in control, but again, Plant goes down. You know what that means? Bye comes out. University of Arizona, sure, it's not all the bells and whistles, but they got an op and they got 4 AKs to back it up. Which means that, in my book, that's plenty enough to take down any number of rifles on the Arizona State side. The double op on that side certainly can be effective, and hey, it's Keotra. Double op, I said. Well, he's definitely been putting it to work.
Keotra has been a real spark as well for ASU in terms of gathering momentum. He's going for another, but there you go. Mike, he's deleted Keotra, and they're going to scale up towards A with some pressure. Bunkstone has found himself alone here in this A-side defense in a nice position towards top of balcony. Clears his jet, go for the headshot, go for the transfer. Can he find the third? Not quite. Bunkstone is going to be taken down, but he's done his job. He's putting the man advantage back in ASU's favor. Dropped the bomb on top of the balcony as well. Look, Snacks is looking for it, but it's up above. And it's going to be such a hard time to find it. He will get it eventually. It's still valuable minutes here to rotate. You can see that Dank's on the flank through apartments, and they're going to have a world of information here. Both players on site. This is the worst possible post plants you can get on the A-bomb site.
It's not exactly a power peak, but a power angle. That's a nice nade. Nearly readjustment, but it's Merle 1 versus 3. Now just 2 left alive. Frag there, massive, great adjustment. And he's got the frag. They stay alive. University of Arizona, they're here and they make it work. Merle, who's been the player that has really had a slow game, stepping up, had 7 frags, big 1v3.
Not done just yet, says Merle. They'll hold on to fight another day. Look at this. Maybe even take a 4
Oh boy,
considering the bye. It's University of Arizona at the finish line, hitting a little bit stumbles here. And some speed bumps as they're on to Eagles at the moment. I mean, it could be a little switch in the momentum at the worst possible time.
well, University of Arizona with the tools in hand,
no.
but well, maybe those speed bumps for ASU were simply the dead bodies of Mike, and U of A. Who knows? Still 4 left alive, though. The push here, 2 players sort of inching their way. I should say 4, inching their way in towards B. Fully Laced and Stack both wins their duels. And this should be a pretty solid round. University of Arizona. I don't really see how Arizona State could get back in here and win?
Oh,
Not with the weaponry they have.
just a little bit early on that as well. Thought they had a great setup. Bomb's been dropped now. Won't cut him out just yet. Oh my goodness. Mock spotted out another, and the AK coming through from offense as well. They haven't gotten those numbers punched in finally to do so, but we're equalized into the 2v2. And Merle's committed on top of these boxes, but good for the headshot still. Op angle being held onto Dank, so he's struggling to peek outwards. But eventually we'll find some damage before Sport will take him down. And University of Arizona will take the 14. So we'll head into all 30. And ASU yet to close here.
Man, imagine if that Free Fire on the Sports connected.
Oh,
That would have been dirty, but not to be. I think Snacks has, he has an AK dropped over for him. Pretty much everything you could want, though a FAMAS purchased up for Teari. So Arizona State a little bit low on both utility and weaponry, so that is very minimal, might I add. Flashbang's good to push Keotra off of his sight line. And now we're back to the status quo.
and controls maintained here, though, for University of Arizona. 3 players stacked up, but 1 rotating off just in time here. On top of that, you got Keotra ready with the AWP. As soon as one flies around the corner, the bullets will start to rain on out. They're lining up for this execute. They're getting ready for it. And they don't have an aggressive setup. It's just one boosted up player. Once this execute runs on out, how are they going to defend against the site? They're just going to be forced to retreat, and maybe a retake setup is going to be inbound here from the CT side.
But they haven't really had a boosted player before. So maybe that'll be the difference maker. Maybe they won't check for it, especially when Keotra finds it. But no, the boost, it's been swapped up. Why? Teari, he falls down. Honestly, lucky to get 1 and keep it equal. 3-on-3, Cole.
Why did they flash through the smoke? It was the boosted position that was going to work so well for them. Instead, they fall off the line here. Now they're into a 3v3 retake. Not the greatest scenario. They could counter boost one in. There's one holding in the back of New Box. Molotov doesn't hit the line here. They're all committed on towards the site. They clear out Banana, but trying to close in on the position. Bully Lace is good for 1 before Dank trades out. They need a 1v2 from Bunkstone, and OT looking likely. He's got to push in towards New Box, but they're not peeking. Bomb's now been tapped. They're still holding the positions, and it's Sports to close it out. Quite fitting that he's the one to do it with the 3K to end off Inferno and head into overtime.
Yeah, big stuff there. As we are indeed, we are headed to overtime. Just temporarily going over here. Arizona State, though, I mean, that's brutal. I think they come back through.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this decision making from Teari. I understand that they had the flash. That's the reason that he came down. Didn't realize it at the time, but the flash was there, and I can appreciate wanting to play with the team in that situation. But it's just not the right decision. I don't think long term. Could have had the boost, and like we were talking about, they didn't boost the entire CT side. It would have been such a great play at the perfect time.
Yeah, could have caught them off guard right now. Now they're into overtime, but it does seem like they're not down and out of it just yet. They haven't lost all of their momentum. You can see that they're hungry. They still close this one out with some aggressive banana control. ASU taking it all the way down to the ranks here. Bottom of banana. They even recycle those smokes. So they've got themselves a great bit of information here. One boosted up as well. And I mean, even at this point, you're still good for 1-for-1. Now, Keotra over there and miss, and it's going to come at the cost of his life here. Bunkstone's forced to spam through the smoke, but a bomb set quickly becomes compromised. Rotates have been cut off through CT spawn as well. It's all in a mock in apartments. Good for the first. Mike, he's taken down. Goes for the no-scope, but not good for a second. And 2v3 now. Keep ASU in a winning position at the long last. University of Arizona might just slip by a lead here in overtime.
I can't believe that we would even be having that conversation, considering where this team has been. But we're having it, and we're here. You know what else I'm a fan of? 10KOT. I know you and I differ on this, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm a big fan of the 10KOT. I love that you get punished for taking the double off, and that's exactly what Arizona State did here in this prior round.
So I've become more of a neutral position on this. I feel like 16K is definitely far too much. I hate double op setups every single round in overtime. 10K is decent. I think that that nice and even 12.5 is inching towards a close and comfortable compromise here. Speaking of compromises, it's going to be Arizona State University trying to answer right now with a round of their own. They keep things equal at 16-16. They've done it with a nice setup here, totally catching University of Arizona off guard.
I really loved it. Yeah, you were talking about their setup, and their setup was phenomenal. They had 3 players here at the banana area. They knew there was a strong possibility that the University of Arizona rather were going to take it or try to take the banana control. That's what they've been doing. That's been their bread and butter. And it's also been a scenario where rarely have we seen Arizona State commit 3 players to that swing, and it's perfect. Not only do a lot of damage, but they take all the time in the world. Oh, the sports here. Ooh, quick frags.
Oh my
He's looking
God.
for more. The flick misses, but oh my goodness, I started to believe. Oh,
That's when
nearly.
it gets you. That's when it gets you. Once you start to believe right then you know that maybe things could go south. That was the case with sports as well. That second kill, I was like, oh, he's going to win this for sure. That last flick, luckily, he did not, fall off. As if that was into a 1v2 with the ops coming out, things could have gotten dicey. Instead, he just commits to the fight towards logs, and it's too much of a flick to ask. And still a good buy there with that round win from Arizona State University, despite the heavy cost towards the tail end. Look at this, more aggression. Keotra around the smoke here is able to work it. Not expecting this to be a gap here. We'll see if they overcommit. That's the case for Snap. He gets found out right there. An immediate 4v5. Keotra has been so dominant here in the late stages of Inferno.
Yeah, just finds the hand of that player, and
This angle.
good flash though. Really good flash from Fully Laced, or rather from Sports, to allow for Fully Laced to get into that position and take the head off of the Opper. 4-on-4 now. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Arizona State not out of this yet, but at the same time, University of Arizona definitely have utility enough to make a quite solid play towards either side. Right now, they're sort of half committed. You can see there's aggression over in apartments for Arizona State, but be answered. Oh, and it is.
So brilliant as well. They've stacked over 3 players towards B. Now, that reaction, that information that's been spotted is actually going to trigger the A side rotates. So it's at the exact wrong read. A little bit of false info comes through, and Mox burned off of the new box position. They start to hear him. He's burning, and inside of his own flames here, Fully Laced is not scared. His teammates do a little less damage to him inside of that. And a very well played bit of utility and confidence from Fully Laced to clear out that B bombs it without any casualties. Merle, I believe, has been spotted here as well. Maybe around the corner. Will they check it? Sports is just gonna hold the line, and that's gonna distract.
They are checking Merle now. Not any way that he gets checked.
Oh,
now
beautiful.
they know, but it's far too late. It's all over. This should be University of Arizona taking the lead here in OT, and there it is. Merle with the double. And it is the back half of OT number 1. Remember, this is MR6. So we're looking for 19, the score to win. And that is a fantastic replay on how the hold of Banana just broke down, and then the rest to follow.
Yeah, even that breakdown in towards Banana, on top of that setup that they had in Coffins to lock that one in right there was impressive, as well as our inching closer and closer here to closing things out for University of Arizona on Arizona State's map pick of Inferno. And they've got the double up in their own hands as well.
That's the key, right? This is Arizona State's pick. If they go down on this map, I mean, that is a statement of all statements, and a frustrating position to be in. Now on the T side, Arizona State. And here we are. Fully Laced literally just lives in this corner on the CT side. I don't think he played any other position at all.
That's very true. You can see a little different approach in apartments as well for Merle in this half. Not really committed inside of that previous position. They try and molly Fully Laced out, but that's not going to quite hit the mark there. On top of the balcony, it's good for a little bit of control here, but will they check it? On top of that, you got Sports in this angle towards middle, ready to peek off of some contact here. So it's a great crossfire in towards middle. What more could you ask for right now if you're University of Arizona? What defense can you mount with this?
Pretty good timing on that. First going the way of Merle, but it's just a trade. And in fact, Merle goes down without much of a fight as well. That means that A side is Arizona State's for the taking. That will go down. An interesting plan on top there. So, a player advance. I mean, this is a save. This has got to be a save.
Yeah, I think that's best case scenario here. Hold on to that double up as well. Overcommitment from Snack, and yeah, that's a freebie. Now, with your ops, just run away. Get all the way away.
There's no point in exits. Who cares? It's OT.
That's a little bit rough there. I think maybe if you found a pick, it could have triggered something, but double up retake on A. When do you think that's ever going to work? I mean, I wouldn't even say that's 9 times out of 10. I'd give you like a 1% chance, if that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. No doubt about it. And I mean, I guess you're right. I can respect the idea of you know, having that one rifle go back in there and just look for an opening. By the way, going back to the last game where, you know, there was the extra time at the end, you can notice it there really specifically how fast the time there at the end of the round goes.
Yeah,
comparatively.
Much different than Flashpoint there. Look at this triple up now picked up as well.
Okay. Listen, if double up didn't work, get another one, I guess. The amount of times I've seen that in my ranked games, a lot. In my my collegiate games, not that many, but tag through the wall, and half wall, of course, is spammable. But I mean, triple up, I guess, can work. You just gotta hit the shots.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that's the case here. Sports has been doing much of the heavy lifting with this big green. Smoke goes down towards middle. And doesn't seem like a full commitment. Instead, just a little bit of attention drawn out. And you can see in the rotate, Snack has kind of cheated over towards A off of that. So, a great bit of information. Mike is in an easily smokable position with the current utility set that Arizona State have. So, a very winnable round right now is in play here. Snack's rotated back in line towards this B side of things. The smokes do rain on out, but they don't throw one out towards Coffins. Mike is in a great position. Things are good though. It's Snack through the smoke. Gonna find 2, line him up, but look at that. Mike blinded up, tries to go through the smoke prematurely and will be taken down because of it. 3v3 now in 4 B side with the post plan as well.
Remember, I've been talking about Tayari's patience for so long. Mike, impatient that time, and all Keotra with the frag. Tayari comes in clutch, and it's all on the fully laced. EWP in hand. Keotra, you swing. Not right now. 5 HP and 16. So low. Needs to probably swap over to something different, but he hits the shot with the AWP. No kit. This is a problem. He's just chilling, sticking with it. He's got it. I don't know that he's got the defuse, though, and he doesn't. Oh, he grabs the kit, but it's all over. Oh, no. Fully laced. Oh, it's not enough. Match point for Arizona State.
And triple op in that last round. Look at the money that they're going to have in this one. You can see that Merle and Snack are going to be lacking in economy. That's a guarantee. And so, what sort of defense? It's just not working right now. You can see that there was a nice attempt from Snack trying to regress through that smoke. He's not even going to have an M4. Best case, it's going to be a FAMAS. It depends on, I imagine, Sport buying up an AWP in this round. But it's certainly looking like, despite a heroic attempt from University of Arizona to try and steal SU's map pick, they might fall short at the finish line, despite getting into OT, despite, you know, being able to get these shifts in momentum back and forth. And auto shotty, I guess this is a decent time to pull this one out. We love the gun. We'll see if he can get anything done with it.
I mean, listen, it's desperation time, so hey, why not? And on this map, there's plenty of places to play with it. Obviously, Banana, one of those apartments, another. Mike's op in play, and Sports has one too. I didn't even realize. Double op again. And oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
Keotra showing off. He's not a one-trick pony. He's got more than. He's got at least 2 tricks, and that's AK and op.
pinpoint precision right there on that peak right there, showing nice headshots now. There's an auto shotty around this corner. They've doubled up as well, a second player in towards B, so you can see that this A side is very, very thin right now. It's Relay, who's honestly been struggling in this pit position very much so, been abused quite a bit on the CT side. Now they're going to stack one over here back towards the A side of things, but it might be too little too late. They even have a lurk of Keotra who's just been hanging out towards Banana. Full brackets control is in the way, and fully laced is going to double back here in towards pit. Merlay is with an MP9 here on the opposite side of things. Well, there you go.
Love that gun. One click, one kill. That's the way the cookie crumble is fully laced now, fully under pressure. And he's not even going to pick up one frag. He's down and out. Relay with a nice little rotation, which is really quite solid from him, but what can he find? Got the hot rod in his hands, but it's not enough. He's down. He's out. This is looking all but over. Snack 1v3 to push us to a second OT, but I mean, come on. How much can you ask of this man? He's got an AK in hand, and it's all over. Arizona State University make the comeback in overtime to win out their map pick. Oh boy, but it was a journey we took together, and I mean, I have no idea what to expect to go into next map, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, no, it was a brilliant matchup right there. The momentum swings coming through from both teams. The adjustments that we saw at the end of the day, ASU were able to topple University of Arizona. They were able to keep their heads in the game for just a little bit longer. To hold on towards that tail end is key because, you know, if you had that 15 mark and you know, up 15 to 13, you were so close to closing things out. On top of that, you had already mounted that comeback in the second half. The fact that it even went into OT was crazy for University of Arizona, but luckily ASU walked away with the W despite, you know, getting a little choking in towards the tail end, and that's got to feel so nice heading into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, you just talked about it from the University of Arizona perspective. I agree, but from the ASU side of things, they mentally stuck with it. They were able to pull off the victory despite that, you know, quote unquote choke at the beginning. Regardless of what you want to call it, I would say they are in good position, but we're going to be here for a little longer. We've got at least one more map here tonight for this battle for Arizona. We'll be back here in a few minutes with map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back here with map number 2. We've got a great start on Inferno. It went the distance. We got overtime. I think that's kind of an Inferno classic. And now we're going to be heading into Mirage as well in this map number 2. We see some of the highlights here. A lot of back and forth momentum from these two teams. A lot of dueling and brawling coming through for both of these rosters that ended up going in the way of University of Arizona. They take their own map pick, and now we head into the map pick of Arizona State University. So, or rather reverse, Arizona State University won their map pick, and U of A, now we're heading to their map pick.
Yeah, I think that of all the things to say, there's two to add. First of all, University of Arizona, they had 2 players with 30 plus frags and they lost.
Yeah.
That's got to be a frustrating one. But the other side of that is Kotra. And what a trendsetter, what a just game changer that guy is. And he really did set the tone as we are looking to head in here to map number 2. It was a grueling map number 1. Are we headed for the same fate? Will this be University of Arizona taking it and sending us to a map 3? Who knows? But it's going to be the University of Arizona starting out here on the T side. And they have some standard utility. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen a Mirage, actually, believe it or not. And I'm excited for it.
This from ASU as well. Full armor being brought up here, and a retake towards A is interesting to see. Usually, if you're going to go for the retake setup, you're going to at least commit some players in towards a bomb site here. Free fire coming through. Exactly, yeah. A kit would be great. And they go 1 for 1, but bomb storm planted, and here comes the issue of no kit, but it might be bailed out for the fact that Mach and Kotra are going to kick things off hot, and Mach can find himself another. It's sports with a P250, but his teammates have all fallen around him at ASU to kick off this pistol round quite nicely. Uh-oh.
Little did you know that Kotra is actually just Spanish for mopping up the frags. And that's exactly what he does. Easy double kill there. Pretty much putting Arizona State into the bin. Or rather, University of Arizona into the bin. Arizona State with an easy victory. Remember, we talked about it before, but I'll mention it one more time. This is AU's. This is their map pick. They come in to this down 1 as ASU picked Inferno. So, a force buy for either side. This is definitely not the norm.
It's certainly lacking here on the CT side. You can see that even though they won the round, it's rifles being brought out here. They're going to work their way up catwalk. Reload. You got to be careful there, Dink. There's someone right around the corner. And 2 opening frags come through here for the T side. Aggression 50 KR is forced to fight up against the world. And I mean, that's the issue with giving up the bomb plant on the pistol round. There's nothing really you can do to avoid it. It's just going to be the fact that you're going to be forced to fight up against a lot of weaponry here. So now biding their time, trying to make this retake happen. A missed top flash, queue up Kotra out of the window. But other than that, I think that Mach's best case scenario is to find a couple of kills and bailing out. Not even the case here. She's taking some flack.
Done.
Oh.
And shots fired. Shots connected through the smoke. Snack on Mach. Snack wins out. And quickly answered. University of Arizona, they lost the pistol and they win the follow-up. If you can look at the opposing economy here, Arizona State, are they giving it up? No, they're force buying back in. But unfortunately for them, it's just everything against the CT side at this point in this game, because they, whereas the T's, they can buy like real guns, only pistols and 1 upgraded scout here for ASU.
It's a good time over on the CT side nowadays here. Now they're going to try and work a little mid-crunch that comes through. But Mike with the Glio is just going to clear out Kotra and kick things off with a 4v5. Now what more could you ask? Full mid control, causing some chaos in the rotations of the CT side here. And now they're going to try and utilize Mach on the top of... Watching out on A ramp. They're splitting up towards A, and there's going to be a heavy rotation that's going to meet this. Oh, but a missed shot there. Longstone is forced to fight his way out of this under balcony position before he gets taken care of Sport. And Sport's is going to turn around for another. They've got Jungle smoked off as well. A really decent execute coming through, but will it be enough? In the 3v3, now 2v3, but one now remains. The CT side, Arizona State looking to fight their way out of the situation, but it's just Tayari now left.
You know, they're making it very much a difficult and expensive round. Our Arizona State, but you know maybe the current way that the game works, you know, with regard to economy, maybe it's all just a metaphor that Valve is trying to tell us about, you know, the bad guys and how easy it is. I don't know, you know, to get weapons or some such. I don't know where I was going with that, but hey, we were trying.
It was worth a shot.
University of Arizona with a second round there. I mean, they take advantage of their upgraded weaponry and put it into full fruition. It's going to be a save for the Arizona State side, I believe.
I think the reality of the situation is that Galil is just $1,800, and it's like it's almost, if you take it at face value, it's really just a M4 that's much cheaper, $1,000 less than the A1S, and so in reality you can get some really good buys. It's just $200 Zeus, and that's exactly why it's Mike taken down to 18 with some good damage. I mean, a little bit unfortunate once you get in the range there, do some good damage. You'd like to get the kill, but it's only going to be a little bit of chip off of the shoulder. But Kyocho with the Eagle is getting the job done on 1 HP, and there's still that low HP member of Mike standing tall in Palace.
Hey, give that guy any gun in the entire game, and he just gets 2 kills with it. Kyocho, I talked about him. He was the player to watch last map, and he's already become the player to watch here in this one. Covering a AK is unfortunately going to be the cost of your life if you're that Arizona State player. But with the bomb going down, Kyocho with a third, he rotates all the way around to try and find one more.
Yeah, you can take another gun down with you, and the 1 HP. I mean, you've already done your job. 3 kills on 1 HP with no armor, no rifle is an absurd idea. Now going for a 4th. It will be backs turned here, but how long will they turn their backs before they kind of get an idea? It'll be a long time. They line up. Oh, Sports. He could have had the ace, and honestly, I can't quite hear if there's enough time to defuse, but I mean, there at least could have been a chance. And with a Deagle, you know, just a Deagle and 1 HP, it would have been great damage.
Yeah, I don't even think it matters about the defuse on that point, but yeah, it would have been fantastic damage. You're right. As Arizona State finally get the guns out to enforce across the board. AWP as well for Kyocho. And because of the damage, Merle doesn't have a gun. That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're just going for a straight B rush as well. All tops to meet the defense. There'll be smokes for those 2 extinguish, and now they jump out of a partnership. They don't fear for Dank. One will eventually, but Tayari is going to have a labor spray, a labor fight, but good for the headshot on the snap. Now the rotates have arrived. That's good news here for the defense, but they're getting deep down below the inbound. Bungst own is good for a kill, and the trades do roll back and forth here, but now it's found himself. Mike laughs alive, and not for much longer. ASU grab a 2nd round under the B rush chaos, and because of the damage that was done from Kyocho 2 rounds prior, look at the buy round that University of Arizona are going to have. It's going to be all over the place.
Indeed, yeah, it's a situation that you hate to be in, but it really is a situation fully off the back of that really solid quad from Kyocho, as you're talking about. Well, AWP looking for the shots. Unfortunately, everyone going up here, and it's going to be an opportunity. There we go. There's the drop. Ooh, nice shot, Mike, and he gets the AWP as well.
It's a nice kill onto the CT spawn player as well. Relay is making a round of this one with the help of Mike. There is a spin down through the box from Dank, but look at that, clearing off the head. Mike is going to find another Deagle shot. Mock eventually will best him, but the positioning is so good. The post plant's looking better. Mock trying to make a round of this one, trying to retake it, recover. That drop's been heard. Sport knows exactly where you are. Around the corner, he's looking for the headshot. Walk out in hand. Not the trade to be found just yet. There's a smoke for the bomb here. Tapping it, though. He doesn't get that smoke down. There's going to be a peek from Merle. A headshot, but exactly right. He's run out of time. Mock is going to die to the bomb as well. And University of Arizona steal a round out of nowhere, out of thin air.
It was all off the back of Mike. This is where it starts. Keotra getting maybe, you could argue a little bit greedy, right? Mike finds the frag and Merle picks up the AWP, and it's a double off the back of that AWP with Mike and Co coming in for more with those deagles. Everything coming up for U of A as Arizona State, this time it's their turn to deagle. And they're looking to get aggressive with it.
Really to be heard either. I mean, aggressive up towards Catwalk as well for the T side, but look at that. Dake's gotten himself an AK Molotov. But you have to be careful here. It's just taking so long. I mean, a little bit unfortunate to be fair. Ferrari's going to try and recover this round here, put it back into a man advantage for the CT side. The question is, are they able to make this retake happen? And it's looking like the answer is going to be a resounding no as we equalize into the 3v3 with Snack holding the line out of market.
Yeah. Every bit of damage is good damage. Overlay. Yeah, big timing moment. Keotra with the frag. ASU in position. Doing some damage once again. Bunk zone versus one. Again, no hit. And no possibility to defuse either. Zach with the triple. And University of Arizona with 5 on the board versus 2. But here it is, another one, another bye. Arizona State.
We're going to go back into it here. The back and forth continues, but the issue is that University of Arizona, they got that T side. Everything's going to be a bit cheaper there. Arizona State are working with, pots and pans. After losing a decent buy, they're going to be now limited in towards utility. They had a chance to make a decent half of it after winning and keeping the economy down, but with University of Arizona responding with that force buy, even like half buy, it wasn't even a full force. It puts them in a weird position. It's not really momentum gathered, and look at that. I believe there's been a shoulder spotted in towards ladder room and Mock down to 3 HP. That's not what they're looking for. Follow-up grenade could close the distance, but it will not do the damage here. And so now they know there's 2 players in towards Cat.
That's right. Oh, Keotra. Able to find that frag. There we go. And Mike, not sure why it's important that that's bomb is on top of the box, but hey, second time's the charm. Mid control. Yeah, there we go. Bomb box. That's what it is. Mid control very much in the hands of University of Arizona. And with that frag, to equalize things, nice find from Mock. He's even ready for more. Unfortunately, Mike's far too strong on that swing. A little bit closer than Mock had anticipated. And oh, Keotra. You just can't pull anything past this guy. He's got 2 in the round already, and there's 2 left alive here for U of A.
Yeah, bomb drop to market as well. It's going to be near impossible to recover, especially into the 1v3. Ari is going to be bested by Merle, but way into a 1v2. On the corner lies an op. And Keotra doesn't miss too much. He's not going to miss in this one either. 3 kills into the round, and he's on 13-6 right now with only 3 rounds to ASU's name. What an impressive scoreline here for him. Again, he was the key component in lighting that spark to close out for ASU, and now he's trying his very best to pull ASU into this map. But we'll see if he can get enough impact here, as like that one eco that went awry was kind of off the back of him dropping an op and overextending towards CT spawn.
Yeah, 100%. And so, that's sort of the issue, right, with a player like this. Is it's
Oh boy.
a lot of times going to be difficult to reel them in. That said, Ezekiel looking good. Shots being fired. Mock trying to find the no-scope. That spam damage good enough. The University of Arizona down to 2. Make it 1. Sports. How many shots do you take?
Oh my goodness. Oh,
that's enough.
Oh my god.
Okay. Give him a third.
Okay, you will
no
go towards the end, but I mean, look at that. 4 kills. and a bomb
Or
plant.
recon damage. I mean, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, one of those kills did come from Dank onto his teammate while he was spamming through the box, but also Dank redeemed himself with a couple of retaken frags. Now there's a T-side timeout coming through from the University of Arizona. And with this economy, I thought they would be in a better position with that bomb plant, but actually it's not the case. They're still in a weird spot where they're unsure of, do they want to go for the investment? Do they want to hold off? And right now they're trying to decide. Pause simulator in the chat. 30 seconds. And that is a little bit of a question mark. What's going on there? Yeah.
I don't
Pause
think we
simulator.
haven't had all that many
Yeah.
pauses, have we?
No, it's been very clean.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Keotra, I'm loving it. I'm part of the crowd. All right. Either way, I mean, look, AWPs.
Yes, who? That's good.
Oh boy, that's just.
There is a little bit of
listen,
rivalry.
He could have done the old AS Omega lol, you know.
Very true.
So could be worse. Either way, though, AWP, well, not in this economy. Arizona State, their money is broke. Here, they get enough for the buy, but it's just barely enough. And oh, okay. Is that a Glock? Did I just see Glocks?
It was a
I don't
Deagle.
understand. Okay, no. Sports has a Glock.
He does have a Glock.
Yeah.
I think it was Snacks with the frag, though.
Yeah. No, I heard it. I heard the Glock.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard the Glock, saw the frag with the Deagle, and I was like, wait, something doesn't add up.
Would have been a nice triple dink right there. He has gotten himself in a good spot as well. I mean, look at this in towards CT spawn. He's got to be good for at least one in this position, but you got to worry a little bit about Keotra. Not a lot gets past him, but Sport's certainly going to be one of those things. And Ari, he's not going to be too happy after this. Look at this. Mine ended up, and see you later. Dink on the trade, though. I mean, it was a worthy sacrifice there. They closed the round out nonetheless and take 5, but poor Ari.
Yeah, not ideal. Not in the slightest. By the way, I have the real question is, did Sports just buy that Glock like the beginning of this game or something? It only has 20 kills on it.
Maybe.
That's right.
Brand new.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just not very good with the
new.
He's-
Oh
He
boy.
could just be really bad
Hey,
with the
listen,
Glock.
he just got to kill a fully armored opponent with a Glock. I'd say you got to be okay with the
Yes,
Glock
that's
in any scenario.
Very, very true. We'll see an interesting setup. We got mid control being pressured right now. 2 towards top of the mid. 3 now make it. And they've got a lurk towards Palace, so they could make a very effective A-side split if that was what they were going for. That seems to be the case here, at least utilizing that A-side player and Mike as a lurk towards that opposite side of things. And mid control's maintained here for University of Arizona. They got a good bit of ground. They just need to pull and execute some sort of team-based play. Maybe a distraction here, and they're going to try to work out Con. I imagine that A-look is going to die short soon. Mox found himself up first, and that puts things into a little bit of a weird situation here.
That win from Mock is so crucial because this was gonna come like a 3-pronged attack. Instead,
Oh my god.
it's kind of falling flat. It's less like a trident, more like a, I don't know, sword or some such. It's more one-dimensional in that now all 3 players are coming from the same angle. And Mock's victory in that second duel not only does that, but finds an advantage, make it more. Payari, when and done.
Oh,
As rotations towards B come in, the plant should go down shortly.
will Mock push off of this though? They've allowed the bomb to go down here. Does Sports expect one around the corner here? Great smoke, a great Molotov as well. Will Mock burn down to it? Sports has got himself in a great position. He's gonna find a frag here close by. Go wait to see his Mock. He's gonna turn around for the last kill. And I just needed to see some more proactivity from Mock. He could have closed that round up, but he was too scared to peek when that bomb was being defused, and for good reason. You can't blame him. But that could have been the game changer right there. They had a chance to close that one out, but instead, some really effective trading and a great 2v4 played out from Sports and Snack right there. You couldn't have asked for much more from those two.
Yeah, I'm with you. Mock really needed to make a play. That was the crucial moment, was the crucial player that everyone was on the lookout for. But with that, University of Arizona in the lead. Here we are. This around. It's a spray. Fully laced. Well, he's fully laid down. 2 players looking for more. And, well, that's going to be Mike's duty, as is Marley's 1v5 is here.
What on earth was that interaction? That was quite interesting right there. Running all around, keeping Mike nice and distracted. As it will be, sorry, best case scenario, you drop a weapon or two, and there you go. You've got two. Anything else is icing on the cake here. More around the corner. Apex position from Sports. He's going to hold the line and take a 7th for University of Arizona. But, well, I might have spoken too soon here. Money's not looking the best here for Arizona State University. Got to make a decision on whether they want to go for this risky investment or if they just want to concede another round. And there's your answer.
Risky investment there. They already like me, a professional Deagle spammer. A couple of kills with it. Hey, listen, it's a very valid way of using that weapon, 100%. And if you disagree, then please kindly move away.
Best, I mean, that's been a game changer for CT sides. There's Eagles being brought out here, so it can make these rounds like these very possible. I mean, this is much better buy than Deagles here. The catwalk execute. They already knew Dank was there long before his reload came out, and now it's Tayari solo on this B side. Good for 2 though, holding the line. Mike around the corner, dink down, and he's done his job on this hold. Tayari has, but now they still have to convert into a 2v3. And rounds like these have gone awry, especially with names like Sport in the server still fighting.
Yeah, but it's bunk zoned. Who's coming in from the flank? Yep, that's correct. Sports might get an early warning about this, but he's got to work much more than one angle, and he's just not going to find the timing. Bunk zone with both frags. That's really well done. Recovers the AWP, so that's 2 for Arizona State, and they are absolutely in the control now as Fuse 7. Very close scoreline indeed.
Oh, we continue this back and forth. So far, the gun rounds have swung both ways, but honestly, a little bit of clutch factor going in University of Arizona's position have kept them in the lead at the moment, especially with that Eco round. You'd have to imagine what sort of control ASU could have had if that wasn't the case. Instead, it's leading up a very decent half, at least what's lining up to be University of Arizona. Very well could win off of this one, and if they did, take some of that economic damage, economic chip off of the shoulder here. Nade goes in. Is it too late? Thanks to the recover from the lurk. Underpass. He's dropped the bomb and pretty much threw the round already in the trash here for the T side, but luckily they get bailed out from a nice nade for Mike, but not for long. Ultra's able to take down Snack, and Mike's going to retrieve that bomb, but go into a 1v3. Bunkstone's there to meet him, 7-7.
Mike met with quick death, and it's all over. Yeah, 7-7. It's a tight score once again. This has been such a close game here. You know, last map was all about momentum and momentum swings. This one has been, small swings, right? It's not been long arching swings like we saw in the last, where, it was 5-6 rounds going one way and then 5-6 rounds the other. Nice job making it, and ooh, he does indeed hit the shot. Fortunately misses the nade, but hey, that's okay.
Take that trade.
Yeah.
Oh, well, see you later. That one's sure to be punished, and so far flawless. Not for long though. Sports is able to find the kill. Not like Economy will matter. Last round of the half here, and 8 SU towards the tail end come out with a 3-round rally. A lot of these 3-round streaks heading in with the lead here, so puts them in the winning position. Now it heads into their T side. This is, of course, the map pick of University of Arizona, so there's a chance that they can punch back here, make this map on their CT side, on their defense, much more comfortable, and try and close out. But we'll see if that's the case.
Possibilities do indeed abound, but remember, Arizona State, they have already won a singular map in this series, so all they got to do is win 8 more rounds, and they are going to come away with the victory. That said, 8 rounds, it sounds simple, doesn't it? It rarely is.
It almost always is, actually. It always seems to be once you get close, the lead starts to fade away here. But a T-side pistol round could be a great way to access that. And they haven't cleared out Mike. This is a sneaky position that USB is going to grab too. Bomb's still being planted. Somehow, in the mess of all of it, the bomb does go down. And so economic advantage here is going to head into that side for the next one. A little bit of labored play coming through from Mock with the block there. But University of Arizona, with that position from Mike in the under position, or on the balcony, rather, is going to close that one out. The fact that he delays out that bomb plant, causes a little bit of chaos. You can see it right here. That silencer, it gets the job done. That's why we don't use the P2000. That's whack.
That's whack. Oh man, yeah, great trade discipline and able to find a couple heals off the back of it. Certainly a nice little find. And well, here we go again, round 2. Flip the sides and show them how it's done. It's gonna be the force by Arizona State. Looking to run it up mid a little bit. 2 players that direction with 4 Galils and 1 MAC-10.
I don't know if you remember what we had here when Arizona State University was on their second round. They actually did win pistol. They lost that second round. It was because they had 3 MP9s. Now we see 1 coming through from University of Arizona. And this is a reaction you need to have every chance you get. Once a bomb plant comes through, you need to get those rifles out as soon as possible. That's what they can do. Those long-range exchange will favor you. Once you get those defensive setups, it's exactly what you have to get down the line here. Now Mock, he's going to test the only other SMG on the CT side, right around the corner. Jump spot comes through. The Molotov to buy some time. He's like, hey guys, I spotted one over here. We need some rotates, but they're going to be pressuring Catwalk as well, and Stack is in a rough spot right now.
You don't molly him. You don't molly him. That could have been devastating, but Mock, he wins the duel anyway. Big victory, but denying Sports on the site. No bomb plant here. Not for now. Low HP. And he finds the information in oh, that's massive for Marley, who finds that frag. Now 1v2. University of Arizona could win this one outright here, but fantastic sprays from Dank. He's looking for the clutch, and he's got the clutch in the car. He is absolutely incredible.
Dang.
9-8, the score.
My goodness, right there. He holds it down. The 1v2. You can see the shadow advantage as well. He did not even chance at losing that fight. That second kill as well. Sports is not an easy target to take down. Finishing Merle off as well to close that one out. And that one was really worrying the University of Arizona as well. Going for that plant when you haven't cleared out all of sight, a pretty egregious mistake. So the fact that it gets redeemed by a huge clutch is going to be a sigh of relief for the ASU crowd right there. So now we're going to get an A side pop here. Palace aggression coupled with that A ramp. Looks are good as well, but Mike might really be cleared here. TRE. Oh, he hasn't fully done it. In a position for Mike, like good for the one, good for the second as well before he gets taken down. A great 2K with the Deagles. That puts him really in a rough spot, and that's a great from Dank.
Man, it's too bad that these guys, that University of Arizona can't close out these Deagle rounds because, well, maybe I'm thinking too soon. Maybe this is the time that they do. And, okay, one more to find out in the open, and okay, I spoke too soon. What I was going to say is, it's too bad that University of Arizona can't close out these Deagle rounds more often, because they sure as heck do find all of the frags on them, and they make it look easy. I mean, it's just the first though, Deagle round that they picked up, so you can't say all of them. It's not been a consistent trend, at least not yet.
I want to know what exactly went wrong there. It seemed like some hesitation on that A side execute kind of set in early on.
Too.
4 post plants, but in the initial inbound, the reason why Mike didn't get fully cleared was for some reason that first player in, he kind of got scared off of pushing in further in towards CT spawn. You saw he turned around and jumped into his teammate right there. And so when it does come down to checking that ninja position in firebox, it just didn't get cleared, and Mike finds 2 free kills. Again, it's planting that bomb without full control of the site. What's the rush on getting that bomb down? You've got a 5v5 essentially still. You don't know where the player is. You haven't cleared up all of sight. There could be still one back triple. You just don't know, and so some breaks need to be set in place here for ASU in terms of getting a little antsy on these bomb plants, and they're going to try a similar play once again here, just to pop out of Palace, maybe to try and close the distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to overlook, too. I mean, not to underanalyze either, but it is one of those places where you're just like, the one
No one's gonna
time,
be there.
you know, like. Anyway,
Ooh.
bit of a miss flash. Second one hits its mark. Mike, not
Oh.
sitting in his normal place in sneaky boxes, but it's him who gets the frags, 3 of them in fact. Merle with one of his own before Mock comes in to try and find anything else that he can. 17 health. Nothing with regards to armor, and an AUG in his hands. I mean, best case scenario, a frag?
Oh, man. Just been spotted there. Had a chance on a fully laced, but with fully laced spotting on the shoulder. It'll be a fadeaway headshot. University of Arizona taking the lead. Now it's going to be weapons out once again for ASU. It's not over the hill just yet, but University of Arizona inching forward into overpass here slowly but surely. We'll take a look at Mike's passive defense. I really love how he's playing nice and composed. A lot of these great answers, he could have committed to this, but he kind of slows things down. He goes for that recoil reset, and that's key against those pistol players.
I was actually about to mention just that. He knows he's playing against pistols, and he doesn't need to rush things. So he has a little bit of extra time to readjust, and he takes that extra time. I really love that about that play, like you're saying. And well, here we are again. Guns are on the board for Arizona State. This is where they need to take control. They need to make the difference. There's no question about it at this time.
Really good mid control right now being held on to from the T side. Coupled with some palace positions. A-ramp as well. Keotra the first to go down, though. It's caught off guard. Mike is good for 2. There goes that A-side position in an instant as well. You're a multi-pronged approach towards A. Gets swiped away, but maybe there's a chance as Mock could boost it up. It's a misfire, but he'll take a second. Opportunity here as Merle shuts down that defensive position. For Mock as well. Mock's going to be bested, and now a 1v3 here for Dank. He's already had a good clutch in a 1v2. He needs to one-up it. He needs to get one more. Flashing towards each spot. Only White turned around, though. Snack, he gets taken down in a 1v2 in a very winnable position. Merle's on low HP. It's planted for him, but the readjustment here. Dank
I love this.
All the way around.
This is fantastic from Dank. Unfortunately, it's not planted for him, but
It's a 10-seconder.
he's got to make a move now.
Oh
The
my
spray
goodness.
so low. Both players so low.
Going for it. It's not
It's
landing
just off.
though. Oh, and it's going to be a 10-second defuse. 3 seconds left.
Yeah,
Will he
they're
get
gonna
last
win.
second? 16 HP. He finds the first kill, but it's just knocked off the diffuser. And it will be closed out. Relay will win the day, but man, that came down to the wire there. Dank just an inch off the mark.
And every round that University of Arizona win feels like another round closer to overpass. Because, I mean, they are in a slim margin right now, and it is only 11-9, but it seems like it could be a lot quicker than you would think, considering Arizona State the last 2 or 3 rounds really have been struggling.
Certainly. Case right now. Tough times here for Arizona State. They've kept the economy very close. That's key. But moving up towards underpass, you got a hero rifle in Dank. You got a lot of investment, in fact, here. Of course, you got to be careful with this position. I believe he jump spotted them. Information gathered. Snack's going to be forced off and towards a more passive line. He gets overwhelmed here. Fully Lace is good for the trade with the AUG. Long-range spray downs is what he's going to be looking forward to. Dank in apartments. He's only good for 1 with hero rifle. So not unable to hero in this round of Mock. He's last alive and not for long. Found out Arizona, University of Arizona rather, they're going to take a 12th right there and put themselves in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like I said, every round looking more and more like overpass. And at 12-9, yes, Arizona State, they do have rifles that they have not had in a hot minute, but I mean, it feels like it's a hard sell for me. Really, really tough sell whether or not this is going to be enough to do anything at all. Good mid-control smokes and flashes for University of Arizona. They take control off the back of that and throw their mollies out as well.
Boost as well. I mean, already being spammed down to 20 HP. Mock was dead to rights on that peak. Needs a touchdown on Bayari to take him down. Quarter HP. And so we enter into a 4v5 here. Oh, it equalized. Bungstone is able to find it. Dank immediately as well. Clears out B. This catwalk progression is coming through, but isn't too little too late. Fully laced is going to find the first. Down to 15. And B bomb site fully compromised at the moment. A flank coming through, and Sports, he doesn't know where to rotate. He doesn't know if he can rotate. He's going to hold the line in towards Murder Hole. Finds the Deagle shot. Teari gets taken down, but look who's so close. Dank catches the barrel. Sports, he should be found out here. Options are limited as fully laced is low on HP. He catches the player jumping around the corner. Molotov first position, but sidelined from Dank to put things back into their favor. Money is in a weird spot for University of Arizona as well, and we've already seen the comebacks that ASU have been able to make here.
Yeah, we have. It has been a bit of a comeback story multiple times, hasn't it, already? And at 10-12, it's, I mean, also look at University of Arizona. Their money, one round loss, and hey, welcome back. Here we are again. Same position. This shot, that was, I feel like it should have been a gimme, but it wasn't. And well, there's no gimmies in real life. Relay does grab that opening tool there in mid, but it's Kotra once again who's finding the victories here at A. Tagged and fragging out. Courtesy of help from Teari. Schwartz is now alone with Merle.
Yeah, very, very low HP here, and they're going to meet the ladder here shortly. Merle is going to find that one. That's a freebie. 1v2 for Bunkstoned. He's going to push through a ramp. Slows things down just a little bit, hits the brakes. He tries to isolate these fights here. Talked about it in the interview. What you want to do is make sure that you're heading into some 1v1s. And the main goal for University of Arizona is to not give that up. Allow for a bomb plant to go. It's no big deal. All you have to do is group up here and try and play off this 2v1 right now. Bunkstone. He's bought out a little bit of time here. He's caused a little bit of confusion. But surely, I mean, in this position that you see Sports in, he'll be able to close this one out.
You'd hope so. But with both players on either side of the map, it really does make life hard. And Sports is going to know exactly what's going down there. He wins the 1v1. Wins the duel. Again, I don't know if I don't know. It's so hard to take that at face value because, you know, if it's just a 1v1 and you lose it, well, you know, tough luck, right? It's Sports, but puts it into another 1v1 and you're like, well, okay, crap. Now people could die. Now problems are happening.
I think the major advantage that was had there from Sports is that he knew exactly where his opponent was, and whenever you have that sort of information and you can try and convert off of a fight like that, it's not the worst idea. But certainly grouping up in 2v1s is a better idea, maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. It's probably up for debate a little bit even. So
I'd say the group up is overall better, but it can be risky just to allow the post plant positioning.
Yes, exactly.
To get better. But you know, early on, the real answer is you should have grouped up as soon as you saw it was a 2v1 and then played it together on a site. That's the real answer. But well, answers are not the problem we're looking for here. It's the shots, and ooh, Mike has one. Quickly traded by Teari. Well, up close and personal here.
The flash. Oh my goodness.
He goes away because he thought he was going to get flashed. He actually dodged the flash, and in doing so, allowed himself to get fragged.
There's a
2v2 now. University of Arizona on the retake.
Snack is on the flank right now. At least should be good for the first here. And it's up to Merle from CT to take care of Mock. Now, his flank isn't being watched. Finally, Snack is able to strike here. Merle on the other end of the smoke. Headshot comes through from Mock to put it back into the 1v1. Very even situation. And Mock's just holding the cross towards sight. Snack has full utility to work off of, but he's just going through it. Headshot angle. The shadow works out in favor of him. And it's another clutch for ASU to keep the economy honest, to keep their game back into it. They're not ready to bow out of Mirage just yet, and that was a huge way to get it. And this is an unfortunate quick switch right there from Sports. I didn't even realize that.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it in real time either, but man, that's a fantastic shot from Mock. You're right, really keeping Arizona State in this thing. And, well, they probably can equalize off the back of that victory, assuming, I mean, it's a big assumption, I know, that Arizona State don't win with these Deagles, but oh boy,
Oh,
these Deagles have been deadly,
oh
and well, they continue to put damage down. KO shut down pretty
Oh,
bad, and
God.
oh, the fantastic flash. Oh, but it's a team flash. That's so sad. Merlay does fall eventually, but still.
It's falling apart here. They've got a flank here. The connector
no.
position isn't working, and there's another chance. They're trying to make their way out of Palace, and they can't even do that. They're not even excited to take the site. They have A fully clear, but they're too nervous. They're playing too scared. And they've given up time. All three players are ready to meet this defense. Fully Lace is going to be that first man to take the point of contact to gather that information on 9 HP. Ready to peek out, catch some timing at a Bunkstone. They're going to take the fight here early on. Bunkstone, he has high HP, but he gets one digged. And it's going to be all onto 9 HP Keotra to get the job done. And he doesn't live for much longer. Another eco round victory for University of Arizona. And how much can you keep giving over to them before we hit 16? They're just going to get there by ecos alone.
No freaking way. Not again. Arizona State, they just, you're right. They're so passive. They're terrified. And I mean, in fairness, I gotta ask, can you blame them really? They've had so little success against those Deagles that I kind of don't blame them for feeling like they have a disadvantage against them, because this game they kind of do.
It's been almost every round now. It's match point secured already for University of Arizona. We pretty much locked that one in to the score line. And then what a rough position. I think you have a disconnect as well. There's one still in spawn, but it wouldn't have mattered too much. There goes the pause. Keotra back into the action here, but it's a rough spot to be in here. I think overpass is looking likely, all things considered. None of the buys have been working, but none of the anti-ecos been working. AFK spawn. Type it in chat there. Let them know.
The info. Yeah, no, you're right. Nothing has been working. Not at all. There was a couple of those rounds in a row that, Arizona State had, but those were few and far between. A bit of a flash in the pan. Here we are. Round that could determine if we head to overpass or not. At least for the time being. University of Arizona up 15-11. And we are in a timeout, courtesy of the T's.
Yeah, I mean, we got the disconnect here. ASU trying to fight for their lifeline. Now it's their chance to try and take OT into their position. Got a long way ahead of them as well to do so. 4 rounds required, and the Eagles have been just beating them down. Every time that you think that ASU, or rather University of Arizona, are close to closing things out, they get responded with a eco, and it just punches them right down.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big weakness right now for the general, mental stability, I'll just say.
Yes.
But it's hard to know what to do against it too, because you're losing, or you're almost losing in this case, or in some cases, eco rounds, and it kind of just goes back to my fundamental point before: trading. If you're not able to trade effectively, and you allow for individuals to take one-on-one duels, then there's always going to be the chance that you lose the one-on-one duels, right?
Yeah, it's been a big issue so far. They've had very good clutches too. I mean, you think about a couple of these rounds that University of Arizona have won. You think that would be enough to rally yourself around a comeback, or at least a much closer scoreline. But as soon as you get that ground, it's just an answer that always comes through from University of Arizona. I don't know, is I believe the scoreline's flipped over.
Yeah, they're in the wrong. It's University of Arizona at 15 and Arizona State at 11, just for the record. And Yeah, I don't know what is that. That might be a bug in Counter Strike
I don't know.
because obviously they were normally flipped back the other way, but maybe
Right.
I'm crazy. Who knows?
Yeah, sometimes those HUDs are a real disaster. It's so hard to work. I've it's dealing with them is a pain, especially on ESEA and dealing with ESEA's stats and stuff. You got no ADR showing up half the time. Oh, it's a blast. But either way, we're back into it. Either way. And it's going to be match point Ian Security here from University of Arizona. They're the ones on 15 at the moment, looking to head it into overpass. There we are. Yeah, it switched back. That's super weird. Maybe it's the
Yep.
pause causing that one.
Well, it's also the other like visual, so I don't know. Either way, it's right. It's right
Yeah,
now.
look at that.
Yeah, see, it's on that visual that it's broken. Interesting. I don't know. Cool, cool information. We found out. We cracked the code.
Yes, we've done it.
Unfortunately, University of Arizona have
State.
also cracked the code onto Arizona State, and well, Arizona State they're hoping, they're praying that these code crackers can just leave them the hell alone.
And out towards Edinboro here. Mike has been a minute on this site, and he's going to go good for 2.
Oh,
He will eventually be found out, but he's already done his job. He's solo on that A-bomb site. He's delayed out a plant. He's found 2 frags, and look at that. Fully Lace lands a touchdown on the retreat of Dank. That's a heavy hitter taken down. 2 players left on towards site, and it's going to be ASU fighting for their lifeline at the moment. But overpass is looking likely a third. Looking almost promising on the zone. Going to look straight down towards stairs, but just misses the connection. And Fully Lace is going to seal the deal. 16-11 is how we finish. And University of Arizona take their own map pick of Mirage. We go back and forth, and we finally broken the curse here for you and I. We take a third map coming through.
yeah, curse be broken on day 1. By the way, this is a good.
It's the
yeah.
2 best of 3s. It's the key.
And listen, if this is anything to show for what we're gonna have for the rest of this semester, I mean, this is just gonna be fantastic. Counter Strike, left, right, and center. That one though, not quite the close affair or the grueling affair that map number 1 it was, but the fact University of Arizona brought it back on their map pick, you gotta give respect over to them. And well, you're going to give that respect right now. You'll give them an opportunity to go stretch their legs, get some water. You could do the same. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes. Don't go too far. The curse is broken. We're headed to map 3 here at the NACE Starleague CSGO week number 2. And well, we were pleasantly surprised, we'll just say, at the University of Arizona, keeping this reasonable and winning out on their map pick of Mirage. We're headed to Overpass next. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Nicole or Axner, and we are ready for what could be a fantastic final map of the series.
It certainly should be. Overpass is going to be a great finisher. A lot of pressure being put on these two teams, and right there, I think we know exactly what went wrong for Arizona State on Mirage. They had so many chances to rally. They had so many chances to pull off comebacks. If you consider all of the clutches that they were able to win, all of the chances that they had at the top of the economy of University of Arizona and kick them down to try and come back, to try and get this lead, to force them onto saves. It was so very close, but the issue was those Eka rounds. Those Eagles were so impressive coming through, and it was the difference maker. It's why we're heading into Overpass, and if we see any more of that, if you see ASU let frustration kick in after that Mirage loss, then things could be really desired. The reverse sweep from University of Arizona is on the horizons, if that's the case.
Possibilities do indeed abound, but yeah, those Eagles, man, all so deadly. It seemed like anytime Arizona State like started to gain an advantage of some kind, it was like U of A thought, okay, well, we could save or we could deagle, and they always went with the deagle, and they either won or got 4+ kills. It was one of the two. It really didn't feel like there was an in-between where they got, 2 or 3 kills in a bomb plant or anything like that. Like, it was just always one or the other. And that's just the way it went down. Either way, knife round coming underway. I think this is a legit knife round. I would assume it is.
So, yeah.
Considering. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, yeah, it is a legit
little
knife
strategy round in the CT side.
The late start. That's the strategy from ASU.
Hey, I mean, usually it is those first to go in that struggle a little bit more in those knife rounds. In this case, it's getting a little bit summated here, so it will be University of Arizona getting their side selection here. Imagine they'll be taking over on that CT side here, and you'd have to imagine after what we just saw in Mirage, the defense they were able to mount, and with how good not only Sports has been with the AWP, but Mike as well on those anchor positions. Those two factors combined on a CT side make me very, very excited for what is to come from University of Arizona.
Am I crazy? I think overlay might be swapped.
Yes, it is flipped.
Okay, yeah, we're good. I was like, wait a second. No, I'm sure we'll get it fixed here shortly, but yeah, it is incorrectly on top. University of Arizona are actually on the defense here. They're on the CT side where it's ASU attacking, as Bunk Zone has very nicely put ASU in his name. As a Stayari, I noticed now, but either way, there we go. It's fixed. And I think that this is interesting in that there's very limited utility here. Just Mock only has a smoke, 1 flash, and that's all they're going to work with.
Big thing is with this utility set that they currently have is that they need to get close to the site as possible here to try and close the distance off of that only flashbang that they have. And I guess taking some initial exchanges, you can see that flashbang still doesn't come through. They've gotten a decent sort of ground here, but the rotates have arrived. And Sport is holding the line. 3 kills with a USB. See you later. You are not taking he hasn't taken a single point of damage, but Teari's good for the trade back. Now, there is 2 players that have rotated inbound, and catching the backside is Teokra. He's going to take the back of his own. Not quite. Snacks is going to best him, and Teari is forced onto the retreat here. It's going to be University of Arizona off to a fiery start, off of a fiery Mirage as well.
100%. And you were doing some looking, weren't you, Cole, in the interim? This team's who's played some Overpass here most recently?
They don't have a good read on what exactly to expect from ASU on this map, but as for University of Arizona, you do have a couple of players that are playing over in this matchup, Merlay and Sports over in ESEA Open. 13-1 right now, pretty good record, and you currently have a 1-1 record on Overpass. Actually, their only losses on this map, but it was against a team that's doing very well, 10-4, and all. Of course, you got that early game jitters. to worry about as well. As it will be Merlay and Sports to find the two openers here in very quick fashion. Swiping away at this eco ASU.
Yeah. Oh man, nice shots. Everything looking good. University of Arizona. They're clean as you like on the anti-eco. And I mean, we talked about it ad nauseum, but that's an anti-eco victory, by the way. Something we didn't get to see a lot of in general. A lot of very poor anti-ecos coming through, especially from ASU in the last game. This one, they were the ones on the eco, so no problem. And it's going to be 3 FAMASas against the spread of AKs.
We have ourselves a really good T-side buy here. Certainly limited in utility, but if they make a move quickly, then maybe that'll be enough here. Jump spot through snap. Oh, that's a nade. And a decent bit of damage on the KO. I didn't think it'd do that much. Even a follow-up nade as well. Like, position. Now, Snack has walked into the fire. The spam coming through from Keotra, but it doesn't scare him away. He's still hungry for a peek, waiting for a flash. Setup comes through, and no one's blind. Mike, I don't know what one that was. Missed the mark just a little bit.
I don't know. I thought I was pretty good. Maybe they just someone
Turned
dodged
away.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it was at least generally on target. Maybe just a little too deep, and they had enough time to turn. Speaking of flashes,
Ooh.
it's a smoke. And they have just gone
Super
between,
awkward.
like,
back to back.
oh my gosh,
my
that is
God.
just ridiculous.
I love Counter-Strike. Oh my goodness. How long are they going to be like this? Well, eventually he's going to turn around.
Surely
he's going to go back
turns
to
around.
connector.
No
They're
way.
Totally slipped by each other. And not only will Yarki have the best flank, but it will also be a good flank coming through from the CT side here. It's only a matter of time. Tank is on the entry towards B. They've gained access to the site, but look, Connector's been hurt. And Funk's zone, he starts to get a little inquisitive. How has he gotten in this position? And now all they'd have to do is buy time for this flank to come through, but 18 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a move, and they're running out of time here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and look, just not rotating in.
Hello.
And because of Merlay, it's not going to get there. They can do whatever the heck he wants, but he can't get the bomb, and so he can't win the round.
Oh.
It's all over. Oh, man. We were wondering who would come out on top. I guess we found out. Merlay with that late frag on the bomb carrier. That is the key, and here it is again. The initial and
God.
Oh, that's craziness.
I mean, unbelievable. They're literally touching back to back. So very close. It's all down to a small bit of timing that works out in University of Arizona's way. And Merlay just holding that position in towards connector. If it would have been too aggressive, it could have been a disaster there instead. Just holding that position is what wins them around. It's just a case of some really patient and good play coming through from Merlay.
That patient key. Flashbangs. Again, relays on the side. Bombs down. Can he find more? Nope. Cannot. He's dead. Good for a double. Knock with both of those. But it's Sports and Snack on site and up in front of site. You answer the call. It's 2v3. Well, it's quickly becoming less so. One player left to find. That's going to be Dank, who does have that AK in hand.
And a minute to work with as well, so he's going to adjust. Merlay and Sports are going to allow for him to fall off, and Tank is going to reposition on the long con here, going towards the A-bomb site through, I believe, bathrooms. Has plenty of time. I don't think they're going to rotate here too early on. Perfectly comfortable in holding their positions. Now, how soon will Merlay hear these footsteps? He's cut sound, and now moving down towards connector. This door is going to be heard, though. I mean, that'll be a big information play shortly, and yeah, he just can't afford to make that move. He's going to rotate towards the A-bomb site and meet the op of Sports as well with 30 HP. Once this line's being held, he's got his bomb in hand, not even his gun out, and he's going to say a decent goodbye to Sports. He finds himself a freebie. 9 kills so far this half, 280 ADR to his team. My God.
Yeah, just a few ADR. Just a little bit. Couple kills here and there. He collects them. Either way, man, Arizona State. Not the start they were looking for, is it, Cole? I mean, they looked like they could have had an answer. They are in Mirage, but right now this is a one-sided stomping that University of Arizona are putting on display.
It certainly is. Great defensive Molotov coming through from Fully Laced to stop this aggression. Here comes the flashbangs to rain on out, and Fully Laced is just going to hold the spray down, not even taking a point of damage, and playing around the pillar to perfection. Around he goes, and back around he goes once again. Loop-de-loop. He's going for more, but eventually to be best. Back in the meantime, he puts the two on top of the boxes. The top rope will fall down, but he's done enough damage. Deari, 31 HP, and not a real chance. Flank is going to end the day, and University of Arizona continuing their dominance with an easy side swipe of that full buy from ASU.
We are another one. AWP now in hand as well. Sports still, but yeah, this is a nice job from Fully Laced to find a couple kills there. And every round just kind of, one more going the way of University of Arizona. It just feels a little surreal, if I'm being honest. Like, that shouldn't necessarily always be the case, but hey, here we are again. It's another fly, but horrific util-wise. Somehow they've got 2 smokes, 1 flash, 1 HE total for ASU.
Here they come. Merlay in this off angle. Very tough, though. Has to make a decision on what they want to hold. Oh, my goodness. Sports is going to find the opening frag, though. Holding that opposite angle towards the top of party. Now the closing comes in, but look how they retreat. It's so perfectly timed. They fall off of the site then and there and give up the ground. Because of the 3v5 they're currently in. And Sports is going to hold the line. Pops out another towards long. I mean, it's information, not quite the shot, but you're just doing such a good job of starting these rounds off with the advantage and falling back into a more defensive setup.
Would have loved to see Sports hit that initial shot, but, well, he hits the
he
follow-up, and the follow-up,
oh,
the follow-up,
man.
make it a quad. He's just collecting them over there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Easy does it.
Oh, look at this.
University of Arizona. They are just loving it right now. Now, granted, their economy is not like infallible here. They still, relatively low. So they'd like to keep this round pretty clean, but well, things in this game thus far really been anything but clean.
Sports on 2 right now, nearly making it 14, but misses a line. Now spots out 5 Tech 9 playing his way. Delay is going to try and spray, finds the 3K. Oh my goodness. What on earth was that? Relay finds so much damage there. And somehow, you talk about falling off of those positions. If you're going to find 3 kills, you make up for it. Sports is going to eventually find the... Ari is going to find the kill. And 7-0 is where we had University of Arizona. They're looking so dominant.
I just can't believe it's 7-0. I mean, this is the same Arizona State team that won the first, that made it, what, 16-9? Or 11, yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
On map 2. And, yeah, they did falter a little bit, but to be fair, most of that to do with, the stuff that we talked about with regard to Deagle rounds and egos and the such. So things just kind of working out for University of Arizona at the moment.
Yeah, it's super frustrating style to lose in as well. I mean, right now, you're getting dominated by one player. Sports is popping off in a fashion that we don't often see from anyone. It's hard to maintain a 150 ADR in an 8-round total played. So, I mean, the fact that he's keeping that pace is absurd. And now they're looking to make their way through connector. There's a little bit of crossfire here, but Fully Laced is going to hold down the spray. Mike peeks off the back of it, and it's going to be Keotra to find the response frag, and it's going to be a hard fade away for Fully Laced to get away from this position. Merlay stuck around towards A as well. So much information given over. It's a hard angle to clear, but Wong's own is going to best Merlay with low HP.
3 here for University of Arizona. This is the best opportunity that ASU have had. And, well, Mock is in position. really one player committed here with one rotator coming in. And definitely going to be the hit. Question is, where's the flash? There's smoke. And not even one for fully laced. That's unfortunate. Would have hoped he could have taken one at least. Snack has rotated his way in.
10 seconds.
Is that a 2 for 1?
What?
I don't know how, but they somehow come away with this mock with the 1 foot versus 2. And Snack. Oh, they hit them all. How do they win it 3 versus 4? I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Look at this. Snack, he gives up his position in barrels. I don't know what's going on, but there must have been a miscommunication here. Look at this. No one expects Snack.
It wasn't a 2 for 1.
Backs turned from Dank.
It was just 2 quick ones, but jeez. The sport's obviously crucial up in heaven there with the op, but yeah, I don't know. They just forgot Snack existed?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he made his position known by missing that initial spray. Luckily, Sports bails him out. But then that follow-up, it's pretty how much damage they've taken. Now back's turned there. Snack is going to go down. He's going to bite the bullet. And there goes in response. And a dominant one as well. But not for long. Lace holds the line with 2 kills before getting traded. And it's the man you want in this position. Sports in the 1v2. But already the best case scenario that we've seen ASU in quite some time.
Well, remember what happened last time there was the best case scenario? It was 2v4. So... Sports seems to have an idea that they're close by here. Oh, what an adjustment. No scope? Okay. No. He couldn't have known there was a second player close. What a great read to find that first, honestly.
Right. Yeah, great reaction. The quick scope onto the first. There's just no chance that he can expect that second player. Kotra is going to get an op as his reward as well. And finally, a singular round. I guess you get off the goose egg and we'll get on to a first. They need to string them together, though. That's the key. The money's still good in this round.
How rough would it be if Arizona State just straight up just lose this one immediately? Oh, man. Economy-wise, that's just so brutal.
Yeah, that's a nice start. Oh my God, Mock! What on earth was that? 2 lightning fast headshots. We talk about how brutal it would be to lose this round. Mock doesn't want that reality. Instead, he'll put it into a 3v5 immediately. And on-site as his reward, but there's trades that do rain on out. Luckily, Longstone was close by to make good on his teammates. Great round so far.
This is definitely a save call. And the good news for Arizona State, I was kidding, of course, but they do not lose this round, and that means that their economy can take some stabilization, and not only that, but they can, get some rounds on the board. As dumb as that sounds, I mean, they just need to get some 8-1 on the T side as well. So, with things the way they are, University of Arizona should be able to save, but they're coming in. No one blinded, though.
That's an extra stat on the board there. And now we do have 2 in a row. ASU, they've strung it together. Look at this double kill right there. It's been 2 rounds in a row that ASU, or rather University of Arizona, have gone for that catwalk aggression, and 2 rounds in a row it's been punished. So I doubt we'll see that 3rd time. But luckily enough, with those 2 weapon saves, we're going to get another buy round in here.
Ooh, an auto shotty. Been talking about it all day long, and here it is. No chance for the AWP there on the entry. No. Gets caught with a grenade, then dinked in the head. He's got 4 health left on him. Not a pleasant start to things for sure, but speaking of not so pleasant, Sports taking down Kotra.
Did they extinguish that Molotov with their own smoke? So now they're forced to walk through that, and that's not even a smoke at the cost of University of Arizona. This is going to be a hard round to work around, and they're committed to this B-side setup. The auto shot, he's going to rain out for a frag. It's quite an upgrade onto the AK-47 off of just a little auto shotty, making it high value. Smoke goes in towards heaven from Tayari, but he doesn't have bomb in his control. He doesn't have anything in his control, even like monster tunnels being watched here, like a hawk. Kind of. I guess he'll back up here just a little bit. Maybe that can be slipped, but not for long. He'll fall short. 9 rounds in total for University of Arizona. After a couple rounds drop, they answer right back. They find their footing again.
Yep, and look what they got. 3 AK-47s for the trouble.
Baby.
You just, like I said back on Inferno, you give the CTs one-shot headshot potential and obviously the spray potential of that AK. It's a deadly weapon in anyone's hands, and you certainly don't want it in your enemy's hands. That's exactly what Arizona State have done. Lay forward position. Sports the same, but they get splashed out and off of their angles. Now, aiming to be done here in short. Flashing out and flashing off in the opposing CTs.
Pushing up towards Catwalk. Here's Tank. At least he was thinking about it before he got smoked off. It seems like University of Arizona know what the game plan is here most of the time. These rounds roll off. It's a lot of catwalk control. It's a lot of water control that's invested from ASU, and they know how they like to utilize Tank as well with this hyper aggression up short. So far, it's being met with counter reaction here. Boost coming through. Will this be expected? It looks like Mike has an idea. Glimpse, there it is. Finally jumped up, and yeah, it's not going to be an angle you can commit to for long. Mike was ready for it, and that off guard approach that they were looking for does not go their way.
No, not at all. Nice flash. Pushes Sports back rather. He's in a bit of a tough spot, in fact, Sports. He's got to deal with players coming in from multiple directions. 1-for-1. Mike, no good. And Sports coming in for one of his own. Meaning his mock is all on his own. And that's all over. Sports with a couple. And Mike with 3. So a full house of frags between those two players. 10-2.
You want to take a look at Spork's scoreline right now. We're talking 20-4 at the moment. He's shaking his head. Yes, add him. You need him on your roster there. You got your dream opper. He's going to help out quite a bit. Again, with the offers, though, you really like him, and for good reason. Obviously, once you invest that sort of money into the point click, the telescope, you should be having some results like Sport. He's just having so much impact on this one, and it's fully laced. Chance. Maybe you can get him on your roster here. So he finds 3K, but Keotra is going to fire one back here and put it into a 1v3 mock. Bomb plant would be best case scenario, but unfortunately for you, you've left the bomb in a weird position. Now, he's going to find this freebie. Maybe a second here as well. He finds the second kill. Oh my goodness, but he runs out of ammo, and Sports is going to seal the deal. An 11th secured there for University of Arizona.
Oh, man. This is going from bad to worse if you're an Arizona State fan. These Wildcats are, they're wilding. They are absolutely wilding out of control. And you can see as well that it's, not really been a sort of back and forth. I mean, with 2 rounds, how can you call anything a back and forth? But still, there's not even real attempts at back and forths. It's just been, one win or one loss.
Look at, once again, the investment that they use in terms of just trying to keep this cat approach slowed down. So much utility, so much spam rattling off, but in the meantime, we've got long aggression. I see more of the same here on the catwalk trying to catch them off guard, but will Sports be caught off guard towards long? I think he's just now spotted him off. Maybe. It's actually not Sports, it's actually Merle in this position. The smoke does come down, but Keotra looking to make his way through that. Right around the corner. Merle in this bait and switch it up. We already called it in the first place. No, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a risky play right there. But there you go.
Well, yep. Mike down.
Alrighty.
There you go. Arizona State. I mean, it took took everything.
Yeah.
But hey, you can't knock it. At least not when there's only 3 rounds on the board. One more round on this half, and Arizona State would love to win it. That said, plenty of cash flow for University of Arizona, and they're going to be doing their own standard round by the look of it. Smoke, of course, going into tunnel, and nade gonna be maybe drop. Not yet. Over in, but no nade to happen. One frag. Kyo is well, not gonna, or is rather going to lose out on.
Ooh, Mock's going for some more aggression here. It's worked out for 2. This catwalk approach is constantly coming in. Arizona State University finally seems to have some success. They try and maneuver with the bomb, but slow down just a little bit. In the meantime, the real approach here is going to be towards the A side of things. You've got the single op here and fully laced. GoTV has betrayed us. It's going to be a frag in from fully laced. We're casting on hard mode right now as we're seeing some oddities.
Yeah.
Decent server moment. All right, that's no big deal. We can still work with it. We got ourselves a little bit of image to work off of, and the through the smoke play coming through with the MP9. It's a good for the first. Turns around for the bomb diffuser.
What?
This is bizarre. It's into a 1v2. It's Mock right around the corner trying to close this one out here, and he gets caught off guard. It will be the closer right there in a 12-3 half. That was an interesting way to end it, but it will be University of Arizona in the driver's seat. They've put themselves in a great position in this first half.
I mean, what do you mean in the driver's seat? They don't need to drive. They're on autopilot.
Oh,
They're fine.
They got a Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, they got enough cash flow after 12-3 half. They ought to. But you know, regardless of what they're driving, how they're getting there, or well, who's auto driving, I think that this is probably going to be a matter of time for University of Arizona. I know what's happened. He's tilted. He's mad. He's so angry.
Sports has no reason to be tilted. He's angry maybe after losing Inferno. He wasn't happy with that. Now he's out for revenge, and he's taking it certainly on overpass. Now this inside retake's coming through, but it's not working all that way. Teari, he's gonna good for the single frag so far, but they're all running in from one location, walking into the meat grinder of this catwalk hold, but they are running out of ammo. They're running out of HP as well. Sports, he's now last life. I think they'll have an idea though. Clearing out that monster tunnel, they'll know exactly where you are. In Sports, you can't close it. The last kill comes through, and it's Keotra and Teari with 2 Ks of pop to keep ASU in a good position here. 4th round for them, but still it's the bomb plant, and that could change the tide.
Yeah, that's I keep forgetting. We've been playing really this. We've been playing this like, you know, crazy force buy every single time you get that plant scenario. You know, I say crazy. Like, I guess there's a possibility that there's been some adjustments, you know, in meta, but I don't know. All the pro stuff I've been watching, usually with the save. Either way. You know, I will say that it can be effective, especially when you have those Galils. You know, those are a deadly weapon.
Just still sideways
in the right hands.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Maybe he's a little bit tilted after that last round. He had a chance for a decent little clutch, but they just didn't come his way.
No. Even though, to be fair, you know, I kind of feel like, yeah, ASU, they won that round, but the mistake was really University of Arizona. They just weren't really patient with the shots. They had so many opportunities to get those kills on the entry, but they just didn't hit any of those shots.
Yeah, that was a big issue as well. It certainly was. They had a crazy crossfire. When you're all 5 rotating in through one position, you'd expect that you could lock that one down a little bit better. But look at this. 5 players all running in through long. Keotra's gotten a little bit of a glimpse here. Not only that, but they have so much information as they are pushing fast through connector, fast through monster. So the rotations will arrive, but it's only going to be 2 players to meet this defense.
Oh, and one of them has the M4 A1S now. 25 bullets in that chamber. And
go B?
Push. Yeah, go B, question mark? No, I guess not. Plant going through, and oh, Mike first, and no, snack with another. Molotov out to his player in Optimus, and this is all looking good. As I say that, it's all Teari, and it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
The force fight, you called it, Cole. I mean, maybe that's caster curse. I don't know, but we've been seeing it all night. ASU
right now. Sports is the definition of what ASU is going through right now, because honestly, you had that second round bye. it was a very, very one-dimensional approach. It was full on 5 towards long, and the strengths and numbers work out for University of Arizona. Able to find those kills, and honestly, there was a big difference in Mirage when we saw those force spikes come through, and what we saw from University of Arizona. They always go for rifles, whereas ASU, they stick to those MP9s, and oftentimes when you get that bomb down, you know you need to get those rifles. You know that Khalils are on the other end of that one. And it's just a little mistake that's been made, and a detail that Spot and ASU bought time and time again.
Yep. I mean, people getting tilted. I think more people are getting tilted.
I don't know if it's getting really late to the night here.
Yeah. It's like, am I going crazy? I don't know, but those are some good kills for ASU. But Swartz answering back, the real tilted individual, Mock
still has his feet planted here.
Yeah, he's not been taking any additional anything at all. So it's good.
Let's see how long he can last, though. That's the real question.
Sports is all kinds of juice.
Gone,
He's just juiced out of his mind right now. That's free fire. Too bad it's not enough.
Goodness gracious.
As I said, Swartz a little too juiced. He's just hitting shots left, right, and center. 14-4.
It just looks like Dank is short, doesn't it? Is that just me?
Yeah. No. You're not wrong. It literally
like
is.
He's a little
slightly
bit,
to the right. Yeah. No, you're not crazy.
Like actually, I'm not gonna do it. I was about to say looking like JoJo on land, but
oh no, that's just.
There's no reason to come at him.
He didn't do anything. He's not even here.
Oh man. Alrighty. 14 on the board here. The force spike gets punished. I don't think we'll see much more.
Oh, what is that smoke?
I don't know. Who knows?
Is Lace also tilted? This game is just turned into a shambles. I love it.
Me too. This is quite a nice way to end it. Oh, okay. So it's a smoke towards the top of connector, just in case. Maybe actually, it would be a cool idea. I like the.
If it hit, it would have been good. Yeah.
A flawed execution is what that was, I believe.
Yeah, I do actually like it. You're right. It was a solid idea.
Now, is this a spectator thing, or is this how everyone's playing? Surely not.
No. It's a spectator.
Okay.
I've seen it before.
Okay. Good news. GG in chat. Mike's making sure to rub it in.
It is definitely caused by some of the server lag that we were seeing before, but yeah. Apologies, by the way, if like the tiltiness or anything is bothering you. It is indeed nearly over. We do nothing we can do about it. It is a spectator bug within the game, so just trying to have fun with it as long as we got it.
When else would we get an opportunity like this? Third map, dominance, and tilted players. Fully laced. He's tilted after that. Blinding headshot right there. But unfortunately enough for ASU, they've gambled at the wrong site. It was just a little flirt play from Fully Laced. He was that solo man over towards A, and the reality is that the bomb site compromised here completely, and Relay is ready to shut the game down before it started.
They must have been playing with your gambling odds, the old 10%ers. So they lose out, unfortunately, to ASU on the stack. But there's a kill. Looking for more.
Oh,
know where Smack's at.
Okay.
And okay, never mind. And it's all over quick as you like. University of Arizona. Wow. What a dominant performance there on map 3. I mean, that is just talk about clicking heads. They just didn't stop.
Yeah, and at the helm of it was Sports really pulling his weight and hold right there. He had at one point, I believe it was about 10 rounds in, above 150 ADR before he did kind of start slowing down, but even still, he was always good for a couple frags. And from then on out, there was nothing that University of Arizona could do. It was just dominance in their direction, and ASU struggling towards the tail end after a strong Inferno. I'm surprised to see it come down to like a really, really decisive map 3. That one was not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really think I had many expectations coming into this map in particular.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I could have expected that to come through. Just because both of the other maps were so close for so long. I mean, obviously we were in overtime, map number 1. and it was double digits for both sides in map number 2. So,
Right.
but I mean, the likes of that kill from Stack, it just kind of felt like ASU were, I don't know, it felt maybe they were struggling. Maybe it was the late hour or something along those lines. Certainly seemed a bit off kilter.
Yeah.
Maybe they were a little tilted. I don't
Hey,
know.
I mean, to their credit, it is mountain time over there, I believe, in Arizona. So
Oh, it's
they're
not
they're
that
a little
late.
bit,
Okay.
yeah, they're still at
It's,
like they're in
it's
the
like
early
10 o'clock.
stages of the night. Yeah, they're golden. This is peak
Yeah.
hours. This is peak Counter-Strike hours for you.
Peak
So,
gamer hours.
right. So, I mean, it definitely did kind of baffle me that while it wasn't an exhausting series, I think what the big thing was is losing that Mirage map. They had so many chances to rally. I
The
kind of talked
Eagles.
about it, but when they start losing to ecos, it becomes frustration. And once you head into that third map of Overpass and you're slow to start and you can't seem to get anything working, sports is in your face at every angle. It just becomes impossible to work around. But speaking of sports, we do have him for an interview here, so excited to be able to talk to him.
Hello.
Sports. We are happy to have you on for the interview. Well, just let me get the initial thoughts from you and what the team was feeling right after that victory 2-1.
I think we went into it pretty confident that we're gonna win. So I think that the slow start with like Inferno kind of surprised us a little bit, because we know like we're the better team, or like we were the better team, and we can be like the better team and even better than what we showed. But I think after those first 2 maps, it really started to like kind of mesh together, and everyone just started hitting their shots. We started making plays, playing off each other, and yeah, just kind of ended up that way.
So you say you knew you were the better team. Does that mean that this battle for Arizona has happened before, and there's precedent set, or what?
Yeah, I mean, last year we beat ASU pretty confidently with a pretty good scoreline. This year is a lot closer. We actually upped the map this year, so we went pretty confident, but took the win still. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk a little bit about Mirage, which was kind of your key to victory. There was a lot of points in time where ASU was winning some impressive clutches and were kind of showing that they could maybe take you to the task there, but then you'd always respond with eco round victories. So what was the game plan heading into those, or was it just a lot of nice shots being hit and partially Mike on A as well?
Yeah, Mike was
you
hitting
guys
some
kind
nut shots.
Yeah.
I'd say we didn't really have
he was the key.
Yeah, we didn't have like too much of a game plan going to ecos. Sometimes we kind of call like a play that we wanted to do, whether it's like a push or something, but our positioning just kind of worked out in those ecos, I'd say.
Well, heck yeah, it did. I mean, positioning, shots on target too, definitely don't hurt. But final question for you, Sports, before we let you get out of here. Anybody you want to say hello, shout out to, or say thank you to?
Shout out to everyone watching at Arizona. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support. Shout out to my mom, my dad, and the team. So yeah.
Alrighty, well, Sports, thanks so much for coming in for the interview. We really appreciate you you coming on, and congratulations to you and the University of Arizona.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Well, Cole, it's just about that time, isn't it, for us to get a wrapping towards the end here. I can't believe it. Curse broken. Day number 1 here. We had the game 3. It was a fantastic first series. We had Edinboro taking that one, and now it's University of Arizona to take it 2-1. Final thoughts before we look to head out here.
Oh, I just want to say great job from our production. Pinecone and Ito, of course, with the map messages. They did a great job, so be sure to go and show them some love. And, of course, looking forward to next Friday as well, where we will be back on the broadcast.
Yeah, we love being here, and well, I hope you love being here too. Thank you so much for tuning in, and like Cole said, we'll be here next Friday for more on the Counter-Strike side of things. We hope to see you then, and until next time, bye-bye.